Chapter 895, finally at ease. Leonard's expression froze for a moment before he composed himself. He had already remembered that Dwayne Dantes was working with the military and was preparing to sell a batch of firearms and cannons to West Balham. Therefore, while it was surprising to see the gentleman appear on a military airship, it wasn't jarring in any way. The only issue is why he's heading to West Balham so quickly. Amon's arrival has also exerted some pressure on him. Leonard's mind raced as he leveled his gaze and walked up the gangway with his teammates. They entered the midsection and found a huge lounge reserved for them. Not long after the Red Gloves took their seats, a deep hum sounded, followed by the rotating of the propeller and all kinds of frictional sounds, causing the floorboards and walls to gently shake. As the tremors increased in intensity, it turned into a wobbling motion as the airship rose up and slowly regained its stability. Klein had already sat down and buckled his seatbelt. He was looking at his surroundings with curiosity as he experienced a different form of flight. The takeoff isn't too stable. The altitude is also rather low, but without encountering any hurricanes, the tremors are still all right. I wonder how it was done. Klein looked diagonally at the windows ahead, with no intention of unbuckling his seatbelt or walking around. This wasn't acrophobia. He was briefly wearing creeping hunger and had the ability of short-distance flight and teleport. He was only seriously acting like a desi tycoon riding on an airship for the first time. At this moment, Klein's spiritual perception was triggered. He hurriedly clicked his teeth and activated spirit vision. He saw the colors around him saturate as they clearly stacked upon one another. He saw bones spew out from the floor, gushing out like a fountain in midair, forming a giant skeleton that was nearly 4 meters tall. This skeleton's eye sockets were burning with dark flames. Its arms were hanging down, holding a folded letter. Mr. Isaac's messenger. He has finally recovered from his state of metamorphosis. Klein was pleasantly surprised as he tried to stand up to receive the letter. But when he felt a force pulling him back at his abdomen, he recalled that his seatbelt was buckled. As he reached out to unbuckle it, the skeleton messenger crouched down and stuffed the letter into his hands. Klein was taken aback as he looked up into the eye sockets burning with pitch-black flames and nodded gently as a form of gratitude. I don't think that delivering a letter in such a crouched manner is being polite. I'd rather it did what it used to. Klein mumbled as he watched the skeleton messenger crumble into illusory bones, gushing down like a waterfall. In the huge lounge across the hall, Daly Simone, who still enjoyed being called a spirit medium, suddenly turned her head and looked at the room Klein was in. Her brows furrowed slightly as her eyes narrowed. She immediately retracted her gaze and said to the low-ranking officer in the corner who was acting as a waiter, "Make me a cocktail, black rand and champagne, half each." "That's a very strange mixture, ma'am," the officer said, unbuckling his seatbelt to walk over to the bar. Daly, with her blue eyeshadow and blush, said with a smile, "I enjoy unique tastes." She then casually asked, "Is there anyone else on this airship besides the military officers and us?" The officer answered while opening the bar's cabinet, "Yes. A merchant. Apparently his name is Dwayne Dantes. He is working with the Ministry of Defense." Dwayne Dantes. Daly was taken aback. She turned her eyes slightly away and asked, "What kind of work?" To her right, Leonard Mitchell had subconsciously switched which leg was crossed over the other. "I'm not sure," the officer answered with a shake of his head. "Apparently it has something to do with using the gentleman's experience in the southern continent." Southern continent. Daly repeated the word in thought and stopped asking. In the small lounge opposite, Klein had already unfolded the letter from Isaac Eggers. It indicated that his previous experiences had allowed him to retrieve more memories, forcing him to sleep to digest and recover, hence the late reply. Klein truly relaxed as he read on. Regarding the Spirit World plunderers, Isaac's description was, "It's a rather scheming and rare creature. They are very good at disguises, making it very difficult to find them. One thing to make use of is their strong aggressiveness. However, they're also very dangerous. Even with strength close to sequence 4, one needs to be sufficiently careful. Its exact characteristic is... I'm not sure, nor am I able to recall where Spirit World plunderers are most active. I suggest you pray to Ayur Moria. He is very friendly to humans. Once you have clues to a spirit world plunderer, you can wait a while. I might be able to provide you some help. How can I bother you? Klein raised his right hand and pinched the two ends of his mouth. He then flipped the page and read the final section. Likewise, I will help you seal that glove once again. It's not that I do not wish to teach you the way to seal it, but it's unlikely that you can do it. This requires the power of the underworld, requiring, at the very least, an undying. All right. I should quickly have some free time. I recall you mentioning about Death's Ring. Mr. Azik's changes don't seem too significant, at least from the letter. Klein slowly exhaled as he flicked his wrist and ignited the paper, turning it to ashes. Although he didn't receive the whereabouts of spirit world plunderers from Azik, he could determine that this descendant of death similarly didn't remember Calderon City, guessing the mysterious city likely had nothing to do with the underworld. Still, he planned on replying to ask more about it. As he turned his gaze, Klein looked out the window once again. It was dark and silent. Looking at the dark sky with the concealed crimson moon, Admiral of Stars Catalia retracted her gaze, picked up her pen and deliberated over her words. The answer is neither. She was originally perplexed as to why Queen Mystic hadn't directly asked what home was, instead attaching two guesses, but on second thought she believed the Queen had thought it through. This question was posed to a secret existence. As the number of diary pages she could provide was limited, the 3 pages she offered might not be equivalent in value to a key question about Roselle's spiritual home. Her Majesty's question seemed stubborn, so she specially added 2 choices, hoping to obtain an answer via elimination, which lowered the value of the question and abided by the principle of equivalent exchange. Back then, Cattleya recalled, Queen Mystic would test me and tell me that in answering a question, there were 3 opportunities for reducing the difficulty. First was to eliminate a wrong option. Clearly, Queen Mystic had chosen to use the first method. After eliminating the 2 wrong options, I wonder how close she is to the real answer. Cattleya's expression unnaturally softened as she wrote, According to the intelligence I've gathered, there's a storm brewing in Backland. I wish you well. She didn't directly mention the deputy director of MI9 or the royal family's consultant, as that was news shared within the Tarot Club. Folding the letter, she summoned Queen Mystic Bernadette's messenger. In Barons Harbour, at twilight, Danitz and Anderson found a hotel opened by an Intis immigrant, finally experiencing the convenience of no language barriers. After putting down their luggage, Danitz immediately headed towards the staircase wearing a cloak and his boxing glove. Anderson leaned against the opposite door. Is there anything else? Danitz gave a sarcastic chortle. I'm heading out to buy a dictionary. This is way more reliable than your body language. In a few days, I might even be fluent in a few common words. Anderson stroked his chin. Your boxing glove was created from that giant's remains, right? What are its negative effects? Danitz blurted out, being rash, often acting before thinking. As he spoke, he fell silent. Chapter 896, Daly's Probe. To buy a dictionary late at night, in a somewhat chaotic city, while obviously looking like someone from Intis, that really was rather dangerous. No, I can't keep wearing this glove, Danitz thought, stunned for a few seconds. He raised his hand and started to take it off. Halfway through the motion, he paused and sized up Anderson. Seeing the black glove on Anderson's left hand, he let out a hollow chuckle and put his own glove back on. I believe that in the southern continent, a place like this requires strength, Danitz added with a faint smile. Anderson's expression remained the same as he continued stroking his chin. Then, what do you plan on doing? Danitz pointed at the staircase. I plan on finding the hotel's boss and borrow his dictionary. I believe he will be teaching his children Deutanese. That's an idea worth pursuing. But even with a dictionary, you won't be able to master it any time soon. Even if you grasp a few terms, it will still be rather difficult. After all, the language here is a completely different system from the northern continent, Anderson said with a sick. Why don't I suggest a solution for you? Your captain has likely taught you some ritualistic magic in the god of knowledge and wisdom domain, right? Yes, Danitz replied with a nod without a second thought. Anderson clapped his hands. Then that makes it simple. Find a quiet room, set up an altar, and hold a ritual to pray for the God of knowledge and wisdom's grace. He will directly instill the language into your mind. Danitz shook his head without hesitation. I believe in the Lord of Storms, and not the God of knowledge and wisdom. The reason why some of the ritualistic magic cast in the past had received a reply was because of Captain. Upon saying that, he shot Anderson a glance. Weren't you born in Cigar, growing up in Lemberg, being classmates with Captain? Then you should also be a believer of the God of knowledge and wisdom. Wouldn't it be more effective if you held the ritual? Anderson shook his head and laughed. Despite being believers all the same, those who can actually receive a reply are in the extreme minority. Seemingly in thought, he said, the best method is to find a priest or bishop from the Church of Knowledge. Get them to make some charms. I recall that there are a few pilgrims from Lemberg here in Baron's Harbour. Why don't we visit them tomorrow? Danitz was just about to say yes when he suddenly revealed a look of suspicion. I have this nagging feeling that you are up to something. Anderson's expression immediately froze. On the airship, Klein had his seatbelt buckled and a blanket over him as he leaned against his seat, already in deep sleep. Outside it was dark. There was little light from the lands below, and the scenery swept by slowly despite the high speed, everything appearing peaceful and silent. After an unknown period of time, Klein suddenly jolted awake and stretched his neck. As he kept death knell on him, he had drunk plenty of water, and his bladder had woken him up. Pulling away the blanket and unbuckling his seatbelt, Klein covered his mouth and yawned, then walked out of the lounge and headed for the washroom at the corner of the hall. After relieving himself and washing his hands, he left the washroom. As he re-entered the hall, he suddenly saw a figure standing in the shadows. It was a woman wearing a black robe, with eyeshadow and blush by her eyes. At a glance, she looked like a shadow or ghost that had floated out of a corpse. Ma'am Daly. Klein obviously recognized her and immediately reacted as though he had jumped in fright. Daly walked a few steps forward and looked up at Duane Dantes' face. She paused her gaze between his eyes and curled her mouth into a smile. Your eyes and bearing resembles a friend of mine, especially the eyes. Klein feigned enlightenment and said with a smile, Ma'am, if our genders were swapped, that would be a standard way of hitting on someone. Daly's eyes didn't move away as she chortled. There's no need for any swapping. A difference in genders doesn't change the definition of such actions. If this were any other time, I really would be trying to trick you into a bed if I had said something like that, even tricking you all the way down the aisle. However, I have no such thoughts at the moment. I came over because your eyes really remind me of him. It's really quite overwhelming speaking with Ma'am Daly. I can't let her lead the conversation. Otherwise, she might realize that Duane Dantes isn't the Casanova he appears to be, but an inexperienced man in front of charming women. I have to take the lead. Klein's mind stirred as he directly asked in a half-joking manner, Ma'am, do you like that friend of yours? Daly was taken aback for a second before she raised her brows, lowered her head, and smiled. That's not something that needs hiding. If only he could be like you, being willing to take the initiative when facing a woman, proficient at creating a suggestive atmosphere. Perhaps if that were the case, we might already have children. Unfortunately, he's a conservative man. When he chats with me, all he spoke of was matters regarding work or his experiences. Any hints given to him or any joke that went overboard just made him appear uncomfortable. He often found excuses to leave. He looked old and he didn't look after his hair. He also had a bad memory. He even forgot my birthday. Whenever I thought of him, I got mad, having the urge to push him down into bed, tying his arms to the bed's railing. Klein looked at Daly's head with a gloomy gaze as he sighed to interrupt her. Ma'am, you've said too much. Daly looked up, her smile unchanged. I thought you would enjoy talking about matters about this at a deeper level. Klein let out a soft chuckle. Then, why didn't you turn those thoughts into action? I can tell that you aren't just a woman who can only talk. Daly scoffed. Guess. Following that, she nodded. Thank you for not saying that I've been harassing you. As she spoke, she turned and headed for the extensive lounge where the red gloves were. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up slightly as he returned to his room, shaking his head. When she came to the entrance of the extensive lounge, Daly's eyes landed on an untied shoelace on the floorboards. She shifted her gaze up, her eyes reflecting the black-haired, green-eyed Leonard Mitchell. Leonard glanced at Dwayne Dantes as he entered his lounge and said with a suppressed voice, "He has plenty of secrets. He's not a simple person." Daly chuckled and nodded. "I know." Having said that, she briskly walked past Leonard and into the lounge. After a few meters, she slowed her pace and once again lowered her head. Leonard remained standing at the door, watching the long, dragged-out shadows cast from the lights outside. Slowly and silently he exhaled. Inside the small lounge, Klein stood by the door, raising his right hand and rubbing his temples. He stood there like a statue. In the Berg household in the City of Silver, Derek sat on a stool, munching on bread made from black-faced grass powder as he seriously listed the matters he had yet to complete. "I haven't obtained the information of the Bizarro Bane that Mr. World needs. I still lack the points required for the Sequence 5 Vampire Beyonder characteristic. I only have 3 friends. That's not enough. All the clues I have regarding the former chief's mausoleum aren't much." As the thoughts flashed through his mind, he finished eating and took off his shirt. He used a sticky black liquid from a stone container to smear on the obvious bruises on his body. Although the City of Silver only had edible black-faced grass, it didn't have only one type of plant. There were many strange kinds that could grow in the dark, sun-lacking environment. One of the traditions of the City of Silver was to mix these plants with monster organs to create various ointments, simplified versions of the magical medicines and holy ointments that generations of demon hunters obtained from their potions. Just after Derek applied the ointment and put on his clothes, he suddenly heard a knock at the door. He tensed up instinctively, grabbing Thunder God's roar, the dark blue hammer swirling with electric sparks. He carefully approached the door, prepared to kill any monsters that might emerge from the darkness. "Who is it?" Derek asked in a deep voice. A gruff voice sounded from outside. "Valor." At the same time, bright light from a Dawn Paladin's power beamed through the door cracks. Derek relaxed as he opened the door. "Valor, aren't you leading a patrol team today?" Valor was a 2.2-meter tall man Derek had recently befriended. Derek was impressed with his ability to rein in his powers and his care for his companions. In addition, his patrol team's recent route included the former chief's mausoleum. Valor, with brownish-yellow hair and a thick beard, smiled. "The 6-member council has just ordered our team to skip the area of the former chief's mausoleum, and this area is the last spot for our patrol mission. Let's go to the training field. Let's get some exercise." The 6-member council specially ordered the patrolling teams to skip that area. They plan to open the entrance today. Derek was alarmed, his mind racing, but he was at a loss. Just as he hesitantly got ready to join Valor, a shadow grew out from the dark ends of the street. "Derek Berg," it said. "The chief has requested you visit him at the spire." Chapter 897, The Chief's Hint. At the top of the spire, in the room that belonged to the chief, Colin Iliad stood with the tall body that was standard for the City of Silver. His grizzled hair was unkempt and rather disheveled. He had deep wrinkles around his cheeks, but there were no wrinkles elsewhere, only old scars, either deep or twisted, that remained on his face. He wore a linen shirt with a brown draped over his body and a belt filled with tiny compartments around his waist. His light blue eyes were deep, filled with the experiences and stories they had seen. After Derek bowed, the demon hunter nodded gently and pointed diagonally to the items placed on the table. "Do you still remember them?" Derek took a glance, and his gaze suddenly froze. His eyes reflected 2 translucent worms, each the thickness of a child's finger. "Worm of Time. They are worms of time that came from Blasphemer Amon's avatar." "Yes." Derek fell silent for a second before instinctively answering, "They were left behind by Amon." Colin Iliad nodded indiscernibly. "One of them was even coughed out by you." Without waiting for Derek to speak, he continued, "You once said that while being possessed by Amon, you were in a daze most of the time, as though you were in a dream. You were occasionally lucid." Faced with the chief's gaze, Derek nodded, indicating that he had given such a description before. Colin Iliad moved his gaze away and cast it out the window, looking down at the nearby buildings. I believe I haven't told you the things you did during those times. You did a total of 2 rituals. One of them had elements of a secret deed, and the other one was like a sacrifice. You obtained a certain reply. Do you have any recollection of such things? Indeed, I was being monitored when I sought Mr. Fool's help and used the secret deed ritual to cleanse Ammon's avatar, Derek thought, unsurprised. He had long been advised by the Hanged Man that, based on the rich experience of the City of Silver Elders, it was impossible that they would dismiss someone acting abnormally. The conclusion that he had been constantly monitored after he left the dungeon was corroborated by the fact that someone had emerged from the shadows during the sacrificial ritual. I don't have any recollections, Derek said, pretending to be in thought before he shook his head. Colin, who was observing him through the corner of his eye, turned his head and said with a sigh, "Try recalling it carefully. These 2 worms left behind by Amon are materials of great value. I've been trying to find ways of using them. If I can secretly make them into items, this might be a trump card that no one else knows. It can play a crucial role at critical moments. During the 2 rituals you experienced, you might have symbols, ancient incantations, or mysterious elements that can be used for reference. Think about it carefully." If this were in the past, Derek would have only understood the chief superficially. But now, he was able to interpret the hidden, indirect meaning, albeit a few seconds slow. "I know there's still a certain connection between you and Amon. We will be opening the mausoleum to the former city of Silver Chief. I need to prepare additional trump cards against any unexpected accidents or any harm that Lovia and her company might inflict. Try attempting communication." Mr. Hangman was right. The higher one's level is, the more experienced they are at handling danger, and the more accustomed they will be at speaking in riddles. It's a way to leave options open for both parties, Derek thought, suddenly feeling he had grasped a particular technique. Realizing the chief's goal was to limit Elder Lovia, he felt he needed to do something. However, he had 0 clue on how to use a worm of time. All he could do was consider praying to Mr. Fool. "I'll try my best to recall. I need a silent room," Derek said, pausing to deliberate over his words. Colin Iliad was apparently prepared. He pointed towards the corridor. "Many of the rooms across the corridor do not have people in them. Choose one yourself." "Yes, Your Excellency." Derek bowed and exited, entering an unused room. He locked the wooden door, sat down in a dark corner and prayed softly, his eyes emitting a soft glow. In Desi Bay at Eskelson Harbour, Klein left the airship with his suitcase in hand, ready to take a military carriage into the city. Daley Simone, Leonard Mitchell, and the other Red Gloves had been the first to leave, while Klein had been arranged to be one of the last. So they didn't meet. After finding a hotel, he prepared to rest when he suddenly heard a series of illusory stacked pleas. "Sounds like Little Sun," Klein yawned, entered the cramped washroom, and took 4 steps counterclockwise to arrive above the grey fog. As he expected, the crimson star that was blinking and burgeoning was the one representing the sun. He emanated his spirituality to make contact and quickly learned what the prayer was about. "The City of Silver Chief is asking Little Sun, no, asking what he thinks is Ammon, how to use a worm of time charm. Thankfully, I had such a question previously and have already gotten an answer. However, using the worm of time to create a potent charm that can temporarily exchange fates will require him to pray to the Fool. Wouldn't this directly expose the fact that the one backing Little Sun is not Ammon, but some unknown hidden existence?" Klein tapped the edge of the mottled table, seriously considering how to answer. In less than a minute, he reframed his line of thought and realized his worries were meaningless. Firstly, apart from Shepherd Lovia, no one in the City of Silver knew Ammon. They would likely believe the Fool was Ammon's true body or a deity Ammon now believed in. Secondly, the honorific name of the Fool was no longer a secret to the true creator or Ammon. It didn't matter if more people from the City of Silver learned of it. Thirdly, the chief was only a demon hunter. Even with a Grade 0 sealed artifact, there was nothing he could do. Finally, the chief had long been aware of a problem with Little Sun. As his thoughts raced, he felt he needed to be bolder. Perhaps I can use this opportunity to develop another 1 or 2 believers. Little Sun won't have to fight alone anymore. Klein quickly made up his mind and cast the method to creating a fate siphon charm into the crimson star representing the sun. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking resonated within the chief's room. Before the sound even registered, Colin Iliad already knew that Derek Berg was walking over. "Come on in," he said, turning to face the door. Derek pushed open the door and entered. Bowing, he said, "Your Excellency, I've recalled some vague details." Colin Iliad nodded with a calm expression. "What are they?" "Use pure silver and mercury as materials." Derek succinctly described the beginning of the ritual and paused. "I think I muttered an honorific name back then, the fool that doesn't belong to this era." Colin narrowed his eyes and immediately cut him off. "The corresponding symbols are the ones left on the candle?" "Yes," Derek replied frankly. "The second line is, the mysterious ruler above the grey fog." At this moment, Colin cut him off once again. "Is there no need for other ritual materials?" "No," Derek nodded, feeling slightly puzzled. He then realized the chief was deliberately stopping him from reciting Mr. Fool's full honorific name. "Yes, our common language is Jotun. It's a language that can stir the powers of nature. If I were to directly say out the honorific name, it would result in all kinds of unknown effects. I know Mr. Fool is a true deity, so I was reciting it habitually. However, the chief doesn't know that," Derek realized. He continued, "Third line, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck." Colin listened in silence before nodding. "Very good. Although I cannot be sure that the content you recall is of any use, it's still a sizable contribution. I'll get someone to add to your contribution. Return or go to the library to read some books for a while." "Yes, Your Excellency." With a deadpan face, Derek exhaled quietly and rapidly retreated from the top of the spire. Colin Iliad watched him leave before heading behind his desk and sitting down. He cast his gaze on the two translucent ringed worms in front of him. Beside them was a notebook, on which was drawn a secret symbol comprised of half a pupilless eye and half contorted lines. Colin's gaze remained fixed for a while, as though he had been petrified. After a long moment, he slowly stood up and took out 3 candles. Chapter 898, Response. After setting up the candles, Colin Iliad found a piece of pure silver and a carving knife. With steady strokes, he carved out a palm-sized charm vessel. He then followed Derek Berg's description, drawing the secret symbol of the Fool on both sides of the silver piece. The entire process was completed quickly. An observer would not have been able to discern his actions, yet the final product was flawless, like a piece of art that had been slowly carved. Following that, Colin found another bottle of mercury. Using his powerful spirituality, he guided the liquid inside to trickle into the charm and fill all the patterns, preventing the mercury on the downward-facing side from dripping due to gravity. Repeating the process, he made a second charm. He placed them in front of the candles and set a translucent ringed worm on each one. Compared to him standing up silently before, Colin's every move was now stable, calm, and firm. He showed no signs of hesitation, just like when he faced powerful monsters emerging from the darkness. After finishing the ritual, he took 2 steps back and removed the crossed swords hanging from the wall, stabbing them into the crevices of the floor tiles at the door. He then closed his eyes and muttered. Pure and thick beams of light emerged from the void, enveloping the 2 swords with a holy and glorious feeling. The light beams increased in quantity, slowly transforming into liquid water that flowed across the cracks in the floor and the walls, forming a cage that isolated him from the outside. As a senior demon hunter, Colin Iliad didn't wish to take such precautionary measures. There was a tiny chance of angering the target, bringing about dangerous developments. However, he had no choice but to do so. He needed to be certain that even if the ritual failed, even if the Fool was an existence filled with malice, and even if he were to die at the altar, he would not bring too much harm to the City of Silver. He was rather confident in the defensive power of the cage, as it directly stemmed from a godlike sealed artifact, a crown which the giant King Ormir wore, proof of glory. This was one of the main reasons the City of Silver had survived wave after wave of monster assaults in the Dark Ages. With all his preparations completed, Colin Iliad used his desk as an altar and created a sacred, clean environment. He then lit the 3 candles. The pale yellow light flickered, reflecting in his eyes. He bowed his head and scattered plant powder, monster hide and fur into the candle flame to please the secret existence he was about to pray to. Such acts weren't rare in the City of Silver. While there were official rituals targeting the creator, certain residents would sometimes be enticed by unknown existences. Most of these were passive, but a few were done proactively. The cumulative despair from not receiving any response from the creator had made them eager to rely on any other existence. Many generations of the six-member council had come to a consensus that the creator who had abandoned the land might very well not return. Seeking alternatives was something that had to be expedited, but unfortunately, such attempts had only led to nothing or death. And it was for this reason that the City of Silver continued their explorations. As for Colin Iliad himself, the discovery of the outsider Jack brought him an indescribable sense of surprise and hope. The encounters in Afternoon Town and the prophecies of the Kings of Angels' ploy had made him feel a more pressing sense of urgency. He no longer held hope for the Creator's return. With these reasons combined, along with Lovia's and Derek's abnormalities and the prophecy of the apocalypse, as chief, senior demigod, and powerful demon hunter, Colin Iliad had no choice but to dance on the edge of a knife and consider a transaction with a hidden existence. Silently exhaling, Colin took a step back and chanted with a weather-worn tone, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I pray to you, praying for the strength that stems from mystery, and praying for the bestowment that stems from good luck. I implore you to make these items on this altar turn into charms." Just as Colin spoke, he saw the altar before him immediately turn dark. An indescribable godhood emanated from the middle candle. The flame burgeoned, but it failed to light the surroundings, instead making everything turn illusory. High above this illusory world, 7 lustrous brilliances of different colors spiraled, and above them was an endless grayish-white fog, where an ancient palace looked down upon everything. Colin temporarily forgot everything else, staring intently at the scene. It was as though something from ancient tones had stepped into reality. If he recalled correctly, this was the projection of the spirit world, a place that now only existed in the City of Silver's textbooks. At this moment, a creaking, illusory sound came as the ancient palace seemed to open its doors. Following that, Colin saw the unformed charms produce a greyish luster. Their patterns lit up, intercrossing with each other and suddenly bursting into a blinding radiance that enveloped the silver foils and the ringed worms. The dark world above the altar instantly warped. Everything quickly returned to normal as 2 strange black crystalline charms appeared on the altar, like a pair of eyes silently observing the world. Demon hunter Colin was taken aback. He retracted his gaze and bowed his head. With a deep voice he said, "Thank you for your blessings, praise you." He immediately ended the ritual and removed the seal. After doing all of this, the chief returned to his desk and picked up the 2 charms. His mind was still fixated on the scene he had witnessed. Based on his knowledge, the 7 brilliances were the 7 lights, but no records indicated what was above them, or what the grey fog and the ancient palace represented. During the ritual, Colin only felt that the fool was staid, mysterious and almighty, nothing like the evil beings who were eager to showcase their powers. Such a performance had a close parallel in the City of Silver's records, the Creator. As he looked at the charms, the grizzled demon hunter suddenly closed his eyes as figures flashed past his mind: his father, mother, brother, sister, sons, daughter, and grandson whose lives he had personally ended. This already old chief remained silent for a very long time before he sighed softly. It's been 2,583 years. After 2,583 years, the City of Silver had finally received a normal response. In the library in the steeple, Derek was browsing the ancient myth section when he found a notebook he had never seen before. Its cover was made from a particular monster's hide, and the pages inside were old and yellowed, filled with the author's experiences encountering different monsters. As he flipped through it, he noticed a monster named Shapeshifter. These creatures were adept at setting up traps and could disguise themselves as others to complete a hunt. The notebook's owner had commented on them as being bizarre and dangerous. This is very similar to Mr. World's guess of the Bizarro Bane's traits. Could Shapeshifter be the Bizarro Bane? Derek felt delighted as he quickly read on. He discovered that this type of monster lived to the north, in a faraway city's ruins. The monsters in that area were so powerful that even the 6-member council couldn't deal with some of them. After 2 attempts, the City of Silver had paused exploration of the area. For this reason, the city's textbooks didn't mention the unique monsters there. After reading the record, Derek flipped to the last page, wanting to know who had experienced the 2 harrowing explorations. He saw a name, Colin Iliad. In Desi County at Eskelson Harbor, Klein returned to the real world, rubbed his temples and collapsed into bed. To give the City of Silver's chief a better impression of the fool, he had proactively added special effects during his response, expressing the might of the mysterious space above the grey fog. This had expended a sizable amount of his spirituality, exhausting him. I'll find food for creeping hunger when I wake up. I'll let it have a good nap above the grey fog, he thought in his stupor, and soon fell asleep. He was woken up by his rumbling tummy after sleeping from morning until the afternoon. Chapter 899, Berserk Sea's Spirit World. The ingredients used for Desi's pies are much more generous than in Backland. However, they prefer adding some local spices. It felt a little odd when taking the first few bites, but after getting used to it, it's quite a different style. Klein sat inside his hotel, swapping between taking a mouthful of the oily pie and drinking a mouthful of cool, refreshing sweet iced tea. He was living quite an idyllic life. After he had his fill, he didn't immediately pack up. He picked up the top hat on the chair beside him and wore it. Meanwhile, his left palm suddenly turned transparent as his entire body faded away. Klein had entered the spirit world and was planning on traveling to Poto Harbor in the Berserk Sea. He was there to seek out food for creeping hunger. Eskelson, where he was, belonged to Desi Bay, but it was an island off the coast. This was the southernmost island of the bay, and going past it meant one's entry into the Berserk Sea. Therefore, the second Klein headed for the predetermined coordinates. An abnormal sight appeared before his eyes. The spirit world's air flows seemed to be materialized as they spun into a wind. They howled as they enveloped a huge, seemingly boundless region. It was dim inside, with layers of dark clouds. Bolts of lightning, tainted with a deep gloom, kept flashing, illuminating the surrounding area like it was the apocalypse. At that moment, Klein felt as though he had arrived in a sea that was eternally ravaged by storms, but he knew with certainty that this was the spirit world. Indeed, it's just like what many books on mysticism mention. The power involved with the perishing of death has not only changed the atmospheric weather of the sea between the northern and southern continents, but it also filled it with disaster and danger. It's how its name was derived. Furthermore, it also broke the barrier between reality and the illusory, tainting and damaging the corresponding spirit world and causing them to affect one another. In the Berserk Sea, if one holds a ritual involving the spirit world, there will be a high probability of an accident occurring, causing unimaginable developments. Klein reflected poignantly as he used his eyes to verify what the books wrote. From his point of view, if it weren't for this, the various countries in the northern continent wouldn't have waited for Emperor Roselle to find the safe sea route before they had a chance of invading the southern continent. To most high-sequence beyonders, they could easily traverse normal natural barriers. Roselle's safe sea route wasn't simply geological in nature, but mystical as well. This also meant that since the Berserk Sea and Spirit World were influencing each other and overlapped, Klein could directly use local sea maps to traverse the Spirit World's calamities. Recalling the content he had read before, Klein found the correct location and entered the dark Spirit World. The howling gales sounded from every direction. Even the secondary gusts of wind left a chill running deep down his soul, making him believe that if he had traveled in a spirit-body state without the use of his tarot cards and Azik's copper whistle to augment himself, he could have suffered a serious injury. And if this wasn't the safe sea route, he believed his physical body couldn't withstand the black storms filled with death. Compared to the gales, the dark lightning bolts were far more dangerous. Klein suspected he couldn't withstand being smote by one. As for the hidden maelstroms and wandering creatures, they were another form of danger. This is a place without any material seawater. I wonder what's at the end of the maelstrom, Klein thought, following the safe sea route and traversing at an adequate speed, surveying his surroundings to broaden his horizons. Suddenly he saw a strange creature. It was dragging a huge sickle and was situated inside a black hurricane. Formed by individual skulls, it was swollen and massive. The skulls were greyish-white or greyish-black of varying sizes and from different species, all of them stacked together, forming its torso, limbs and head. Almost at the same moment Klein saw it, the creature also discovered him. All the skulls turned their heads in unison, producing a grinding sound that couldn't be concealed. The dark eye sockets were countless, following and overlapping one another. Klein's forehead throbbed as he used travelling to pass through the area, entering the next safe sea route. On the nearby illusory sea, bloody arms and greenish-black tentacles extended out from the surface. Outside the city of Silver, a black mausoleum stood inverted over the ground like a pyramid. At that moment, all kinds of dense, black plants grew out from the cracks in the mausoleum's bricks, covering even the heavy door. Colin Iliad had 2 swords slung across his back as he stood with 2 other elders of the 6-member council, observing the passage that led deep underground. Lovia, with her silver, curly hair, watched silently for a moment before saying, "It should be possible already." Unlike her usual random mental states, the shepherd elder was now staid and calm, her pale grey eyes deep and placid. Colin gently nodded and took out bottles of medicine from 2 different compartments on his belt, downing them. His light blue eyes rapidly brightened, and silver-tinted blood vessels protruded on his unwrinkled skin. Following that, the chief drew a sword and smeared a silver-grey ointment across its surface. As he prepared, another elder, Waite Shearmont, did something similar. This bald man with a tattooed symbol on his head stood nearly 2.5 meters tall. Though nearly 80, he didn't look a day over 45. He was a Sequence 4 demon hunter, one of the main pillars of support for the City of Silver. He didn't dual-wield, which allowed him to use different ointments for different effects. He wielded an iron-grey hammer, and on his back was a huge bow as massive as his body, making him look like a miniaturized giant. The bow was a mystical item named Dragon Slaying Bow, for having once killed a demigod-level dragon. After finishing their preparations, Waite slammed his hammer in front of him, drew his bow and slowly pulled it back. Sizzling bolts of lightning emerged, condensing into a blinding and radiant arrow. Just as Waite's fingers released the bowstring, the arrow shot straight to the mausoleum's door. Silently, the heavy door, appearing to have long rotten, exploded into pieces, revealing a deep, shimmering passageway that extended far beyond sight, giving off a creepy, cold feeling. Colin's eyes suddenly flashed with 2 complex dark green symbols, reflecting the mausoleum's entrance. A few seconds later, he held his sword diagonally and walked in. Waite slung his dragon-slaying bow, picked up his hammer, and followed closely. The purple-robed Lovia's expression remained the same as she followed with her hands empty. As they descended, the 3 members showed no anxiety in the silent environment, their footsteps echoing. After descending 1 level, they saw an illusory jet-black river before them. Under the river's surface were skinned, blood-colored arms, green baby-faced veins and slippery tentacles with eyes, all entwined and flailing upwards. Near the entrance, figures in old clothes walked back and forth, their backs to the elders, as though vexed over crossing the river. Suddenly, one of them sensed the trio approaching. He slowly turned. It was an elder with completely white hair, his face deeply wrinkled, his light blue eyes hollow and his expression numb. Colin Iliad's pupils shrank as he recognized the man. It was his brother, the one possessed by Ammon, whose life he had personally ended. At that moment, the other figures turned around, revealing faces that Colin, Waite and Lovia found extremely familiar, all abnormally numbed. Lovia's expression remained unperturbed, but behind her, an illusory knight more than 5 meters tall had appeared, wearing ancient silver full-body armor, its eyes burning like red flames. After traversing the safe sea route for about 10 seconds, Klein arrived at the Berserk Sea's Poto Harbor, a free city for pirates. When his feet hit solid rock, he randomly produced a face, but wasn't in a rush to enter the port city. He reached into his pocket and pulled out an iron cigar case. While passing through the Berserk Sea's spirit world, he had sensed Azik's copper whistle trembling slightly. Removing the wall of spirituality, Klein opened the case and took out the ancient copper whistle. It had lost its usual coldness and was now burning hot, an anomaly that was rapidly dissipating. Chapter 900, Self-Recommendation. The abnormality associated with the Berserk Sea is suspected to be a result of the perishing of death. Legend has it that this deity's corpse and items are hidden somewhere in these waters, awaiting someone with a special key to open it. This copper whistle came from Mr. Azik, and Mr. Azik is a direct descendant of death. Therefore, this copper whistle had sensed something or had been influenced. Thoughts flashed across Klein's mind as they coalesced to form a theory. He planned on finding an inn in Poto Harbor, heading above the grey fog, and using dream divination to attempt to obtain a revelation. Then, he would consider the time and method for returning to Eskelson Harbor to prevent any avoidable accidents. And before that, he needed to seek out food for creeping hunger. After walking down the seaside cliff, Klein entered Poto Harbor. The buildings here were built with almost zero planning, causing the roads to be either very wide or so narrow that they only allowed a single-person passage. In certain areas, one couldn't see the sky when looking up. Only a swath of clothes hung up to dry. Wearing a new face, Klein strolled through this environment, with its many pedestrians dressed in pirates' attire. He then habitually headed for the bar to seek out prey. At this moment, he saw several people gathered at a notice board on a square up ahead. What's happening? With his curiosity piqued, Klein approached. Using his balance and agility as a clown, he passed through the gaps of the crowd until he arrived at a spot where he could see the notice board. On it, a single piece of paper was overbearingly plastered over all the others. Its title was, The Black Emperor's Crew Recruitment. The Black Emperor? Isn't that the ship of King of the Five Seas, Nast, the one that can traverse the spirit world? Considering how he can be considered the king of pirates, he's actually openly recruiting crew members? Klein was rather surprised as he deliberately spoke out with a suppressed voice. How is that possible? Why not? A stout man beside him with his arm exposed from his rolled-up sleeves laughed out loud. It might be impossible in the past, but it's possible now. Why? Klein asked, turning his head. The stout man had tattoos all over his arms and cheeks, making him look fierce. He pointed in the direction of the main sea route and said, A week ago, the Black Emperor and Lone's highly promoted steam ironclad warship, the Pritz, met and clashed in a sea battle. The Black Emperor had many casualties and are in dire need of more manpower. Ah? Klein's first reaction was that it didn't make mystical sense. Based on published reports and rumors, he knew the Pritz was a normal warship, lacking any Beyonder elements. In terms of physical damage, it was likely stronger than the Black Emperor, but the latter could use the spirit world to leap, like a large-sized traveler. No ordinary armament should be able to damage it. Furthermore, King of the Five Seas Nast was likely a Sequence 3 demigod of the Black Emperor pathway. He could directly distort the trajectories of cannonballs, making him nearly invincible against the non-mystical fleet. They were enemies at two completely different levels, yet the final outcome was not what he could imagine. He didn't hide his astonishment as he blurted, "What about the Pritz?" The fierce-looking man shook his head. "I'm not too sure, but I heard that it wasn't damaged. Only 2 corvettes were sunk." This. Klein was taken aback before coming to a slight understanding. He recalled the situation when he robbed the Tutanses II mummy. The military's demigod had used a law that weakened the mysterious and strengthened the real. Once this came into effect, the Black Emperor was just a special sailboat that couldn't beat an ironclad warship. To get the Black Emperor to flee under such a situation, Nast must be very, very strong. From the looks of it, due to the existence of the Arbeiter pathway, the trajectory of this world's military development remains close to that of Earth's. Klein nodded in enlightenment. He knew that for Beyonders below Sequence 4, in a large-scale battle, most could only avoid a direct clash. For example, a marionettist with all his marionettes feared no one in a one-on-one mid-sequence battle. But on a battlefield with shells hurtling everywhere, the problem of being physically weak became an issue. Even with paper figurine substitutes, one was unable to escape the range of gunfire. In such intense battles, the most effective mid-sequence beyonders were wraiths. They weren't afraid of cannonballs or bullets, nor were they afraid of being discovered. Klein allowed his thoughts to wander when the man from before continued, "You're also thinking of joining the Black Emperor?" "I'm still not sure," Klein casually replied. The stout man said in excitement, "I have plans on giving it a try anyway. There aren't more than 10 people here who are better at fighting than me. They'll definitely pick me. However, I won't stay on the Black Emperor for too long. There are too many meaningless rules, such as not being able to plunder or kill defenseless people, or something as silly as not being able to drag a woman you like unless it's mutual. Did you hear that? Is that anything like a pirate? Although the King of the Five Seas is one of the 4 kings and is publicly acknowledged as the Pirate King, those rules are just like dog shit. I'm already used to leading a real pirate's life. I like it that way and will not change. I'm only tempted to join because I heard that it's possible for the Black Emperor crew to obtain supernatural powers. When the time comes, I'll leave and form my own pirate crew." As the man spoke excessively, he suddenly realized the stranger's expression had turned a little odd. He hesitated for a moment and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" A silver-grey glistening sword slashed down suddenly, pinning a blank-faced figure to the ground. The figure warped and squirmed, gradually dissipating into illusory blobs of light. Colin Iliad retracted his sword and stood straight, observing his surroundings. He saw that Waite and Lovia had separately finished their corresponding targets. A region had been cleanly cleared out by the riverside. At this point, above the illusory, eerie black river, a dark boat cruised over, silently docking by the bank. Upon seeing this scene, Colin slowly exhaled, muttering with a solemn expression, "Ferryman." He knew that the former chief had been troubled by the City of Silver's absence of the Sequence 3 Silver Night potion formula. They had thoughts of switching to a neighboring sequence, and this plan had seen the light of hope during an expedition when they found the Sequence 3 potion formula of the Phoenix Pathway. Ferryman. From that moment, the former chief began building the mausoleum, eventually taking up residence inside before sealing the entrance. Observing silently with dark green symbols in his eyes, Colin Iliad said heavily, "Let's cross the river on the boat." Waite and Lovia expressed no objections, fully trusting the chief's judgment. They followed him and boarded the dark, strange boat. During this process, the 3 didn't hesitate or pause. It was as though this wasn't an exploration, but a visit with a destination in mind. The boat slowly began moving across the ink-black water, leaving a long trail. The bloody arms and slimy tentacles wildly reached upwards, slamming into the boat but failing to leave any marks or influence. In just over 10 seconds, the 3 elders arrived on the other bank of the illusory river. There was an altar there with a heavy iron-black coffin placed on it. Colin Iliad immediately jumped off the boat and reached for his other sword, cautious as always. Following that, Waite held his iron-grey hammer and landed heavily on the bank, leaving the surrounding soil quaking. He looked at the monster skull that embraced the gigantic coffin, took 2 steps, placed his hammer in front of him, and then removed the dragon-slaying bow from his back. At this point, Waite suddenly felt the back of his palm itching. He subconsciously looked down and saw that his hair follicles had fine white hair, stained with yellowish oil growing from within as they grew in size. In Poto Harbor, after Klein fed creeping hunger and found a rowdy inn, he got a room that could barely be considered clean. Then he took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the grey fog. Sitting in the fool's chair, he first picked up the projection of Azic's copper whistle, conjured a pen and paper, and wrote a corresponding divination statement. The reason for this copper whistle's abnormality today. Chapter 901, The Mutated Paper Figurine. Klein didn't bring Azic's copper whistle directly above the grey fog this time, but he planned on doing it the same way he did when he first divined the mutated sun's sacred emblem, using an object's projection. Although this would decrease the accuracy to a certain extent, it guaranteed that the item was undamaged, thanks to the grey fog being an intermediary layer. He still recalled the time he divined the origins of the black ear from the listener. This sealed artifact had suffered retaliation from the true creator, causing it to crumble and reform into a charm. Therefore, with the suspicion that the divination result could point to Death's corpse or other remains, a godhood power of a sequence 0 that was still capable of changing the Berserk Sea's environment, Klein decided to leave Azek's copper whistle in the real world and divine using a projection. This was to avoid damaging such an important item, as Death and the true creator were at the same level. As for why he dared to directly use Grossel's travels to divine its origins, it was because the Dragon of Imagination had long since perished, and the book itself was extremely strong. By the same logic, Mr. Dor was likely only a king of angels in an exiled state, making it impossible for him to deal any actual damage. With the help of the mysterious space above the grey fog, I can quickly recover from damage and corruption without any lasting repercussions. If Azek's copper whistle were to be destroyed, it would truly be gone. Klein calmly and skillfully held the copper whistle's projection and the paper with the divination statement, leaning back into his chair. Half closing his eyes, he chanted softly, "The reason for this copper whistle's abnormality today." After chanting 7 times, he fell into a deep sleep and entered the dream world. After an unknown period of time, he saw a dark and gloomy mausoleum with a dark-colored staircase that extended downwards, with open coffins placed around it. In the coffins were dead bodies, and on their backs grew white feathers stained with pale yellow oil. Even in the dream, Klein found the scene abnormally familiar. At that moment, he seemed to smell the putrid smell of rot and hear the slow breathing of some object. The darkness in the mausoleum thickened, giving him an acute feeling of deathly silence. Suddenly, ravings that were both loud and soft sounded. The corpses in the coffins floated up together, and using their half-rotten faces, they looked out of the dream. With his heart skipping a beat, Klein lost control of it, as though it was grabbed by invisible hands and ripped straight out of his chest. His dream collapsed into fragments. The final scene he saw was that not only were the corpses growing white feathers, but thin, illusory black tubes stabbed into their bodies, extending deep into the mausoleum, where an endless, cold, sinister, black fog emanated. The black fog slowly contracted and expanded, producing panting sounds. When this scene landed in Klein's eyes and ears, the color in his skin rapidly drained, leaving it rotting and overflowing with pus. His paws produced thin, dense white feathers as the projection of Azek's copper whistle in his hand shattered into a blob of black fog. The long mottled table in the ancient palace rotted and collapsed as the 22 high-backed chairs were enveloped by white feathers. Seeing the endless grey fog silently churn, the mysterious space gently stirred, quickly restoring everything to normal. Klein, who had collapsed, grabbed the table leg and slowly stood up. Sitting back in his chair, he exhaled slowly. He rubbed his temples and subconsciously did a comparison. Weaker than the true creator and eternal blazing sun, but stronger than Mr. Dor. However, I'm not sure if it's because the latter was exiled. Why am I thinking about these comparisons? It's not like I'm their match. He felt a baffling sense of regret as he cast his gaze to the side of his chair, where an illusory black fog floated. There's no sensation of strength, which means it can't be used as a charm. What is its use? He summoned a backup paper angel and cast it onto the fog. The moment the two made contact, they immediately fused. The paper figurine quickly turned black, and on its back grew white feathers. This change was only maintained for a second. The figurine returned to its original state, but it didn't seem corporeal, as though it was half illusory. Apart from that, feather-like patterns covered its back. What can this be used for? He didn't dare to use divination to determine its effects, afraid to see the scene from his dream again. After repeated checks, he determined that it didn't contain any powers itself, but was substantially unique. Perhaps it could create special effects related to the undead domain when used as a paper figurine substitute or paper angel. He immediately put away the mutated paper figurine and began interpreting the scene from his dream. Black mausoleum. Open coffins, corpses with feathers. These revelations seemed to point towards death or a certain product of the numinous episcopate's artificial death. Right, why did I find what I saw familiar? He quickly found an answer. He had seen a similar scene in a divination a long time ago, when he divined the result of hiding matters related to Mr. Azik from the Nighthawks. Back then he had seen two scenes, one of himself being pulled from a sea of blood by Azik, the other of them in a dark mausoleum searching for something. The former had been verified during the meteor incident, the latter finally revealed clues today. Could it be that the place Mr. Azik and I will be exploring is the mausoleum I just saw? But this mausoleum is very dangerous. The object in the deepest part has a very high level, only slightly weaker than true deities. He knitted his brows, believing that their exploration wasn't naturally a good thing. This made him believe it was necessary to stop Mr. Azik, but he also suspected that the scene couldn't be avoided. At least during my first divination, there was only the exploration and no danger. Perhaps there's a way to circumvent it. He planned on vaguely mentioning his dream to Mr. Azik and allowing him to share his views. After making up his mind, he vanished from above the grey fog. Light, shattered light and the pure light of dawn, emitted from demon hunter Wade Chermont's body, dissolving the white feathers that grew out of his paws. His arm muscles swelled as he pulled the bowstring of the dragon-slaying bow, allowing silver electric bolts and dawn's light to mesh into a dazzling arrow. The arrow flew out and hit the heavy iron-black coffin on the altar. Silently, the arrow's beam dimmed and vanished, and the area around the altar turned darker and more gloomy. Inside the coffin, a sound that resembled bones rubbing against each other sounded. Why are you disturbing my slumber? Upon hearing this, Waite's heart instantly became heavy, as it meant that the former chief might have transformed into a monster. The City of Silver's attempt at salvation had once again failed. With a bang, the coffin's lid flew up and shattered. A large wave of black fog emanated out. Amidst this scene, Waite saw a figure slowly stand up. He was nearly 4 meters tall, his limbs long, his body covered in white feathers tainted with faint yellow oil. Behind his back were thin, illusory black tubes that connected out into infinity. Behind the 3 members of the 6-member council, a huge wave stirred in the pitch-black river as all sorts of arms, tentacles, and veins surged over. At this moment, Waite saw the chief's body transform rapidly, his bulging muscles tearing his clothes inch by inch. Chapter 902, Shadow. In just a blink of an eye, Colin Iliad had transformed into a 4-meter-tall giant. His skin was bluish-black and muscular. Every inch of his skin, pores and flesh seemed to violate the normal confines of a human body, a unique combination that possessed an unimaginable shock factor. This was something that couldn't be described superficially, as apart from quantitative terms, there was information, strength, and spirituality as measurement quantities. They were directly presented and seemed to be rich with complicated mystical patterns, symbols, and labels. But in fact, there wasn't any change. The former was just a partial image that humans received, due to their lacking the ability to sense and discern him. But even so, to face such a creature directly, humans without any godhood would still be corrupted by the spirituality, having their minds thrashed. A common outcome would either be death on the spot, or going completely mad. It was precisely due to this fact that this creature was known in mysticism as a mythical creature. However, at that moment, Colin Iliad's head didn't experience any obvious changes. All it did was swell up significantly, and the area from his forehead to nose cracked open with a black, vertical, eye-like rift. Before reaching sequence 2, the mythical creature form of a demigod was incomplete. Faced with a powerhouse of this level, the advantages and disadvantages of taking such a form were obvious. On one hand, this enhanced one's strength and level significantly. On the other hand, it would result in intense madness and provide strong inclinations towards losing control. It was a non-trivial test of one's rationality. Most saints would consider transforming into an incomplete mythical creature only if they were forced into a corner. Most of the time, there were 2 extremes. One extreme was the minority who indulged in their desires. The other was the kind who had extremely strong willpower. Once the former produced the mythical creature form, it was equivalent to them losing control with no way of transforming back. The latter could use their mythical creature form as a rather normal battle tactic. Among the City of Silver's 6-member council, Chief Colin Iliad was one of the few who could control his mythical creature form as a demon hunter. He held the two swords that were slathered with different ointments. Just taking a step forward with his right foot sent the land shaking as he leaped up towards the top of the altar. He then pounced towards the former chief, whose body was covered in white feathers. His giant-like body's interior and exterior produced dawn-like light that scattered the surrounding darkness, purifying the harrowing creatures that were in the illusionary river behind them. At the same time, Waite Chermont kept drawing his dragon-slaying bow, strafing around the former chief that had transformed into an unknown monster with blinding silver lightning arrows. Lovia had already closed her eyes. The 5-meter-tall, silver-armored knight behind her had phased away. Dragging its illusory greatsword, it charged straight at the altar, producing cracks that overflowed with silver light. In addition to that, at the shepherd elder's feet, the shadows that curled into a bundle suddenly began squirming as though they had come to life. It quickly left Lovia, and amidst the environment intermixing with darkness and the dawn, it followed the eeriness and quickly headed for the iron-black coffin above the altar. However, its target didn't seem to be the mutated former chief, but the thin, illusory black tubes that were stabbed into his body while extending into infinity. Moments after Klein returned to the real world, he heard the loud sounds of waves crashing and the prostitutes on the streets screaming in horror. Slightly surprised, he walked to the window and, through the gap of two messily built buildings, saw lead-colored clouds stacked together as waves swarmed the area beyond Poto Harbor. A black hurricane extended from the surface of the sea to the air, tainted with dark silver lightning as it silently destroyed everything. It was like a door that led to the apocalypse had finally been opened, and inside the port city the void had turned translucent. Skulls with open mouths, vines with baby faces, bloody arms and strange slimy tentacles with teeth were slamming at the boundary between the illusory and reality. It was thrilling and horrendous. This made many pirates tremble in the knees as they didn't dare stay on the streets. All of them rushed into nearby buildings. The seemingly invisible wraiths and shadows flew around, appearing from time to time, attempting to scream but unable to make contact. At that moment, Poto Harbor seemed to fall into the hell known as the underworld. Klein frowned slightly, having had a guess as to what was happening. Back when he made a divination above the grey fog, it angered the object deep in the gloomy mausoleum. It then unleashed its temper, changing the weather of the Berserk Sea and Poto Harbor, creating the phenomena of the underworld's descent. This also means that the mausoleum is indeed concealed somewhere in the Berserk Sea. It's probably something that Death left back then. Of course, this might not be at odds with the product of the Numinous Episcopate's artificial death project. The two might be fused together. Klein retracted his gaze and quickly set up a ritual, sacrificing a Zix copper whistle to the mysterious space above the grey fog to prevent the unknown, strange and evil object from locking onto him. After doing that, he looked out of the window at the abnormality that was gradually calming down and said with a self-deprecating laugh, "That's such an endearing welcome. The Numinous Episcopate will definitely notice the abnormality of the Berserk Sea. I wonder what actions they will take." Above the illusory pitch-black river, the waves slowly calmed down. The arms, vines, and tentacles were either vaporized or had no choice but to retract themselves. Around the altar, the land was already covered in cracks. There were white feathers stained with yellow oil everywhere. Colin Iliad, in his giant form, had stabbed both swords into the former chief's body, pinning the rotting monster onto the collapsed altar. Waite Chermont's dragon-slaying bow had already condensed a silver arrow of light that was filled with a wrathful aura, aiming it at the head of the former chief, which only had tiny pieces of flesh hanging off it. The shadow that Lovia had produced had successfully arrived at the altar under the Silver Knight's cover. While the other two elders weren't paying attention, the shadow leaped and pounced at the black tubes that extended into infinity from the former chief's body. With the incorporeal tubes approaching, the shadow's color darkened, the blackness seeming to embody the most corrupt and evil thoughts of humanity. At this moment, a deep voice resounded around the altar. "Fate." The area in front of the shadow instantly darkened before realizing that it had pounced on the giant like Colin Iliad. Colin looked down at it, his eyes lit with a pure brilliance, like the first sliver of light that illuminates the darkness on an extended night. The light grew brighter as it blasted out of the mausoleum, causing the basement of the City of Silver's spire to produce an even brighter and dazzling light that met with it. When the two met in mid-air, they fell back down, landing upon Colin Iliad's massive body. The pitch-black shadow evaporated with a sizzle, and the distortion and squirming weakened until they completely vanished. Demon Hunter Colin turned back to glance at Lovia without a word or expression, as though nothing had happened. He quickly retracted his gaze and directed the remnant beam straight into the former chief through the dual swords. Lovia stood there with her eyes closed without showing any signs of panic or fear. Instead, she slowly sighed. In the City of Generosity, Byam Alger Wilson circled around many times to escape any imaginary trackers before arriving at the artisan's residence. He had heard that the artisan had recently been infected by a disease and strange snoopers had appeared in the vicinity. Alger's first suspicion was the Demoness sect, but he felt that the artisan had no way to withstand their charm, so there was no need for them to go through such a roundabout manner. Therefore, he believed that there was another reason for the matter and needed to see it for himself, to prevent the delivery of the mystical item from being delayed. Amidst the ringing of the doorbell, the artisan's main door opened. A thin and tanned middle-aged man glanced at Alger and said, "Why are you here?" This person was none other than artisan Sea Elf. "Didn't you say you were sick?" Alger asked, seemingly casual. Sea Elf yawned. "I'm already better." Alger was taken aback as he looked around. "Where's that strange snooper?" Sea Elf's eye bags were a little puffy as his brown eyes revealed looks of fatigue and impatience. "Who the hell knows? There's been no sign of the snooper anyway. In short, I'll be moving soon. It's too dangerous here." Alger sighed in relief. "That's good." He paused for a moment before saying, "Aren't you inviting me for a cup?" "A fellow like you who only seeks high-proof alcohol has no way of appreciating fine wine." Sea Elf pulled at his flaxen-colored hair and moved to the side to make way. Alger walked in stably, and with just one glance he had taken in the entire area. Chapter 903, Scholar-Type Bishop. Sea Elf's residence wasn't messy and dirty like most bachelors. Things were placed neatly, and there wasn't any dust on any surfaces. After all, as an artisan, he didn't lack money. Many of his actions simply required that secrets were kept, so it wasn't convenient for him to hire a large number of fixed servants. Scanning the area, Alger discovered nothing that was off from his previous visit. The furnishing was extremely simple, without any expensive ornaments, oil paintings or sculptures, resembling the residence of an ordinary person. Of course, Alger knew very well that Sea Elf definitely deserved the title of being a tycoon. He just didn't care about putting on a so-called decent image. A cup of Sonia blood wine. Alger's expression remained unchanged, but his verbal and body language indicated that he was coming in simply to get a free cup of wine. Sea Elf shrugged. "You should feel lucky. I don't have the habit of keeping Lanty-proof." He walked to the tiny bar counter in the living room and took out a bottle of exquisite Sonia blood wine, then overturned 2 cups. Finding a sofa to sit down, Alger took the opportunity to raise his hand to massage his neck, as though to relieve any discomfort. Using the cover of this action, he naturally took a glance at his surroundings, quickly making an observation of all the spots where he hadn't been able to see previously. Through the glass of a cupboard a distance away, he saw some dried grass and flowers, red-rimmed flowers, blood moon flowers, and monkey-faced tree leaves. Their common characteristic was that they were common in the southern continent, but were practically not seen in the northern continent. Alger retracted his gaze as he silently watched Sea Elf carry the bottle of wine and wine glasses over. Reaching out to take the glass, he began idly chatting about the recent developments at sea until the small half-filled bottle was finished. Upon seeing this, Alger smiled and bade farewell before leaving. 5 minutes after he left, Sea Elf, who had silently sat down to indulge in his tipsy experience, suddenly stood up, walked to the staircase, and opened a wooden door that led to the cellar. Did he suspect anything? No. Regardless, this place is no longer suitable for you to live in. You need to move away as soon as possible. I still have certain commissions that I haven't completed. You don't have to. You will receive a new life. All right. 2 buildings away, Alger sat on a long bench in someone's garden, cupping his right hand to his ear as he heard the conversation that came with the wind. In West Balham, outside a seemingly ordinary house, Danitz wiped the sweat from his forehead as he looked at Anderson, feeling unnerved. It's really due to your bad relationship with the Church of Knowledge that you're egging me on to come here to request for a language comprehension charm, Anderson said in a self-deprecating and unfazed manner. You shouldn't describe it as bad. Then hostile? Danitz blurted out. Anderson shot him a glance. A more accurate description is that, be it me, or the people from the Church of Knowledge, neither one of us wishes to interact with one another. Danitz clenched his boxing glove. But how should I request for the charm? Do I just head straight to a clergyman of an Orthodox god and mention something about mysticism? I'll end up locked up. Anderson threw up his hands. Simple, just directly mention my name, then indicate that you came to West Balham for some pressing matter and do not have the time to learn Deutanese, nor do you dare to hire a local interpreter. During this process, you must showcase your knowledge of many northern continent languages. Then, they will test you. When that happens, all you need to do is get a good score and you'll receive the charms. Test. Danitz's temples throbbed as he forced a smile. You aren't going yourself because you're afraid of the tests, aren't you? His original intent was to randomly use some words, but he ended up seeing Anderson's expression freeze. From the looks of it, there's still something you're afraid of. Danitz chortled inwardly, suddenly filled with confidence. He took large strides into the ordinary house and discovered that its interior was more of an amalgamation of classrooms. Then he saw a grizzled elder. Although the man wasn't wearing clergyman robes, his unique scholarly air convinced Danitz that he was at least a bishop. Hello there, Danitz said with a smile. The elder silently watched him approach before slowly saying, Danitz. Danitz froze on the spot, his mind filled with questions. The elder glanced at him. You are here for language comprehension charms? Yes. Danitz nodded with a blank look, suddenly having the feeling that he had 0 secrets. The scholarly old gentleman nodded gently. Are you planning on heading to the places ruled by Catamia and my Sanchez? Yes, Danitz continued his blank expression. The elder took out 4 brass charms from his pocket. These can be used for 2 months. They should be enough. Danitz received them. That's it? It's that simple? Isn't there supposed to be a test? You don't want it? The elder asked with a smile. No, it's not that. Danitz shook his head and asked, How do you know me? How do you know I want language comprehension charms? The elder's eyes held a few looks of pity. Your captain contacted me. She said that you refused to stop no matter how much they called out to you when you left the ship, rushing straight into the harbor. She had actually prepared a few language comprehension charms for you. I should have long realized that. Captain is such a meticulous person. Danitz resisted the urge to slap himself. The elder saw the changes in his expression and shook his head. It probably wasn't your own idea to seek help here, right? I was about to use divination to find you. Ah, right. It was suggested by Anderson Hood, Danitz replied immediately. The elder was taken aback, his expression turning ashen. At that moment, Anderson was sitting outside in the shade, leisurely waiting. Just as he finished drawing King of the North Ulysson's head, he heard a familiar gait. He looked up and saw Danitz holding a stack of paper, walking over with mixed emotions. You failed the test? Anderson gave a sincere smile. Danitz shook his head blankly. There wasn't a test. Anderson was first taken aback. Help from your captain? Danitz tersely confirmed it, handing the stack of paper to Anderson. This is what the bishop wishes me to inform you. A real hunter doesn't only rely on instinct or solely focus on the prey's information. They also need to learn how to grasp the prey's psyche and use all kinds of additional information. This is the information he wants to give you. Anderson's expression became contorted for a brief moment before it was restored. He chuckled. Thankfully, that's not much. Danitz's lips quivered as he held back his laughter. That's only the table of contents. That bishop said that you should try to finish reading all the books mentioned in it within 2 years. Anderson's smile finally froze. In Eskilson Harbour, Desi Bay, Klein, like any normal tourist, bought tickets to East Balham and boarded a hybrid steam and sail liner. With a hum, the ship left the harbour and entered the Berserk Sea. Midway, he discovered the Loan Kingdom's Desi fleet patrolling the safe sea route. From the looks of it, the abnormality in the Berserk Sea has garnered the attention of the Loan military. This way, the numinous episcopate likely has no way of investigating these waters without problems. Klein stood inside his cabin, looking at the scenery. At this moment he heard stacked, illusory pleas, and hurriedly headed above the grey fog. The prayer was from the hanged man, requesting Mr. Fool to inform the hermit that the artisan was suspected to be controlled by a cult, and that he wished to receive some help from her. Chapter 904, Analysis. The artisan is suspected to be under the control of a cult, yet he's trying to get the hermit's help? Just get the world. Who knows which waters the future is in and how long it would take to reach there. What's more, the world can teleport. After hearing the hanged man's prayers, Klein subconsciously rebutted his request, believing that it would delay an opportunity. He then calmed down, believing that with Mr. Hanged Man's experience, it was impossible for him to commit such a simple error. This also means that Mr. Hanged Man has determined that the matter hasn't reached a critical state. He even wishes to observe further. Besides, since Ma'am Hermit had offered to provide help in advance, it means that she believes her region of activity would overlap with Mr. Hanged Man's. If anything happens, she would be able to rush there. Klein tapped the edges of the mottled table, believing that he should trust Mr. Hanged Man's experience. As his thoughts stirred, he threw the Hanged Man's prayer scene into the crimson star representing the hermit. As he was waiting for her reply, he saw the star representing the sun suddenly contract and expand as it produced stacked layers of prayers. The City of Silver's exploration of the former chief's mausoleum has some preliminary results? Klein guessed as he emanated his spirituality over. Little Sun began recounting everything that had happened, including encountering the souls of deceased relatives, the river hiding countless strange creatures, and facing the incomplete mythical creature form of the former chief, whose body was covered in white feathers. He also included Shepherd Lovia's attempt to pounce onto the illusory tubes that extended out of the former chief's body, an attempt that was stopped when Colin Iliad used the Fate Siphon charm. Thin illusory black tubes, white feathers stained with pale yellow oil. This sounds familiar. Yes, wasn't this the main characteristic in the scene I saw when I divined the abnormality with Azik's copper whistle? And the former chief built the mausoleum to switch to Sequence 3 ferryman of the death pathway. As Klein listened, his mind raced, joining the dots. Soon, he had a bold guess. The mutation of the City of Silver's former chief had a certain connection with the numinous episcopate's artificial death project. Although this conclusion sounded unbelievable since the City of Silver was in the isolated forsaken land of the gods, the numerous similarities made Klein combine the actions of Shepherd Lovia and seriously consider what the two seemingly unconnected matters might point towards. From the scene he received from divination, his own experience of growing white feathers, and the encounter of the three elders, he began suspecting that the numinous episcopate's attempt might have achieved success to a certain degree. Through a series of rituals, they had influenced death's remains, causing that abstract uniqueness to generate some form of sentience, allowing an object that was only a concept to come to life. Hence, this unintelligent object had begun assimilating the entire ritual, eagerly exerting its influence on lower sequence beyonders of the same pathway. After reaching certain conditions, the object hidden in the depths of the black fog could extend thin, illusory black tubes, establishing connections with a target to transform their body. And this method might involve the underworld or something special about Death's domain, allowing it to circumvent the force that isolated the forsaken land of the gods. Therefore, the shadow that Shepherd Elder Lavia produced was a bestowment of the true creator. Its goal was to follow the thin illusory tubes and trace the remains of the corrupted Death. Thankfully, the current chief of the City of Silver knew to seek help. By using the Fate Siphon charm, he remarkably foiled the true creator's ploy. Ha! As the fool, I seem to have crossed the true creator once again. Of course, Ammon will be the one taking the blame since the Worm of Time was contributed by him. Through Little Son's description, Klein roughly figured out the hidden conflict. Meanwhile, he also gained a first look at the Shepherd Elder's mental condition. To Lovia, the thin illusory tubes were the key to escaping the forsaken land of the gods. Therefore, she was very certain of her actions, without showing any signs of regret. It's not too terrifying to have someone do evil deeds. What's most terrifying is when people who have a martyrish mentality do evil they believe to be right. Klein couldn't help but sigh. At this point, Derek had already recounted how the three elders had retrieved a special sealed artifact, a Beyonder characteristic left behind by the former chief that had fused with his bones. The former chief was from the giant pathway. The ferryman potion he consumed corresponds to the death pathway. The two characteristics mixed together must be weirder than a single pathway. As Klein thought, he listened to Little Son wrap up the topic before mentioning the monster known as a shapeshifter. After he finished describing it, Klein felt that shapeshifters were very likely Bizarro Banes. He hurriedly summoned a gold coin and did a divination to confirm his guess. With Little Son's current strength, there's no way for him to hunt it. I can only wait. After requesting Mr. Fool to pass the information to Mr. World, Derek said that he had enough points and could soon exchange for the Sequence 5 vampire characteristic, so he requested that Mr. Moon prepare himself. On the future, Admiral of Stars Cataleya thanked Mr. Fool and nudged her glasses. Opening the window, she shouted, "Turn towards Byam." After issuing the command, she curled the corners of her mouth. She finally had the chance to establish a long-term cooperation with an artisan. But at that moment, she thought of a problem. If she easily received the help of an artisan, would Frank Lee, who hadn't been able to obtain a Sequence 5 potion formula, attempt to make the druid characteristic into an item to expedite his experiments? That's not a good thing. Cataleya subconsciously pinched her forehead. On the liner, Klein, who had finished handling the matters, focused on enjoying his trip. Due to the Berserk Sea's abnormal weather, the liner had chosen a safer, roundabout sea route, planning to dock at a harbour named Halman for the night. Klein didn't alight, instead remaining at a window-side table in the upper-level restaurant for dinner. While waiting, he casually looked out the window and took in the local night skyline. Suddenly, he discovered a suspicious figure with a luggage bag preparing to board the ship. The reason he appeared suspicious wasn't only because he was wearing a black overcoat and tall top hat, but that he wore a scarf that wrapped his face, hiding his physical features. All that was left were a pair of eyes, and those were peeled to the ground, preventing anyone from discerning his actual appearance. Chapter 905, Psychological Blind Spot. Based on his experience from watching many detective animations, Klein believed that someone who wore a scarf to conceal his face was likely problematic, especially when it wasn't winter yet. However, this has nothing to do with me. Even if a locked room murder mystery happens, the one having a headache would be the captain. I should head above the grey fog later to do a divination, he thought, not minding the matter too much. He retracted his gaze and looked at the Desi roasted fish that was being served. After having dinner, he returned to his cabin and completed a divination, obtaining the conclusion that everything would happen smoothly. This allowed him to fall asleep peacefully. With a whistle from the steam engine, the liner began moving and departing Halman Harbour. The harbour could still be vaguely seen as Klein saw a figure there. The figure wore a white shirt and a dark blue coat, with a rather high nose, deeply recessed eyes, and light blue eyes. He gave off a supercilious look. With a sweep of his gaze, he quickly locked onto the liner, which Klein was on. At this moment, the sky suddenly darkened, as though a door leading into a pitch-black land had formed. A deafening typhoon stirred up from the seabed, surging upwards with massive amounts of blue mass as dark lightning flashed. This completely blocked the vision of those on the liner and at the harbour. What a coincidence. This likely isn't a coincidence. Standing behind the window of his cabin, Klein first sighed inwardly before coming to the conclusion that this sudden anomaly was due to unnatural reasons. The man at the dock is tracking the suspicious tourist from last night. And that tourist decided to change the weather upon realizing that he had been exposed, he guessed. And if that really were the case, it meant that the suspicious passenger might very well be a demigod or someone who carried a Grade 1 sealed artifact. Seriously? I just want to be a normal tycoon. Why would I encounter a pursuit at the level of demigods? Sigh. I'm under too much stress that my sequence doesn't deserve. Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh and finally chose to believe the divination he made last night. Amidst the storm, the wobbling liner cruised along a rather calm stretch. Most of the tourists wore calm looks as though accustomed to such conditions. Time ticked by as the gales and lightning gradually calmed down. At this moment, Klein, who was on the deck, felt his spiritual perception trigger. He subconsciously looked in the direction of Holman Harbor. Above the undulating waves, a white, radiant flame was flying over at high speeds. The flame increased in size until it revealed its complete form, a gigantic flaming spear. It tore across the sky and landed at the bow of the liner's deck, materializing into the man who had previously appeared at the dock. He looked middle-aged as he slowly surveyed the area and walked through the wide-eyed tourists before walking into the cabin. The similarly agape Dwayne Dantes quietly sighed in relief when he confirmed that the person wasn't here for him. The way he appeared sure is cool, as expected of a demigod. I'll only be able to save a few. Klein habitually drew the sign of the crimson moon on his chest, praying for the goddess to bless them. Just as he had such a thought, he saw a figure fly out of the cabin, slamming heavily onto the deck. It was the suspicious tourist. This man had already revealed half his face. The tip of his nose was red, and he had a thick beard. His nearly triangular eyes were filled with horror as he held his hands to the deck, crawling backward. Who got you to carry that item and put on such a disguise? At the cabin's entrance, the middle-aged man with the high nose and blue eyes slowly walked out, speaking in Intis with a heavy voice. The suspicious tourist shook his head frantically. No, I don't know. He was also wearing the same. She gave me £100 to take this ship to the southern continent before returning by myself. The middle-aged man silently watched with a penetrating glare. This made the tourist break out into a sweat as his body convulsed, but there weren't any changes to his explanation. The man retracted his gaze before his body burst into white radiant flames. Following that, he transformed into a gigantic flaming spear and shot towards Holman Harbor, quickly disappearing into the distance. A simple but smart ruse. By getting someone to disguise as himself and board the ship, then using certain means to control the weather, thus creating proof that he's on the ship, but in actual fact, he had been at the harbor the entire time. Once the enemy starts the pursuit, he can then attempt to escape. Enlightened, Klein made a judgment. As for the man who transformed into a flaming spear, his arrogance and use of the Intis language made Klein believe that he was probably a demigod from the Hunter pathway. Amidst the noisy commotion, the liner continued forward. Like usual, Klein didn't alight at the next harbor. He took out his gold pocket watch to determine the time. Another half an hour, he muttered, looking out the window. At this moment, many tourists were heading for the dock. As he swept his gaze, it suddenly stopped on a figure in a black bonnet with dark golden sideburns. His lips were tightly pursed, and his facial features were clear and distinct, like an ancient classical sculpture. He wasn't carrying any luggage, and soon he stepped onto the dock and disappeared into the corner of the road. Klein just watched motionlessly, as though his body wasn't his. He felt every drop of his blood turn cold as a name appeared in his mind, Ince Zangwill. The street lamps on the harbor had already lit up. Dwayne Dantes was waiting inside a first-class cabin in darkness. Klein had already sat down, and all kinds of thoughts flashed across his mind. This is the first time I'm discovering signs of Ince Zangwill after the great smog of Backland. The demigod from before was probably tracking him. His tricks are more profound than I thought. He found someone to disguise as him to create a mental blind spot, making one subconsciously eliminate this ship from the possible options. He was here from the beginning. That coincidental change in weather was likely created by Ince Zangwill with 008. Why would he be pursued by an Intis hunter demigod? What is he plotting? Amidst his churning thoughts, Klein suddenly took out the adventurer's harmonica and blew it. Silently, Miss Messenger Raynette Tinnicker appeared before him. Klein opened his mouth before closing them again. Picking up a pen, he quickly wrote, Mr. Dwayne Dantes has discovered traces of Ince Zangwill on Waypoint Island in the Berserk Sea. Folding the letter, he handed it along with a gold coin to Miss Messenger. Send it to the mailbox at Backlund's 7 Pinster Street. The 4 heads in Raynette Tinnicker's hand turned at the same time as her 8 eyes looked at Klein. She didn't say anything and bit onto the letter and gold coin. Chapter 906, Leonard's Warning. The pitch-black night had the crimson moon covered by clouds, with only street lamps on both sides of the road emitting a faint light. The mailbox at 7 Pinster Street was silently hiding in the intersection between light and dark. At this moment, newspapers, bills, and letters suddenly spewed out from its mouth. These objects seemed to be dragged by an invisible hand as they floated in mid-air before flying towards the door and entering through a gap. Inside the house at the foyer, the newspapers automatically spread open as they rapidly flipped over before being left on a chair. The bills and letters continued flying into the living room, with the former quickly lining up on the coffee table. The latter had their envelopes removed, the letters unfolding themselves in mid-air. After a while, a portion of these flew onto a rack in the study, while some rushed for scissors to help cut themselves apart, then orderly surged into the washroom and were thrown into the toilet. The toilet automatically flushed, washing the paper shreds into the sewers. 7 Pinster Street then went back to normal. In Colane City, East Balham, Leonard Mitchell, who had just arrived, was resting in a residence arranged by the local church of Evernight. Suddenly, that slightly aged voice sounded in his mind. "Punk, you have an important letter." "What letter?" Leonard asked softly, already having a guess in mind. At that moment, Palais replied, "It's from Klein Moretti. He said that while Dwayne Dantes was heading to the southern continent, he discovered traces of Ince Zangwill on Waypoint Island in the Berserk Sea." Leonard fell silent immediately, his mouth agape. After a long while, he muttered with a slightly hoarse voice. As expected, he didn't forget the need for revenge. "What can I do?" "What can you do? You're only a Sequence 6. Even if Ince Zangwill doesn't wield 0008, you still lack the qualifications to exact vengeance on him. He just needs to reveal his mythical creature form to make you lose control. The chances of you getting your revenge are 0, Palais Zoroast said rather sternly. He paused before chuckling. "Thankfully, you understand yourself in a way that's better than before. In the past, you definitely would have said that you would inform the church with news of Ince Zangwill and join the team to pursue him." Leonard had wanted to retort, but ultimately didn't say a word. Palais continued. "What you can do for now is to give Klein Moretti some information. Wait for him to write back to you. Then, based on the arrangements written, provide the necessary assistance." "So no finding excuses so as to inform the church of Ince Zangwill's location?" Leonard asked, somewhat surprised. Palais chuckled. "No hurry. Do it at the critical moment. Although 008 enjoys causing its possessor's death, it doesn't wish to be sealed even more so. As long as you inform the church of Ince Zangwill's location, it will immediately learn of it and make the necessary arrangements. Regarding this, you need to warn Klein Moretti." Leonard was taken aback. "Old man, you seem to know 008 rather well." Palais's slightly aged voice chuckled. "Of course I am. During the 4th epoch, 008 had once caused the death of an angel. I can't tell you too much because once you know of it, it will also know you. The more you know, the more likely you will become a character in its stories." Leonard came to an actual realization of 008's terror from the old man's vague words. After some thought, he asked, "Then how should I hint to Klein Moretti without letting 008 know?" Just as he said that, he clasped his hands and gritted his teeth. Without waiting for a reply, he continued, "An indirect hint. I'll tell him I'll temporarily not inform the church. I believe he should be able to understand that there's a problem, and even if he fails to interpret that, his secret organization has members who can provide him with help. Also, just writing the sentence, once you know it, it will also know you, without mentioning 008 should be enough for him to guess what this is pointing at." After Palais finished listening, he chuckled. Humans will only grow under pressure. Leonard exhaled and sat up, He found a pen and paper, penned his thoughts, set up a ritual, and summoned Gairman Sparrow's messenger. On a liner docked at the harbour on Waypoint Island, Klein, who was acting as Dwayne Dantes, lived in a spacious, luxurious first-class cabin. Under some candlelight, he opened the letter that had just been delivered by Reinette Tinnecker. Will not be informing the Church of Ince Zangwill's location for the time being. This means that he has a reason why he can't sound the alarm. As Klein thought, he continued reading. Once you know it, it will also know you. Suddenly he exclaimed, finding the description somewhat familiar. This is very similar to the Twilight Hermit Order. Any mention of it will be known. So, 008 is a sealed artifact of the Spectator Pathway. Leonard isn't informing the Church because he's held back by this. He wishes to wait for a better opportunity? This is likely something the grandpa in his body told him. Klein nodded in thought, feeling thankful that he hadn't asked Reinette Tinnecker for help moments ago. That would have been equally dangerous for Miss Messenger. Besides, I haven't made any preparations. If I were to only rely on a helper I hire, my plan might very well be detected by 008 ahead of time. He silently sighed, feeling that he needed to do something, but he was at a loss as to how to begin. From the angle of improving his strength, the acquirement of ingredients for Bizarro Bane and Spirit World Plunderer depended on external factors he had no means of expediting. The only thing he could do was to try his best to digest the marionettist potion as quickly as possible. And after concluding most of the acting principles, the actual implementation was more important. Therefore, Klein believed that he needed to obtain 2 marionettes within a short span of time. He decided that as long as he identified an evil target who deserved the gallows, he would first transform them into his marionette until he had a better replacement. Perhaps using an ordinary marionette to complete a rather difficult task will accelerate the digestion. Heh, my standards for a marionette has dropped to its lowest. All it needs to know is Dutanese. Klein quickly made up his mind, planning to write to Leonard after he had a more advanced plan. In Colaine City, East Balam, Klein carried his luggage and stepped onto the dock, touching ground on the southern continent. He looked into the distance at the city that was built on terraces and silently said to himself, I have to have 2 marionettes when I leave this place. And before that he had one thing to do, lose the tail of the followers that the military had arranged. The 2 gentlemen were rather good at being spies, but to Klein, they were as bright as fireflies in the night. No matter how well disguised they were, he could use his faceless ability to recognize them at a glance. Chapter 907, The Power of Mysticism. Most of Colaine City's buildings were built on paths that spiraled upwards, with squares or small towns in the middle on rather flat, open spaces. Klein carried his luggage, and with his spiritual intuition as a seer, he randomly chose a direction and found a relatively lively bar along the way. There weren't many carriages on the streets. The most popular means of transportation in East Balam was a coffin. This stemmed from their traditions of worshipping death, as people viewed coffins as items that brought serenity and peace. Klein often saw people walking past him carrying a black coffin, its lid lighter than the usual kind, like a carriage door that could be opened at any time. They're carried via 2, 4, or 8 people, or by horses or single-horned goats. Such a tradition is quite terrifying at night. It's not much better in the day. The entire city feels dark and creepy. Klein took in the scenery as he walked into a square. On the left was a cathedral of the Lord of Storms, and on the right were restaurants and bars. As he stopped, a coffin being carried by 4 men was also lowered. The lid was opened, and the passenger inside, a Northern Continent-styled gentleman in a white shirt and black vest, stood up and took a step forward. The gentleman's formal coat was slung against his arm, something he wore only after he left the coffin. Then Klein saw the man head straight for the Lord of Storms Cathedral. This sure is quite discordant. Doesn't the Church of Storms enjoy changing the traditions of the colonies? Why don't they do that in East Balam? Is it because the Death Pathway and Evernite Pathway are similar, so the Church of Storms wishes to preserve some of the traditions to curb the proliferation of the Church of Evernite? Klein nodded in thought as he turned to enter one of the bars. Having experienced it personally, He came to a realization as to why the dressing style of the ancient Balam Empire was written as such in history books. They enjoy wearing trousers that are light and breezy. Isn't this to make it easier to lie in a coffin when outside? He shook his head with a smile as he pushed open the heavy wooden door and squeezed through the drunkards. At this moment, the two military followers had deliberately opened up a distance from him. Taking this brief reprieve, Klein suddenly switched directions and passed through the crowd like a fish in water, heading straight for the bar's back door. After circling to a blind spot, he quickly took off his coat and slung it on his arm. Immediately, he reached out his palm to cover his face, slowed his pace and turned directions again, heading for the entrance. After opening up a distance of nearly 10 meters, he lowered his hand to reveal a completely different, common Lonese face. With luggage and cane in hand, Klein walked staidly towards the two followers, and as they were looking for Duane Dantes, walked right past them and left the bar. Be it tracking or anti-tracking, they were both strong traits of a faceless. Returning to the square, he turned into a sloped alley, planning on finding a hotel. As he walked on a deserted path, he suddenly heard a woman's frantic cries, which were quickly silenced. He could sense the horror and panic in her voice, so he switched directions and entered a narrower trail. In less than 10 seconds, he saw a local man pressing against a 13 or 14-year-old girl in a secluded corner. Klein slowed his pace and stopped in the nearby shadows. The girl's face was extremely horrified, but regardless of how she struggled, she was unable to free herself. Her tears and snot flowed out while her mouth was stuffed with cloth. At this moment, she was surprised that the man's attempts to take off her clothes had slowed. His eyes had widened, his facial muscles writhing slowly, unable to form a complete expression. His limbs twitched and paused. The girl instinctively pushed him, and with surprisingly excellent results, she was freed. She stood up and fled, but her legs felt limp and she tripped over a stone. She heard the sound of footsteps behind her and fumbled to her feet, but almost immediately the footsteps ceased. She looked back to see the man standing 2 meters away, his joints making strange, rusted actions. What's happening? The girl felt as though she was having a nightmare. The brown-skinned man struggled for a moment before quietening down. Revealing a smile, he said in Dutanese, "In the future, when you meet someone like me, remember to head for the nearest cathedral, or somewhere where there's plenty of people." The girl screamed and ran as fast as she could. When the deserted spot was restored to silence, the brown-skinned man turned to look at the shadows where Klein walked out from. A new marionette. His body isn't strong enough, and he's not nimble enough. He lacks beyonder powers and looks rather fierce. Apart from knowing Dutanese, he's completely useless. I've no idea what his name is. I'll just call him Oaf. Klein rubbed his temples and sighed. He needed to leave the area with his new marionette before the girl-led clergyman over. Before long, with his marionette's translations, he found an inn to stay in. This place didn't need him to provide any proof of identity, even though he had already changed his appearance to that of a regular local. There's an even greater lack of administration management than the colonies at sea. He put down his luggage and threw most of the cash he brought above the grey fog, leaving only £50. Having crossed the Berserk Sea, he also took down the copper whistle and iron cigar case to make it easier for Mr. Razik to locate him. After finishing all of this, he had the spare time to seek out his second marionette. As for how, he decided to use his traits as a seer. With oath, he left the inn, snapped a branch of a Donningsman tree, and used it as a dowsing rod. He used cogitation and muttered, "Location of my new marionette." The branch fell to the ground and pointed in a direction. After advancing, he did another divination. 7 to 8 turns later, he arrived at a steep staircase with no one on it. The divination's revelation is pointing here. Why isn't there anyone? He frowned slightly but failed to find any targets. After some thought, he walked towards the staircase and sat in the shadows of the lowest step to wait. After a few minutes, he stood up again and made Oaf sit where he was, while he hid 200 meters away. In Colaine City's lower lip district, Leonard Mitchell and Daly Simone arrived with their Red Gloves team captain, Soest. With the night as cover, Soest emphasized the operation. Our target this time is Ulika, who's living at Unit 13. He's a rather important member of the Numinous Episcopate and is in charge of communicating with the different small teams in Backland. Although all our intelligence points to him not being a demigod, I have applied for a Grade 1 sealed artifact to be safe. Her Excellency, Goddess's Eye, is also ready to provide her assistance. Also, most of the residents of this district are locals. We have to be wary of them also being members of the Numinous Episcopate. Chapter 908, Not Leaving Any Problems. At 13 Canine Street in the Lower Lip District, the plump Ulika was sitting on a sofa, wrapping a dried yellowed tobacco leaf with 10 different kinds of southern continent herbs and spices, which he then cut into long strips. He held his self-made East Balham smoke pipe and brought it close to a lit matchstick. Biting its end and taking a deep suck, he slowly exhaled white smoke tainted with light blue hues. He looked at the visitor on the single-seater opposite him. This is what a cigarette is. A real cigarette. The ones in the northern continent are only suitable for children. The person sitting opposite him was a man in his 40s with a high nose, blue eyes, and thick, curly black hair, resembling a mixed blood between someone from Lone and Balham. He chuckled. Unfortunately, I have zero interest in any kind of cigarettes. Enzo, you don't know how to enjoy life at all. Before Ulika could finish, his powerful spirituality warned him of danger. The way it suddenly came made him instantly determined that the problem wasn't trivial. He had yet to leap away when all he saw was darkness. A strong sense of sleepiness overwhelmed him as he felt a level of serenity from the bottom of his heart. Along Canine Street, all the houses became abnormally silent, as though everyone had fallen asleep at the same moment. At this moment, the snoring and slumped Ulika suddenly leaped up, his eyes wearing a strange combination of a reverie and lucidity. Behind him, a nearly illusory girl with pale skin was stuck to his back. Her bluish-green eyes and jet-black lips were silently looking to the side, and her ghastly pale, translucent limbs had drilled into Ulika's body. Her existence brought a chill to his soul body, allowing him to barely resist his abnormal sleepiness and break free from the nightmare's influence. Before Ulika could completely regain his lucidity, he instinctively rushed to the staircase, extended his palms and exerted strength as though pushing a door that didn't exist. In a blink of an eye, a difficult-to-describe bronze door covered in mysterious patterns appeared. It wobbled and creaked before cracking open a gap that led to an endless darkness, where indescribable eyes watched the outside world. Meanwhile, large amounts of squirming, strange objects surged wildly from the gap. Ulika was about to continue exerting strength to open the door when he suddenly saw a pair of pale, translucent palms appear out of thin air, pressing down on the interior of the door's gap. The palms weren't connected to a body. Their wrists were bloody. Both parties exerted their strength as the mysterious bronze door stopped moving. High above, Soest, who was already a spirit warlock, was floating in mid-air, carrying a sundial made of gold which he slowly raised. When the golden sundial was finally raised above his head, its resplendent glow flowed out. Suddenly, another sun seemed to appear, directing all its light and heat at 13 Canine Street. None of it caused any damage as it penetrated the building and landed above the bronze door, enveloping Ulika. He instantly grimaced in extreme pain as the pale girl let out a shrill scream, which was drowned by the onslaught. She warped and quickly evaporated, producing wisps of black gases. After the sunlight faded, the bronze door vanished. On the ground was a black, swollen corpse. With a boom, the corpse tore apart as a thin, tiny figure leaped out. This figure had identical looks to Ulika, but its skin was raven black and sticky pus flowed across its body, which stood at a height of around 1.2 meters. The moment he appeared, he dashed for the staircase, burrowing into the cellar and opening a secret trapdoor. In just 10 seconds, the miniaturized Ulika saw the entrance. Hope. He gently clenched his right fist, producing about 8 transparent, illusory figures from his body, abominations that fused the characteristics of humans, plants, and animals. They held his arms and lifted his feet, taking off in flight. Right on the heels of that, the exit door flung open, leading to a silent, dark street corner. Ulika was just about to fly out when his eyes reflected a foggy lake. The lake shimmered with light as beautiful, illusory figures floated up. This was a powerful type of spirit, which human legends often deemed the goddess of the lake. At this moment, the strange transparent figures around Ulika uttered a monotonous sound of horror, throwing away the arms and legs they were carrying and drilling into his thin, pitch-black body. With a crash, Ulika fell to the ground, an intense sleepiness assaulting him. At the exit, Daily Simone, in her spirit medium robe, walked out. Looking at the 1.2-meter-tall Ulika, she said, "The deceased spirit he fused with is very strange. If it doesn't use a living human's body as a house, it will quickly dissipate. We need to make every second count in order to obtain information." In the shadows beside her, Leonard Mitchell walked out. He looked at her in surprise. "Aren't you a spirit guide? How do you control a goddess of the lake? Aren't you a poet? Why don't you write poems?" Daly snapped back. On the other end of the street, on a gentle cliff, a figure quickly moved downwards, landing in the shadowy corners of Jaw Street. It was Enzo, the guest at Ulika's place. He was one of the traitors of the Life School of Thought, enticed by the Rose School of Thought. He wished to lead a carefree life and take advantage of being a winner. This time, he was representing the Rose School of Thought to make contact with the numinous episcopate. To his surprise, Ulika had suffered a sudden, high-level raid. Thankfully, I'm good at anti-divination. The Church of Evernite members didn't know I was there. That sunlight mainly purifies objects with the power of death, evil, and corruption. It didn't deal much damage to me. That's likely a demigod-level attack. Enzo walked to the shadows, recalling what had just happened. After fleeing quite a distance, he discovered no one was chasing him and immediately relaxed with a sigh of relief. A winner is a winner, the eternal winner. Enzo recovered his usual confidence as he proceeded down the street with a smile, then turned to his left and quickly moved down a steep, long staircase. In the vicinity of Canine Street, Soest suddenly opened his eyes. There was a man named Enzo at Ulika's place. He's a member of the Rose School of Thought and doesn't have a low sequence. He probably enjoys quite an important position. You are to quickly search the surroundings and see if you can find any traces of him and try to capture him successfully. Don't leave any problems behind. Yes, Captain Soest. Leonard didn't hesitate to agree. Daly grabbed at the wind and cupped her hand to her ear. After listening for 2 to 3 seconds, she said, "The little guys around here tell me that someone did escape via the cliff." Chapter 909, Serving Good Luck. On the steep and long rocky staircase, the crimson moonlight illuminated its midsection, leaving rather thick shadows along its sides. Enzo was like a normal pedestrian at night, walking a little anxiously, but without any signs of being flustered. He had a deep faith in his excellent good luck, being a winner in life who wouldn't be caught by the Nighthawks. Seeing that he would be done after a few more flights of steps, Enzo suddenly sensed something as he turned his head to look at the shadows at the lowest point of the staircase. He then saw a figure sitting there in a daze. His looks and figure rather indistinct due to the lighting. The figure took out a box of matchsticks and struck a match. Enzo didn't bother sizing up the person when he suddenly saw a scene before his eyes. The figure threw a matchstick over, as though gifting him something, and when it approached, it suddenly burst into a ridiculous inferno as a man wearing a formal suit and top hat walked out. Having become a winner, Enzo was already used to such things. Without any thought, he fully believed in his intuition and lunged forward, jumping off the staircase and making 2 rolls onto the lower street. At the same time, the brown-skinned marionette Oaf suddenly stood up. After bending his back, he hurled the matchstick in his hand at the location where Enzo was previously standing. Before the matchstick hit the ground, scarlet flames extended out into mid-air. Amidst the flames, Klein's black-suited figure with a half-top hat leaped out, but he had lost sight of his target. He had discovered someone rapidly coming down the staircase about 10 seconds ago. Suspecting this was his new marionette, he immediately did a dream divination and received the revelation that the man was related to the Rose School of Thought and wasn't anyone good. With such a result, Klein didn't hesitate to take action. Unfortunately, due to the lack of time, he didn't have time to use a paper angel to interfere with the target's spiritual intuition, resulting in the failure of his ambush. At this moment, Oaf had already left the final flight of steps and was running with large strides towards Enzo. Enzo's mind stirred. Without dodging, he nimbly turned his body to the side, avoiding the ordinary attack. Then he drew his gun and quickly aimed. With a bang, he shot Oaf's chest. As blood gushed out, Oaf staggered before collapsing. Klein took this brief opportunity as his body vanished, phasing right in front of the target to block his escape route. Enzo seemed to have an inexplicable premonition and immediately shut his eyes tightly. He didn't know why he did so, but as a mid-sequence beyonder of the fate pathway, believing his intuition was an instinct. Immediately after that, he frantically switched directions, attempting to rely on his spiritual intuition to rush into another street, but the man in the suit appeared in front of him again. Klein's figure kept disappearing and appearing, often blocking his path but not dealing any direct attacks. For an instant, Enzo, with his eyes closed, even imagined that he was facing a group of enemies. A traveler was often able to create the effect of being besieged. In just 10 seconds, Enzo, who had failed to find an escape path, suddenly jolted. His actions slowed as his mind and joints seemed to be injected with glue. Traveling works well with a marionettist as well, Klein thought. While phasing around, he kept maintaining a distance of 10 meters from Enzo, secretly controlling his spirit body threads all this time. No good. He doesn't attack, not because he is waiting for the Nighthawks, but for another reason. Enzo, who still had his eyes shut, felt his heart tighten. Suddenly he stepped onto a rock, causing his body to lose balance. He slammed heavily to the ground, his revolver flying several meters away. The pain and shock snapped him out of his suppressed state, and he found his fluidity again. Enzo was no stranger to such accidents. As a winner, he often obtained an advantage due to low-probability events. He was just about to dash towards the end of the street and flip over the fence to jump into the sea when another scene flashed in his mind. In it, he was breaking out into a coughing fit. Ailments. The enemy can infect me with ailments. He isn't attacking me in order to keep me in this area and infect me. Enzo's heart skipped a beat as he felt a strong sense of delight. The green essence ring he wore came from a believer of the primordial moon and could easily treat any ailments. This is luck, he thought, pretending not to discover the ailment in the air. He lunged forward, following his predetermined route. Moments after he took 2 steps, he suddenly coughed and involuntarily slowed down, his coughing worsening. Klein's figure flashed and appeared behind the target while maintaining 10 meters from him. At this moment, Enzo spread his arms and invisible waves rippled out of his body. It was like a pure psyche storm that swept all spirit bodies in the vicinity. Klein, having a premonition for danger, had already vanished from his spot and appeared in the midsection of the steep staircase. Still having his eyes closed, Enzo realized that he didn't receive his desired effect. He abandoned the idea of escaping after finishing his target and continued running. He had a hunch that if he stalled, Nighthawks would catch up, and the more chaotic the situation, the higher his chances of escaping. At this moment, he once again passed by Oaf. On the marionette's left finger was a golden ring with an inlaid ruby. A sanguine beam flashed from it as Oaf's injuries began recovering. He bounced up and widened his mouth, biting down on Enzo, who was running past. His tongue seemed to lose substance as it transformed into a blob of flesh and blood, flower of blood. Before Klein came out to seek a new marionette, he had made Oaf wear the ring. This way, he could direct a play of him being the main assailant with the marionette as the secondary, but in fact, it was the exact opposite. Just as Enzo ran past, he felt a stabbing pain in his knee as though his previous fall had given him some light injuries. The moment this thought flashed across his mind, he hurriedly crouched down and felt a figure fly past his head. It missed. Oaf's sudden attack still failed to be effective against a winner. Enzo was just about to smile when he had another premonition. He subconsciously curled up and protected his vital spots. At the same time, Oaf suddenly swelled up and silently exploded. Flesh and blood formed a storm, sweeping through a large area and hitting Enzo again and again. One of the preparations Klein had done was to plant a flesh bomb in his marionette's body. With a clank, the golden ring landed on the stone slabs. Klein's figure flashed to Enzo's side. He raised his left palm, making it pitch black. Slow. Thanks to his luck, Enzo had avoided most of the damage. His lightly injured body suddenly turned still as his struggling actions slowed. He opened his eyes due to the pain, and a figure wearing a black suit and half-top hat was reflected in them. Ah! Enzo let out a tragic cry as he raised his hands to cover his eyes, streams of blood seeping out from the gaps. Monster? Looking at his writhing target, Klein continued controlling the spirit body threads and quickly achieved initial control. This time, there weren't any accidents. In a half-crazy state, with scales growing from his body, Enzo was powerless to resist. Klein rather smoothly deepened his control. Time ticked by when Enzo suddenly stood up and converged the protruded snake-like scales. He pressed his hand to his chest and bowed at Klein, then walked to the side and bent down to pick up the golden ring with the inlaid ruby, wearing it on his left hand. Klein held back the urge of looking at himself with his new marionette and got Enzo to clear up the scene. After doing all of this, he walked into the shadows with his new marionette and quickly vanished. Chapter 910, Monster Pathway. A few minutes later, Daly Simone and Leonard Mitchell, who had repeatedly made errors in judgment, finally arrived at the top of the steep staircase. They proceeded down at a very slow speed, cautious of their surroundings and ready for combat at any moment. However, they failed to encounter any abnormalities even when they reached the bottom. Daly grabbed onto the wind, cupped her hand to her ear, and listened carefully. A few seconds later, she looked around her. There was a gunshot, a weapon once dropped around the street bend. That man named Enzo is dead. Who did it? Leonard asked in surprise. Due to the repeated failures they had encountered, Enzo had easily escaped their pursuit. Taking this opportunity, Leonard circled to a fence and asked in a suppressed tone, "Old man, did you discover anything?" Inside him, Palez Zoroast replied after 3 seconds, "You should have heard a tragic scream and had used that to correct the direction of your pursuit effort. It was let out by Enzo. He had apparently seen something extremely terrifying and indescribable, something that could directly cause damage and corruption to his soul body." Leonard was taken aback for a moment, narrowing his eyes as he repeated softly, "Extremely terrifying and indescribable." Inside the inn, Klein teleported back with his new marionette. He had his marionette stand to his side as he sat down, sighing, "A beyonder of the monster pathway, but he's still inferior to Senna. There's no way for him to hide in a gold coin for ease of transport. From his sequence, he isn't a core member of the Rose School of Thought, but some importance must have been placed on him. If I don't disguise him, it's very easy for me to be targeted. On the contrary, I can probably use him as bait to fish for another wraith. No, I can't. The southern continent is where the Rose School of Thought is active. Once I expose my location, not only will a saint come, even an angel might appear. Yes, it's better if I disguise this marionette." Klein quickly made up his mind. Using a myriad of means, he gained an understanding of his new marionette's level and powers. He was a Sequence 5 winner of the Fate pathway. In this pathway, a Sequence 9 monster had super high spiritual perception, often hearing and seeing things others couldn't. A Sequence 8 robot obtained terrifying calculation skills and precise control, making them talented at close combat and shooting, as well as divination. Sequence 7 was Lucky One, a beyonder who frequently encountered lucky events, though their luck wasn't fixed. Sequence 6 was Calamity Priest. They could passively suffer calamities but could also foresee and mitigate them, and on the other hand, they could actively attract calamities to affect a target. Meanwhile, they could create psyche storms, directly affecting an opponent's soul body. And at Sequence 5 winner, beyonders could control their luck to a certain extent, accumulating it to reduce dangers at critical moments. At this level, they had a very keen sense of foresight, making them mysticism experts. In addition, they could give their enemies bad luck. Beyonders of the monster pathway are really extreme. Apart from the spirituality and fate domain, they have almost zero other beyonder powers. This is my ideal model for a charlatan. I have to say that this is the most special path out of the 22 pathways. Only monster seems rather asocial. Perhaps the pathway that focuses on fate is destined to be lonely? Klein silently reflected, having some ideas regarding the usage of his marionette. Of course, he still needed to carry out divinations above the grey fog to see if the passive good luck and calamities still existed after death. In comparison, Admiral of Blood Senor is still better. Sigh, people only know how to cherish things once they are gone. Klein shook his head with a self-deprecating chortle. From the traits of the monster pathway, he thought of a few effective means to deal with them. First, catch them by surprise and let them see him directly. Second, throw a special item out. In this aspect, he had a blood crystal that came from a high-level devil that could produce such an effect. Third, entice them to give him bad luck and pretend to act unlucky. Amidst his thoughts, Klein made the marionette empty his pockets, producing £35, 10 solly 7 pence, and a leather wallet embroidered with a flower and a name, Enzo. He then moved his gaze to the golden ring with an inlaid emerald on his right hand. Via divination, he learned that the ring was named Green Essence and had one effect, to treat any ailments or injuries that weren't too serious. Its negative effect was trivial, it only attracted mosquitoes. Thankfully, I'm not the one wearing it. Monster Pathway Beyonders don't seem to wear many mystical items. This is a requirement of fate? He retracted his gaze and looked at Enzo, who was staring at the wall. He had an urge grow within him. He wished to use his new marionette to look at himself, to know what was so special about him. Will this be very dangerous? Back in Tingen, Ademasul had also looked straight at me without being a sequence 9. The only thing that happened was his eyes bled. Although I have improved drastically, Winner Enzo didn't directly break down when he saw me just now. The reaction resembled my reaction when seeing Demoness of Despair, Panatia's partial mythical creature form. Do a divination above the grey fog? No, that involves the grey fog itself. Rely on my own divination powers in the real world? Klein took out a gold coin and let it run through his fingers. After a while, the coin bounced up and fell down into his palm. Chapter 911, Strange Scene. Klein looked down at his palm as his eyes reflected the gold coin. It was heads. This meant that he should use the marionette's eyes to look at himself. After receiving this revelation, Klein remained hesitant. He pondered about holding a ritual to send Enzo above the grey fog. Doing so was relatively safer, but he suspected that he wouldn't receive an outcome. This was because Beyonders of the Fate pathway were noticing the projection of the mysterious space on his body. Above the grey fog, that uniqueness might no longer exist. Pressing his fingers together, he clenched the gold coin in silence for a long while before making up his mind. He suddenly stood up, took out a ritual dagger, and created a wall of spirituality to isolate the room to prevent anyone from hearing possible screams. Immediately after that, Klein set up a ritual and sacrificed creeping hunger above the grey fog, afraid that the glove would turn on him when something happened to him. After doing all the preparations in a meticulous and orderly manner, Klein reached out to take the flower of blood from Enzo and wore it on his left palm. This ensured that he could recover even if he suffered any serious physical damage. At the moment he was about to wear it, he paused and wrote on a piece of paper, "Remember to take off the ring." He was worried that he wouldn't take it off after his experiment due to his lowered intelligence. When that happens, perhaps I need a beautiful princess to wake me up with a kiss. No, take off my ring. Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh and exhaled. Then he cast his gaze at his new marionette, Winner Enzo. After doing some adjustments and entering a state of cogitation, he made the marionette slowly turn around to look at him. With the winner's eyes, he first saw a layer of thin, emanating greyish-white fog. Amidst the fog was a resplendent door of light, tainted with bluish blackness. The door was formed from countless layers of spherical light, each enveloping squirming maggots. Before Klein could discern the actual details, he felt his mind buzz as he lost consciousness. After an unknown period of time, he slowly woke up, having momentarily lost his memory. What happened? It's still dark outside. He sat up, only to realize that he was on the ground. At this moment he caught sight of Enzo, and plenty of scenes and voices surged through his mind. That's right. I was trying to figure out what Beyonders of the Monster Pathway can see. I suffered too much stimulation and fainted. I still vaguely remember painful screaming. Was that me? He hurriedly inspected his condition and was surprised to see a bloody, gruesome wound on his body. as though something was about to tear out of it. At this moment, flesh was squirming in the wound, reforming at an abnormally fast speed. He looked to the ground and saw blood that had outlined a silhouette of where he was lying. Thankfully, I wore flower of blood, otherwise I might have slowly died. He raised his hand and rubbed his temples, finding that the furniture had toppled, but the wall of spirituality remained intact. He breathed out in relief. From the speed at which his wound was recovering, he determined that he hadn't been unconscious for more than a minute. He picked up a chair and sat down, feeling as though he had forgotten something. Only when he saw the note with the words, "Remember to take off the ring," was he enlightened as he removed the golden ruby ring. More memories surfaced as he muttered with a lingering sense of fear. Luck is really important at times. If the negative effects of the flower of blood randomly reached its peak potency, I might not be able to recognize those words. Seeing that his wound had mostly recovered, he made Enzo wear flower of blood and take off green essence. Using the latter's treatment, he no longer felt any discomfort and focused his attention on the scene he had seen. A door of light tainted with bluish black, countless spherical lights, transparent and translucent maggots. What do these represent? This is a particular mythical creature form that corresponds to the mysterious space above the grey fog. Due to the grey fog screening, only beyonders of the fate pathway can see it directly, suffering the visual impact. He thought for a moment and began to use divination to decipher the hidden meaning. The door of light seems to resemble the symbol behind the apprentice's chair. Countless stacked spherical light is identical to my cogitation. The distorted and transparent maggots are similar to the clump of maggots on the main peak of the Hornas's mountain range. That's sequence 0, the Fool. Also, the bluish-black color keeps making me connect it to the depths of the mysterious space that I can't reach. He thought for a while but failed to receive an answer. All he could do was keep it at the back of his mind. After clearing the scene, he went above the grey fog to do a thorough inspection of his physical condition and confirm if Enzo still had any passive luck. In a dilapidated house in Bayam, Admiral of Stars Catleya was sitting behind a table when she heard a unique knocking pattern. "Come on in." The wooden door creaked open as the hanged man walked in, wearing a hooded black robe. Seeing his suspicious disguise, Catleya nudged her heavy glasses. "If you were to walk out like this, you would be surrounded by the members of the Church of Storms within 5 minutes." Alger didn't directly reply. As he closed the door, he pulled out a chair and snapped back. "It's the same for you." He meant that as Admiral of Stars, her bounty had risen to £45,000, and she was a target of pursuit by the Church of Storms and the Church of Evernight. Catleya nodded slightly. "In front of me, such a disguise is meaningless. However, I respect your choice." She has a domineering stance and great confidence. As expected of the Admiral of Stars, Alger, who was wearing a mask under the hood, went straight to the point. "Thank you for providing me with assistance." Catleya placed her right hand on her left elbow. "I'm curious. With your present strength and the resources you have, you should be able to resolve the artisan's problem even without my help. Why are you being excessive?" Alger was already prepared. "I do not wish to become a topic of discussion for others." Catleya seemed to grasp the meaning. "I need more information." Alger nodded. "According to my observations and guesses, the artisan is likely controlled by those who believe in the primordial moon. The latter belong to the original faction of the southern continent, not the traitors of the life school of thought." Catleya's expression remained unperturbed. "Why don't you find Mr. Moon? He should be very interested in such matters." Alger curled his lips. "If we aren't able to resolve it, I might do so." Chapter 912 Origins of the Artisan. Catleya understood the hanged man. If the problem was too serious, they could use the moon to involve the entire sanguine race. She then smiled. "If the situation is that serious, why not directly find the world? That seems to make things simple." Alger remained silent for a few seconds. "I have to prove my ability at handling problems, therefore that's the final resort." After hearing his reply, Catleya immediately made some connections. The hanged man places great importance on the way Gehrman Sparrow views him. Is it because he's a blessed of Mr. Fool? Also, his attitude is rather identical to the political jokes of Backlund. When facing a problem, the first reaction is to suppress the matter and find other methods to resolve it. This means that the hanged man was once or is currently a member of a powerful faction with a strict hierarchy. Amidst her thoughts, the pirate admiral nudged her heavy glasses and steered the topic back. Continue describing the artisan. Alger appeared to have prepared a script. To hide this artisan's identity, I deliberately constructed the identity of him being part of the Church of Steam. But in fact, he had no choice but to create items for unaffiliated Beyonders to earn money to maintain his lifestyle. He betrayed the Church of Steam and hid in Byam. This time, he first contracted a strange disease and was monitored by an unknown person. Later, he seemed to be under control of people who believe in the primordial moon, claiming that he could receive new life. Catleya finished listening attentively. After he finished his recount, she pondered. An artisan definitely has no lack of mystical items. Their strength is definitely at sequence 5. What methods did those primordial moon believers use to control this artisan without harming him? A demigod was involved? Alger slowly shook his head. There aren't any clues regarding that, but based on my observation, the artisan has expressed some willingness. I suspect that, while being threatened, there are elements of them targeting his weaknesses to entice him. Catleya nodded. How did those primordial moon believers find this artisan? Based on your description, this artisan only trades with trustworthy friends. Alger hesitated. I'm not too sure, but I have a theory. I once helped the world sell a werewolf Beyonder characteristic to that artisan, and the werewolf pathway belongs to the mutant pathway. Be it the formulas or characteristics, they are firmly in the control of the Rose school of thought. Likewise, those people who believe in the primordial moon in the southern continent basically belong to the Rose school of thought. Catleya added inwardly, having figured out the hanged man's theory. He suspected that the werewolf characteristic had a latent problem that involved a secret existence, resulting in the artisan being targeted. Catleya raised a few more questions and obtained satisfactory answers. Finally, she asked, "What's that artisan's name? What country is he from?" "He's from Intis. He calls himself Sielf," Alger replied straight away. Sielf. Catleya frowned slightly, repeating the name softly. "What's wrong with that?" Alger directly asked, "You've heard of him?" After a moment of silence, Catleya said, "Emperor Rosel's eldest son is Ciel. It's very similar to that name." She continued, "This prince passed away due to his horror and concerns shortly after the emperor's assassination. Back then, the Sauron family wished to hang or exile his descendants, but the Church of Steam chose to take them in as clergymen." Alger nodded in enlightenment. "You suspect that he's a descendant of that prince?" Faced with the hanged man's question, Catleya nodded gently. "I can quickly make a confirmation if you can obtain his blood." Alger asked, "Are you going to take action now? I can provide support." Catleya's glasses reflected the crimson moonlight. "No, I plan on observing for some time. At the very least, we need to understand why they are trying to control artisan Sielf. If they only wish to get him to work for them, the situation becomes a lot more simple. If they have other goals, the problem might be more complicated than we imagined. As expected of the Admiral of Stars." Alger nodded. "I can't stay in Byam for too long, or else I will incur suspicion." After receiving confirmation from her, he slowly got up and pulled up his hood before leaving. Having learned where Sielf was living, Catleya pinched her glabella and clapped. "Heath, come in." In the shadows of the door gap, a thin and tall but pale figure appeared. It was the second mate of the future, Rose Bishop Heath Doyle. Catleya looked at him. "The actual situation is, I'll leave the rest to you." "Yes, Captain," Heath Doyle simply replied before shrinking back into the shadows. Catleya raised her right hand and paused. Stay away from Frank for the time being. He had reached a standstill in his mushroom experiments. I'm afraid that he will come up with new ideas." The location of my second marionette. Klein held 2 branches as he repeatedly chanted without seeing them move. This meant a divination failure, or that Colline City didn't have a second suitable marionette. From the looks of it, mysticism methods are temporarily useless. "I'll pack up tomorrow and leave," he mumbled, throwing the branches into the trash can. Standing beside him was Enzo. He skillfully made a cup of black tea and offered it to Klein. Compared to before, this winner now had red skin that was nearly peeling due to sunburn. After it turned for the better, he would have a swarthy tan. To disguise his new marionette, Klein had brought him on a trip to the beach and left him exposed to the sun. Meanwhile, he had the marionette shave off most of his hair and trim his brows. Apart from the disguise, Klein also did some mysticism management, using a paper angel and carrying Azik's copper whistle. Receiving the tea, Klein cast his gaze at a map of East and West Balam on the coffee table, considering where he could find his second marionette. At this moment, the colors around him suddenly saturated as though an artist had contoured the area with paint. Right on the heels of that, a figure appeared beside Enzo. He wore a silk top hat and a black suit, with bronze skin and eyes that seemed to see the vicissitudes of life. It was none other than Azik Eggers. "Mr. Azik is finally here." Klein was first delighted before he noticed that he had appeared beside his marionette. This made an amusing scene surface in his mind. Mr. Azik, having relied on the copper whistle to locate him, had done the same as he usually did, grabbing the whistle's wielder by the shoulder and leaving using the spirit world, while Klein could only watch helplessly. Azik appeared more reticent than before. Looking at Klein, who had a new face, he asked, "Are you ready?" Chapter 913, Klein's preparatory work. "Ready? Of course not." Klein smiled as he pointed at Enzo. "That glove still needs sealing." As he spoke, the badly sunburnt Enzo removed the human-skinned glove from his right hand. It was Creeping Hunger. Normally, Klein tended to throw Creeping Hunger above the grey fog when it wasn't in use. After its mutation, the original seal had been disabled, and it needed to consume a living person on a daily basis. Otherwise, it would feast on the wearer. However, considering Mr. Azik would be arriving soon, he decided to keep it in the real world. After all, he could already imagine the scene of Mr. Azik arriving, and didn't wish for such a conversation to happen. "Didn't you say that the glove needs sealing?" "Yes, give me a second. I need to use the washroom." Or, "Are you ready?" "No, give me a second. I need to use the washroom." Just the thought of a similar scene embarrassed Klein. Therefore, after obtaining a new marionette, he brought Creeping Hunger back to the real world, making up for its previous meal. Unlike before, the wearer was now Enzo. To restrain its urge to eat, Klein carried a few normal mushrooms with him and made the marionette maintain a distance of at least 5 meters. Upon hearing his words, Azik nodded and reached out to receive the glove. Taking this opportunity, Klein took out a few mushrooms from his pocket and threw them into the trash can. "Pah!" He snapped his fingers, igniting the mushrooms within a scarlet flame that didn't affect anything around it. After completing this and seeing Mr. Azik inevitably glance over, Klein chuckled dryly. The unforeseen development back then has made Creeping Hunger a little afraid of mushrooms. I'm using its weakness to restrain its usual urges. "Mushroom," Azik muttered as he held the glove. The surroundings suddenly turned dark as ghastly white, dark green, complex-tinted symbols and patterns appeared out of thin air. They meshed together, forming a mysterious, illusory double bronze door that seemed to lead to another world. The door shrank and finally landed on Creeping Hunger, causing its bloodstains to rapidly recede. A few seconds later, the glove returned to normal. "It's like how it was before," Azik said, handing it to Klein. "Having a big shot backing you sure feels good." Klein reflected inwardly and earnestly thanked him before wearing the glove on his left hand. He then raised a matter. "Mr. Azik, while I was carrying your copper whistle while passing through the Berserk Sea, I had the same dream repeatedly. The main theme of the dream is darkness and coldness. In an inverted underground mausoleum, there were countless coffins with a deceased body inside. On their backs were dense white feathers." He continued, "Those feathers were tainted with pale yellow oil, and deep inside the mausoleum was a blob of black fog that enveloped everything. In the dream, you and I were exploring the mausoleum. We triggered something, causing the black fog to produce panting sounds as thin, illusory black tubes were extended. I would jolt myself awake whenever I reached this point in the dream. This seems to be similar to the byproduct of the Numinous Episcopate's artificial death project that previously appeared." Klein described his divination as a dream as a warning to Mr. Azik. After all, A dream divination was, in a sense, equivalent to a dream. Azik finished listening silently. At the end he nodded. It's likely related to something death left in the Berserk Sea. From the looks of it, the Numinous Episcopate's artificial death project has had some qualitative progress. Mr. Azik lives up to being a Fourth Epoch death consul. He doesn't belittle my dream at all. Klein raised his right hand and rubbed his face, turning into Gehrman Sparrow. He then said, I only have one more thing I need to prepare. I need to confirm if Admiral Hell Ludwell isn't somewhere dangerous and that there aren't any Numinous Episcopate demigods around him. Azik replied calmly, That can be confirmed when we are nearby. All right. Klein immediately made Enzo walk to the coat rack and pull out the golden cane. Seeing that there was nothing else, Azik reached out his right hand and grabbed Klein's shoulder, while Klein reached out and grabbed Enzo's. The surrounding colors suddenly changed as they began passing through the spirit world, the gold-inlaid cane dancing ahead, pointing out the direction of the lost Murloc cufflink. Before long, the cane fell down and was suspended in mid-air. Azik terminated the traveling, but they remained in the spirit world. He seemed to be watching something. After 2 to 3 seconds, he said, There aren't any problems. With that said, he brought Klein and his marionette out of the spirit world. Meanwhile, Klein recalled the time he searched for clues to Azik's memories, when the target was the ancient chronicles that Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy possessed. Back then Azik had said the problem isn't serious, but in the end he had faced Demoness of Undying Katarina. There aren't any problems. All right, since you say so. Klein lampooned as he sized up his surroundings. It was a rather familiar environment. A huge ship with a mainly dark color with a ghostly green to it, a black tulip flag as well as zombies, skeletons, and other undying creatures. It was the flagship, Black Tulip of Admiral Hell. Unlike his last encounter, the ship had quite a number of living beyonders. The silver-masked captain with an exaggerated rapier, frilly shirt, and a triangular hat with a white skull on it, Admiral Hell Ludwell was standing by the cabin's entrance looking over. Suddenly, the black ring on Ludwell's right hand trembled and glimmered. The pale white flame in the arrogant pirate admiral's eyes wavered and finally constricted to its limits. Immediately, Ludwell bent his back, prostrated to the ground in front of Azik Eggers, and kissed the deck under the gaze of the either glazed, surprised, or lifeless eyes. Chapter 914, The Calling Deep Inside the Mausoleum. Upon seeing Admiral Hell Ludwell's reaction, Klein and the living crew of the Black Tulip could hardly believe their eyes. It was silent across the ship. Azik raised his hand and pressed down on his silk hat as he walked towards the prostrating Ludwell. He stopped in front of him and said with a deep voice, What stage has the Numinous Episcopate's artificial death project reached? Ludwell kept his forehead peeled to the ground as he hoarsely replied, Artificial death can already influence high-sequence beyonders who failed their advancements, but it is still unable to reply to prayers and rituals. After the description, he slightly raised his torso and took off the black, square-shaped ring from his right hand, offering it with both hands. It was silent across the ship. Azik raised his hand and pressed down on his silk hat as he walked towards the prostrating Ludwell. He stopped in front of him and said with a deep voice, What stage has the Numinous Episcopate's artificial death project reached? Ludwell kept his forehead peeled to the ground as he hoarsely replied, Artificial death can already influence high-sequence beyonders who failed their advancements, but it is still unable to reply to prayers and rituals. After the description, he slightly raised his torso and took off the black, square-shaped ring from his right hand, offering it with both hands. Silently, the ring flew up and landed in Azik's palm. He studied it for a few seconds before wearing it on his left index finger. Suddenly, a terrifying and profound feeling emanated from his body. The zombies and skeletons genuflected, bowing their heads. The flying wraiths and shadows landed on the deck, none daring to float in mid-air. The other pirates aboard the ship plopped to their knees, plastering their faces to the deck. Klein stood to the side, watching Mr. Azik's back and the suddenly empty scene, his mouth agape. Azik took another 2 steps forward and came to Admiral Hell's side. He then turned his body to face Klein and said to Ludwell, You shall be his marionette for a year. When the time is up, you can return to the spirit world. Ludwell's body shook violently as though he was furious, but ultimately he didn't raise his head. Yes, Honorable Death Consul. Just as he said that, ghastly white and dark green mysterious symbols were accentuated, forming an illusory bronze door that rapidly contracted and imprinted itself inside his forehead. Klein looked in surprise and puzzlement. Only when Mr. Azik nodded at him did he blankly step forward and enter a 10-meter radius, beginning to control Ludwell's spirit-body threads. After a while, the silver-masked Admiral Hell Ludwell stood up, bowed his head and retreated to Klein's side, standing beside Winner Enzo. Azik watched the entire process in silence before slowly saying, "In the death pathway, high-level Beyonders have extremely suppressive powers over low-level Beyonders." "I can tell," Klein nodded gently. Immediately, a zombie rose up, carrying an azure blue cufflink before him. It was the Murloc cufflink he had lost. As he was lost in poignancy, he reached out to retrieve it. Then he saw Mr. Azik walk back and reach out to grab his shoulder. He hurriedly extended his arms to grab onto the shoulders of his marionettes, all the colors saturated as they entered the spirit world. Klein instinctively asked, "Mr. Azik, where do we go next?" "Berserk Sea," Azik calmly replied. He paused. "Give me the copper whistle." "All right." Klein made Enzo retrieve the ancient item. Azik took it. "My intuition tells me that this ring left by death, together with this copper whistle and myself, should allow us to find the spot in the Berserk Sea where death perished." Klein subconsciously said, "My dream tells me that it's very dangerous. Perhaps we should first find the numinous Episcopate members who are implementing the artificial death project." Azik fell silent for a few seconds. "A voice there is calling out to me." Klein turned and saw that this man with soft facial features had his brows furrowed, no longer with the slight curve to his lips. Colors flashed by quickly as Azik brought him through the pitch-black storm that enveloped the Berserk Sea. At this moment, the dark square ring and the exquisite brass whistle shimmered slightly, illuminating Azik's face. This death consul closed his eyes as he silently listened to a shout from an unknown location. Then, he suddenly clenched his right hand. All the scenery from the nearby spirit world imploded, turning into a slowly spinning black vortex. The vortex suddenly burgeoned, devouring Azik, Klein, and his two marionettes. Klein sensed a sudden, intense sense of dizziness. He recovered after an unknown period of time, realizing that he was inside a dark, cold mausoleum. Around him were open coffins, and inside them were rotting corpses with white feathers on their backs. "Although I warned Mr. Azik, we still ended up here," he thought, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. He looked to the side and saw Azik standing near him, staring intently at the flights of stairs that led deep into the mausoleum, where a thick black gas emanated. The one hiding in there might very well be artificial death. Klein couldn't help but warn. Azik's facial contours were no longer taut as he curved the corners of his mouth. "My slumber from before has allowed me to recall many more things. I saw myself seated on a bone throne, and I saw Beyonders and ordinary people lying dead in front of the throne. They hadn't done anything wrong, but they died sudden deaths all the same. One by one they got up, turning into ghastly undead creatures that pledged allegiance to me. And I was just coldly watching them without any emotional fluctuations. I allowed the disaster to spread through the village and into the city. This made me feel unlike myself. However, I also knew very well that this might be the real me. As Death Consul in the Fourth Epoch's Balam Empire," Klein's lips quivered slightly before he pursed them tightly. Azik rubbed his temples. "I sense myself returning to that past." Chapter 915, Another Me. Without waiting for Klein's reply, Azik, who was staring intently deep into the mausoleum, continued, "I still remember my resurrection after my first death. I was lying in a pale white coffin, and I staggered to my feet. I was feeling horrified, having no idea what was happening. Before the clergyman collected my corpse for purification, I escaped, stumbling along the way like a wandering ghost. I crossed grasslands, villages, and cities. I couldn't recall who I was or where I came from. No matter where I went back then, I would hear all kinds of sobbing. When I watched priests presiding over mass burials, I felt sorrow in every corner. Later, I happened to rescue a noble lady and entered her manor. She was a bright and lively girl, and I was like a feral beast from the jungle. I was sensitive, suspicious, self-abased, afraid, and I often showed a cold, indifferent, cruel side that didn't match the morality of a human. She was very curious about me. No matter how I avoided her or what terrible things I did, she would approach me, infecting me with her smile. She would use interesting matters to influence me, and without realizing it, I got used to her pranks and her existence. We secretly got together. She was very worried that her father wouldn't agree to her marriage to a former tramp and present servant. Seeing her melancholic smile, I had the feeling of blood gushing through me for the first time. I rashly told her that I was leaving, but I would return with an aristocratic title and a bridal garland. I joined the army, becoming a knight. I raised a 3-meter lance and charged at enemies. Thanks to the chaos of the Fourth Epoch's wake in the northern continent, I became a baron and obtained a fief I could call my own. I abided by my promise, and with the king's conferment letter, family emblem, a knight's medal ribbon, and my self-made garland, I married my bride. Upon saying this, Azik's expression gradually turned gentle, the corners of his mouth curling up without him realizing it. Klein's heart stirred from hearing this, as though he had met the familiar Mr. Azik again. What happened next? He carefully guided. Azik looked ahead. Later, we built a castle on our fief. We had children. A boy. He enjoyed combat, often running around while dragging a broadsword, claiming that he wanted to become a knight. I thought it was just child's talk, but even if he broke his leg or hurt his head, he didn't abandon his training. He thought that I wouldn't be able to see him if he hid in his room grimacing while tending to his wound. Heh. He underestimated his father. All the spirits in the fief were secretly under my service. Year after year passed. I recovered more and more of my memories. My wife often grumbled that the castle was too cold and dark, and she wished to go somewhere with sunlight and warmth. I satisfied her request, but it was only much later that I realized that it wasn't because she disliked the castle, but that she was afraid of the changes happening to me. She was afraid of the colder me who was becoming a stranger. She never told me these things, spending time with me like she always did. We spent a beautiful time by the seaside in the south, and we even thought of having a second child, but unfortunately we didn't succeed. It was only when I sensed that my next death was approaching did I return to the fief. My son, that boy told me that he wished to head to Backland to become an attendant to viscounts or earls and begin his journey as a knight. I asked him why he had made such a choice when he was only around 10. He told me that I was his idol and role model. He wished to become a noble like me without the help of his parents. Back then, I had already recovered most of my memories. Faced with that child, I always felt a little awkward, but when I heard his answer, I still felt an indescribable joy, satisfaction, and pride. He was my son, completely different from the children I had back when I was in the Baalam Empire. Klein knew that Mr. Azik was talking about Baron Lamud first, the child who had been poisoned to death, nailed in a coffin, and had his skull taken away by Insi Zangwil. Azik's gaze went adrift. I died once again and woke up in a groggy manner. Every incarnation, I had a different life in the beginning. At times I met with the sweetest love. At other times I received the most adorable daughter. There was once a time where I was a filial son. But when I awoke and found myself, I recalled that in my previous incarnation, I had coldly watched their real son die in the battlefield and had seized his identity. On the one hand, I felt pain and guilt, and on the other hand, I felt it was nothing. My inner heart seemed to dissociate into two. He continued, "Back then, I had a mask that allowed me to change into anyone, but I lost it after awakening. This might have been something I deliberately lost." Klein recalled Mr. Azik's mention of a daughter who liked getting sweets from him. After some deliberation, he asked, "I believe that it isn't a dissociation, but that you are fighting against madness. After losing your past memories, you who restart your life are always kind and warm. At your present state, you probably recognize it even clearer. This might very well be the true you, your essence. And as a death consul, you suffer the effects of the beyonder characteristics' latent inclination towards losing control." His goal was to provide a guess, a possibility to help Mr. Azik resist the death consul personality that came with his memories. He suddenly had a new idea and hurriedly asked, "Mr. Azik, do you know about an anchor? To secure themselves, the deities and angels use anchors to prevent losing control. Yes, Azik nodded. Klein used a rather firm tone. Perhaps your repeated memory loss to restart and live a new life is the anchor you use to resist madness and the loss of control. Do not abandon them. Do not forget them. That is you, he added inwardly. Anchor. Azik repeated this word, his mind seeming lost. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly sighed. This might be an explanation. It lessens the intensity of my mental dissociation. However, since I've already come this far, I should still head inside the mausoleum to see what's hiding there. Why is it summoning me, and what is causing me to die and revive again and again? This has troubled me for more than 1,000 years. I believe I can receive an answer today. The look in his eyes turned clearer, his voice gentle but firm. Klein wanted to stop him, but moments after he opened his mouth, he closed it again. Azik pressed down on his half-top hat. Without turning his head, he said with a gentle smile, "Remember to close your eyes." With that, he walked forward, following the flights of stairs as he headed for the deep depths of the mausoleum. The wafting black fog didn't produce any more panting sounds. It slowly scattered, accentuating the illusory object coiled at the bottom. It was a massive feathered serpent that seemed to occupy an entire island. It had huge, dark green, nearly black scales. Amidst the gaps were feathers covered in yellow, oily stains, and on every feather, thin, illusory black tubes extended outwards. The exaggerated serpent was both illusory and real, its actual form hardly describable. Its eye sockets were burning with pale white flames. Its face was that of a human's. The face had bronze skin and soft facial features. Beneath its right ear was a tiny black mole. It was another Azik Eggers. Chapter 916, Irresistible Approach. Upon seeing the coiling feathered serpent deep inside the black fog and the face at its top, Azik was first taken aback. His forehead throbbed as though he had been struck in the temple, splitting his head in two. Amidst the excruciating pain, several incontiguous scenes flashed in his mind. A feathered serpent with a face identical to his, countless pale corpses on a silent land, clouds stacked from bones floating in midair, and black tentacles tipped with dead fish eyes drilling out from the ground. After these scenes, a pair of white, flaming eyes on the brink of extinguishing glanced over. A white feather stained with yellow oil fluttered down, splitting Azik's transparent spirit body in two. One part flew up and plunged inside the cloud of bones, while the remaining part fused with a golden accessory that had appeared out of thin air, materializing back into a body of flesh and blood. This scene was like a thunder god's hammer striking down at Azik's mind again and again, making the pain unbearable. He raised his hand to his head as his knees buckled, and he knelt on the staircase. He had finally recalled everything. He understood the reason why he was constantly dying and reviving, always losing his memories. His soul wasn't complete. Similarly, he also understood why the feathered serpent in the depths of the black fog had a face identical to his. It was him. That was the other Azik Eggers. All of this was a concealed attempt before death's fall. The crazy and powerful deity had seemingly foreseen his outcome. Unwilling to die so simply, he secretly split the soul of his son, the Balam Empire's death console. He took half of it away and used another item as a replacement, stitching it together with Azik's soul. It was a mystery if it was a deliberate arrangement or an unintended consequence of the Numinous Episcopate's artificial death project, but the half-soul that had been taken away had fused with the uniqueness of the death pathway, becoming artificial death. It gained certain innate abilities and began influencing high-sequence beyonders of the corpse collector pathway. And for the other half, although there was a replacement, the incomplete soul resulted in repeated deaths and resurrections. At some point, Azik's hands had left his head. They were placed on the staircase as his throat produced a voice that didn't sound human. Drops of sweat dripped down his forehead and hit the stone steps, spreading out into a layer of pale yellow oil and growing into dense white feathers. At that instant, he felt the other half of his soul calling out. The two selves, which had been separated for more than 1,000 years, were eager to fuse as one, to be whole again. No. Azik muttered in pain, unwilling to raise his head. He had seen it clearly. The him as a feathered serpent had no reason. It was filled with extreme coldness and madness. If he became one with it again, he would probably be restored to his state as a death consul. He might even become a fake death with only godhood and zero humanity. He would forget everything he had once cherished. No. Azik's throat squeezed out the same word again. Irresistibly, he raised his neck bit by bit as pitch-black, gloomy scales appeared. At his forehead, something protruded out, cracking it open as a bloody opening appeared. A golden sliver of light emitted out of nothingness, taking form inside the flesh and blood. This ancient accessory made of gold was in the shape of a tall, slender bird. Pale white flames emanated around it in the form of feathers. Inside its bronze eyes were shimmering layers of light that formed a mysterious and illusory door. The moment it appeared, Azik let out a painful growl, raising his head completely as two wisps of pale white flames burst in his eyes. Deep inside the black fog, the feathered serpent had straightened its body. It reached its head out as the two identical faces looked at each other in silence. As four pale white flames leaped, Azik, whose hands were on the ground, struggled to stand up with a warped expression. Slowly, he walked to the feathered serpent known as Artificial Death. As he approached, the entire mausoleum began shaking. The surroundings turned transparent, reflecting a world with countless skeletons and shadows. Bloody arms, bluish-black vines with baby faces, and slimy tentacles with dead fish eyes tore through the boundary between reality and the illusory, reaching into the mausoleum. In East Balam at Colane's city, Daily Simone, who was rushing to her next target's location, suddenly stopped and held her head. "What's wrong?" Red Glove's team captain Soest asked in puzzlement. Daly frowned slightly. "I hear strange voices. I can sense a calling that stems from an unknown place. I even wish to kneel to the ground." "Can the rest of you hear it?" Soest prudently asked the other teammates. Just as Leonard Mitchell shook his head, he heard the slightly aged voice in his mind, "Look towards the Berserk Sea." Leonard subconsciously turned and looked in the direction of the distant sea. He saw a swath of pure, deep black darkness. There weren't any gales, massive waves, or lightning. Although Klein had his eyes closed, his outstanding spiritual perception allowed him to sense his surroundings. When he heard the painful murmurs that sounded like Mr. Azik, he could sense a seemingly corporeal silence and the aura of death. What's happening? Klein's mind raced as he felt anxious and worried. His spiritual intuition told him that what was about to happen was not something he wished to see. However, he couldn't figure out what he could do. He didn't even dare open his eyes. This wasn't a problem that could be solved with mere courage. It was a difference in the natural order of life. Suddenly, Klein had a strong feeling of helplessness. However, he didn't give up as he tried hard to think of whatever items he had on him that could be of use. Creeping hunger? No, it's at a completely different level. Death knell? Even worse. Fate siphon charm. Yes, the fate siphon charm. Klein was delighted as he formulated a plan. It was to use the charm to temporarily swap his fate with Mr. Azik. He would suffer the influence created by artificial death in his place. At the very least, I still have a chance of reviving. As for Mr. Azik, who knows if he can awaken again in such a situation? He didn't consider if the charm was effective. He only wished to give it a try. He raised his right hand and reached into his pocket. Then, there was a delay in his actions. His arm rose a little before landing back in its original location. He froze for a moment as though petrified. Klein's lips quivered a few times as his expression distorted. Following that, he swung his right arm and reached his palm into his pocket and pulled it out. Gripped tightly in his palm was a black crystal card-like charm. At the same time, Azik was approaching the towering illusory feathered serpent, his footsteps speeding up as though returning to his throne. However, his eyes, which had pale white flames, were filled with pain. "No," Azik muttered once again. Wherever his skin was exposed, white feathers stained with yellow oil grew out from the gaps of pitch-black scales. The intense desire made him lose control. He was about to soar into the sky and leap towards the gigantic feathered serpent that shared his face. Pale white flames spread out from the bird-shaped accessory at his forehead. Klein's spiritual intuition sent warnings as he hurriedly said a single word in ancient Hermes, "Fate." Just as he was about to use the charm, his surroundings suddenly quietened. A slender, fair female palm appeared out of nowhere and pressed down on the golden bird-shaped accessory on Azik's forehead. A figure then materialized between Azik and the illusory feathered serpent, stopping their approach. With the help of this external force, Azik finally held back the irresistible calling. The pale white flames in his eyes reflected the floating figure in midair. It was a beautiful lady wearing an ancient robe and a black hood. Her face was deadpan, and her black eyes were deep and dark, devoid of spirituality. Chapter 917, 3 Choices. The strange turn of events inside the mausoleum left Klein, who had his eyes closed, completely unaware of what was happening. He had no idea if it was something good or bad. Therefore, even though he had already chanted the activation incantation, he still didn't dare rashly use the Fate Siphon charm. Seconds passed, feeling like an entire century. Finally, he heard Mr. Azik speak with a somewhat hoarse and uncertain tone. "It's you." Following that, an unperturbed, clearly female voice sounded. "You have 3 choices. First, continue proceeding forward to seek completeness. Allow Salinger to revive within your body. The second is to have me help you extract that half-soul, allowing you to take it with you. You will think of a way to stitch it back together, but this will make you transform back to your original form. You will stop repeatedly dying and reviving, but it will not be the present you. Your past incarnations will truly recede into being dreams. Third, it's to give up everything and directly leave. You will forever be stuck at your current level. You will have no way of advancing further. You will still die again and again, waking up with no memories and repeatedly search for your past experiences." Klein was taken aback. He never expected that there was another person in the depths of the mausoleum, one who appeared to have absolute authority. Who is Salinger? Why would he be revived in Mr. Azik's body? Is he death that caused the pale disaster, who left a seed in Mr. Azik's body to revive? The first choice is definitely something to eliminate. The second and third each have their own problems. The former makes him not his current self, while the latter is to suffer an undying curse for all eternity. Ideas flashed through Klein's mind. He was puzzled, curious, and stumped. It was Azik's life, a future he needed to face. Azik looked at the beautiful hooded lady in front of him without saying a word, the pale white flames in his eyes flickering. The illusory but real towering feathered serpent seemed to sense a negative development. It suddenly lashed out its tail, lunging its head downward to devour Azik Eggers. However, all of its attempts failed to be effective. It seemed to live in another world. Amidst the unsettling silence, Azik raised his right hand and rubbed his temples. Calmly he said with a laugh, "Perhaps I'm accustomed to my present life. I choose the third choice." Just as he said that, the hooded lady clenched her fist, gripping the golden bird-shaped accessory tightly. Then she retracted her arm, pulling the ancient item from the gap in Azik's forehead. His expression distorted once again as though he was experiencing unimaginable pain. Every drop of his blood, and in every piece of his flesh, some parts of his soul seeped out, mixing together into a transparent soul. This soul appeared complete, but it was filled with a discordant feeling. As the golden bird-shaped accessory was extracted, Azik's translucent soul began to disintegrate inch by inch as though being skinned alive. His throat let out an unhuman gasping sound once again, causing Klein's head to spin and ache. In seconds, Azik's spirit body completely split in two. Half of it transformed into a golden stream that infused into the bird-shaped accessory, while the other half returned to his body. The 2 pale white flames in Azik's eyes were extinguished as the white feathers and pitch-black scales on his body receded. His warped expression also eased. His expression turned slightly pale and translucent as his forehead throbbed. "Thank you for your help." He bowed towards the beautiful hooded lady. He turned and floated up the staircase, coming to Klein's side. "You can open your eyes now," Azik said with an exhausted smile. Klein hurriedly opened his eyes and sized up Azik. Realizing there were no signs of madness or loss of control, he was completely relieved. He curiously cast his gaze deep into the mausoleum. The black fog was still emanating, blanketing everything underneath. "Who was that?" he couldn't help but ask. Azik laughed and reached out to grip his shoulder. "Even if I were to tell you, you wouldn't be able to hear it, unless she is willing to let you know." As he spoke, the colors around them saturated and stacked upon one another. The two men and two marionettes quickly passed through the spirit world, returning to Klein's inn in Condensed City. Azik released his grip and pinched his forehead. With a gentle smile, he said, "I'll need to sleep for an unknown length of time in order to recover. If you have any questions, you can seek out the spirit world's 7 lights. You should already be aware of the corresponding ritual." "Mr. Azik, are you all right?" Klein asked in concern. Azik laughed. "It's not a big deal. I'll just be maintaining my previous state, allowing me to foresee my death and arrange everything, severing ties with my original life. I'll then forget everything and reawaken in search of my past. Like before, at least you're there, someone who knows a lot about my past. If I were to forget once again, I should be able to recall a lot when I receive your letter." He paused and chuckled. "Sleep isn't a bad thing either. At least I'll have dreams. In my dreams I never left, accompanying her while taking in the sun while guiding that stubborn son of mine to use the broadsword. I'll also make a swing for that little kid that loves to wheedle." Having said that, Azik threw out the copper whistle. "Remember to write to me. But before I awaken, I will not reply to you." Just as Klein reached out to receive the ancient and intricate copper whistle, Azik vanished from the room. After blankly watching this scene for a while, Klein suddenly let out a sigh. To go anywhere else from Condensed City by land, one needed to follow the spiraling path that led upwards. At this moment, the Red Gloves team that Soest led was standing on a square at the peak, looking down at the abnormal berserk sea. Daly Simone, who had been pressing her forehead all this time, suddenly lowered her hand. "Everything has been returned to normal. There's no more problems," she said, puzzled. "Normal?" Leonard returned with a question. From his point of view, it was very difficult for Daly to return to normal before the end of the berserk sea's abnormality. Perhaps it's intermittent? Soest hesitatingly raised a theory. Daly was just about to answer when everyone's spiritual perception was triggered. Once again, they looked towards the berserk sea. In the swath of pure blackness, one bright star after another lit up. In Backlund, beneath St. Samuel Cathedral, Archbishop Anthony Stevenson received an emergency telegram from the sea. The telegram's content was rather simple, but sufficiently shocking. Gehrman Sparrow has appeared, boarding the Black Tulip with another person. He has made Ludwell into a marionette and left with the person Ludwell addressed as Death Consul. Gehrman Sparrow, Death Consul, St. Anthony silently repeated. He leaned back slightly and closed his eyes. Once again, the complete information of sealed artifact 017 appeared in his mind. Number 17. Name, Angel of Concealment. Danger grade 0. Extremely dangerous. It's of the highest importance and of the highest confidentiality. It is not to be inquired, disseminated, described, or spied. Security clearance. Pope, Team A researchers and Archbishop of the Backlund Diocese. Note: when the Archbishop is transferred out of the Backlund Diocese, the corresponding memories have to be wiped out using Sealed Artifact 129. Sealed method. The seal is completed through the combination of 1 to 29 and 1 to 80. Description: this isn't an item. Warning: she cannot be used. Appendix 1. This sealed artifact first appeared in the Pale Era of the 4th Epoch. Appendix 2. Based on the information, she has been awakened 5 times. Appendix 3. A limited premise is the reason behind its inability to be used. It has been confirmed that she can be used as the goddess's descent vessel. Chapter 918, Guesses and Ideas. In the Condensed City Inn, Klein sat on a reclining chair, receiving a cup of black tea with lemon from Winnerenzo. Beside him, Admiral Hell Ludwell stood straight, wearing a mask with a rapier by his waist, appearing like the most loyal guard. Only at this point did Klein, who had completely calmed down, have the mental capacity to analyze what had happened in Death's mausoleum. Amongst all of that, what he paid most attention to was the existence that had helped Mr. Azik at the critical moment. First, a female voice. Second, this matter is definitely advantageous to her. Otherwise, no one would cross such a great distance to provide assistance. The mausoleum is a product formed from Death's godly powers. Without the corresponding key, even deities can't find it. How is it possible for anyone to be passing by? Also, Mr. Azik's actions were very sudden. If it's not someone who can locate me or him, or someone with a strong prescient ability, no existence can arrive in such a timely manner. Finally, the Salinger that can revive via Mr. Azik's body is almost certainly death from the fourth epoch. That female voice directly addressed him by his name without showing any signs of respect. As Klein seriously analyzed the information, he suddenly had a theory. Based on what he knew, the Evernite, Death and Giant Pathways were a group of their own. The goddess also had the title Mistress of Repose and Silence, which pointed to the underworld and Death's domain. Back at the foggy town, his use of the holy sword to make a vow with the goddess bearing witness, as well as her possessing the authority of misfortune, made Klein believe that he had entered her special watch list. Making a bold assumption and seeking careful verification, then almost all the questions can be answered if she really was the goddess. As one of the 7 orthodox deities, she has the level and right to address death by his name. And having been labeled by her, once anything abnormal happens, she would definitely sense it and take the necessary action. To her, that artificial death, or the death pathway's uniqueness, clearly enhances her authority in the aspects of repose and silence. It might even allow her to directly intrude into Death's domain. Although Mr. Azik has been pursued by the Church's high-sequence Beyonders, he has ultimately never suffered any real threats. From the looks of it, the goddess has been waiting all this time for today's development. Upon coming to this realization, Klein suddenly felt a little frightened. He was rather pious, at least superficially, as he raised his right hand and tapped 4 spots in a clockwise manner on his chest, forming the sign of the crimson moon and muttering, "Praise the Lady." This made him recall the answer he received when he asked the Snake of Fate, Will or Septin, about obtaining the high-sequence potion formulas of the Seer pathway. Can only be obtained from the crazy Zaratul or the Hornassus mountain range. If you are the blessed of the Evernite, treat it as though I didn't say it. He stroked his chin and muttered, "Perhaps, maybe, possibly. I'm really considered a blessed of the Evernite." Towards this, Klein wasn't too unreceptive. On the one hand, he had spent his first few months in this world with the Tinjan Nighthawks. He had a group of great teammates and a rather heartwarming life. He was very accepting of the Evernite goddess. On the other hand, the goddess had yet to show any ill intent. Instead, she had given him some blessings. Klein believed that since he had been specially marked, it was unlikely that he could be free from it any time soon. All he could do was learn to accept it and make good use of it. Of course, I can't let down my guard. In addition, I already have too many enemies. Without finding someone powerful to cozy up to, my future will really be difficult. With so many things on his plate, Klein quickly adjusted his state of mind. To him, as long as the goddess had labeled him from the moment he made the vow and wasn't constantly monitoring him, he found it acceptable. At least from the special labels afforded to me by the Sea God Scepter, constant monitoring isn't possible. The goddess can't just do a divine descent as she pleases. There must be some corresponding obstacles. That's why I should keep a low profile and behave myself in the southern continent, Klein reminded himself before scrutinizing his new marionette, Admiral Hell Ludwell. To be frank, he was rather curious about the face hidden beneath the silver mask. But upon recalling how there was an anomaly when Ludwell took off his mask in their previous battle, he held back his thoughts, planning to make the attempt again after he left the city. After some work, Klein gained a rough understanding of his new marionette's sequence and powers. Ludwell was a Sequence 5 gatekeeper of the Death Pathway, and he wasn't a normal human. The corresponding Sequence 9 was Corpse Collector. Klein knew that they possessed certain traits of a corpse, appearing rather cold and grim with low body temperatures. This allowed them to avoid being attacked by unintelligent spirits. At the same time, their physical bodies were enhanced, gaining resistance to the cold, decay, and corrosiveness of cadaveric auras. They were naturally equipped with spirit vision and understood the characteristics of undead creatures. Sequence 8 was Gravedigger. Their spirit vision was further enhanced as their agility increased. They were able to communicate with nearby spirits who could provide help. Other than that, gravediggers could quickly find the weaknesses of unfamiliar undead creatures and spirit world creatures via observation. This was known as the Eye of Death. Sequence 7 Spirit Medium was a qualitative change. Beyonders of this sequence gained knowledge of various mysticism rituals related to spirits. They could directly communicate with the natural spirits and loitering dead souls in the real world, giving them informants everywhere. At the same time, they could use different spirits to actualize different kinds of magic, creating various supernatural phenomena. Sequence 6 Spirit Guide and Sequence 5 Gatekeeper didn't experience a qualitative change from spirit medium other than an increase in the range for communication. Spirit guides began involving themselves with the spirit world, hiring messengers and receiving the help of certain spirit world creatures. A gatekeeper could sense the entrance to the underworld, allowing them to control the dead spirits inside, as though they watched over the gates that separated the dead from the living. From spirit medium onwards, with the advancement of each sequence, the quantity and quality of spirits that the Beyonders could control increased exponentially. A spirit guide gained the use of the additional language of the dead that circumvented the protection of one's physical body. A gatekeeper could even open the mysterious gate that separated life and death to a certain extent, opening the gates to the underworld. If it wasn't for the natural restraints that Azik's copper whistle had on the corpse collector pathway's control over spirits, I probably wouldn't have even had what it takes to fight Admiral Hell back then. In the future, I have to take note when taking revenge on Ince Zhang Will. He was once a gatekeeper after all. Klein nodded slightly, raising his cup and drinking a mouthful of black tea. As for the weapon Ludwell had, it was named Harris Rapier. It originated from a prince from the southern continent in ancient times. It didn't directly correspond to any sequence or pathway, but was more of a product that was similar to the King of the North, who gathered similar characteristics without proper rules. It only had one Beyonder power, bringing absolute destruction to the items it stabbed. As a pirate admiral with the highest bounty, Ludwell didn't only have this mystical item. Unfortunately, his most precious death ring had been taken by Azik. As for the silver mask on him, Klein temporarily had no way of taking it off for research. Also, he really doesn't like money. Klein lowered his cup and retracted his gaze. Considering how it was still early, he planned on leaving Colline City and heading elsewhere to wait for Danitz to finish his investigations. Chapter 919, Perfect Inference. In Sherwood Borough, Fours, who was having an afternoon nap, jolted awake from her dreams. She saw an endless greyish-white fog and Mr. Moon, his head bowed in prayer, clearly hearing his voice. In the southeast outskirts of Backlund, in the middle of Delaire Forest, there is an abandoned ancient castle. In it are at least 2 ancient wraiths and other dead spirits. The possibility of other Beyonders living there cannot be eliminated. The coordinates are... I finally have information on the main ingredient of scribe. Information worth £300. Fours was instantly delighted. She immediately thanked Mr. Fall and sought him to pass her message to the Moon that she would make payment shortly. After completing this, she got out of bed and went to the first floor, planning to pour herself some wine and consider the necessary preparations for exploring the abandoned castle. For the meantime, Leimano's travels cannot be rented out. Shio needs to come along. That abandoned castle is rather dangerous. I have to consider the combination of spells. If there's anything lacking, I'll hire Mr. World, Mr. Hanged Man, and the Sun to record the corresponding Beyonder powers. Although Fours lacked actual combat experience, she had been mixing with Beyonder circles for years and knew the need for preparations. As for directly hiring Mr. World, she had long struck it off her list of options, believing that giving all the spoils and her savings to him wasn't enough. Of course, if her attempts at exploration proved that the abandoned castle was extremely dangerous, she would have no choice but to shoulder an enormous debt. After all, there was only hope and a future from being alive. In theory, I shouldn't reach that stage. There are still 2 demigod-level Beyonder powers left on Leimano's travels from Mr. World. At most, I'll use it first and think of means to make up for it in the future. Fours sipped some black rand as her various thoughts took form. At this point, she heard a key in the keyhole and instinctively looked towards the door. It opened as Shio walked in, carrying 2 paper bags that emitted a rich fragrance. Desi pies, Fours asked before frowning in puzzlement. Haven't you had lots of commissions recently? Why are you back so early? Shio threw a bag of desi pies over. I happened to walk past it. I also hadn't had lunch, so I planned on taking a break. Without waiting for Fours to ask further, she said, I've accumulated enough points. I can soon exchange them for the interrogator potion formula. Although her monitoring of Viscount Stratford hadn't had any significant progress, it was the kind that accumulated points on a daily basis. All she needed to do was submit a passable report every week to receive the corresponding bounty. Finally. Fours sincerely felt happy for her friend. Then she shook the wine cup in her hand. Shall we celebrate with a drink? At the same time, she thought, this is great. After becoming a Sequence 7, Shio should have experienced a qualitative change. It will make exploring that ancient castle a sure thing. Shio looked at the transparent liquid in the cup before shaking her head incessantly. Drinking is bad. Besides, I abhor the smell. Before Fours could speak, she recalled something and walked to the door. I saw the mailbox filled with things. Haven't you opened it today? I didn't have the time, Fours replied, feigning that she was busy with her drafts. Shio was a person of action. She had already headed out to clear the mailbox. About 10 seconds later, she walked back in with a stack of newspapers and a few envelopes. It's all yours. 2 letters from the publisher. One's an invitation letter from a surgery forum. One letter is from Pritz Harbour. Pritz Harbour, Fours' mind stirred. She put down her cup and caught the letter Shio threw at her. She tore open all the letters, discovering that one was indeed from her teacher, Dorian Gray. Abraham. Calderon City is in a rather special spot, deep in the spirit world. I'm not sure of its origins, other than it's very dangerous. A demigod had once stepped in without ever coming out. When selling the actual spirit world coordinates to that gathering's member, there's a need for you to warn him. Mr. World's target is such a dangerous spirit world city. Fours stared at the letter, her eyes wide. The Red Gloves team, having arrived at the next East Balham city, had rendezvoused with the local Nighthawks. Everyone shall have half the day off. We will start tomorrow morning, Soest said, taking out his pocket watch. They were about to strike a secret gathering location of the numinous episcopate. As Leonard and Daly were about to seek out their lodgings, a Nighthawk walked in. A new telegram from Backlund. Soest took it, and after a few seconds he said with a grave expression, Gehrman's sparrow has appeared again. Using divination methods, it has been confirmed that it's him. Gehrman's sparrow, Leonard wasn't surprised, already knowing his former colleague was still alive. He curiously asked, what did Gehrman's sparrow do again? Soest surveyed the area. He boarded the Black Tulip and turned Admiral Hell Ludwell into his marionette. Admiral Hell? Ludwell? Marionette? The Red Gloves exclaimed one after another. Even Leonard was extremely surprised. Admiral Hell Ludwell, who wore the ring left by death, had the highest bounty among the 7 pirate admirals and was publicly recognized as the strongest beneath the 4 kings. For Gehrman Sparrow to board his ship and turn him into a marionette despite being surrounded by an undead army was unbelievable. He's already this strong? He infiltrated St. Samuel Cathedral's Chanis Gate to meet the requirements for a demigod ritual? Leonard gradually fell silent. At this moment, Soest offered more information. According to the crew that escaped, there wasn't a fight. Gehrman Sparrow and another man boarded the ship. The moment Admiral Hell Ludwell saw them, he gave up any resistance and prostrated himself, calling the man Death Consul. Later, he allowed Gehrman Sparrow to turn him into his marionette. Death Consul. Leonard subconsciously turned to look at Daly Simone. Daly scoffed and shook her head. I only know that the former Balham Empire, a blood descendant of death that ruled the real world, was known as Death Consul. However, the numinous episcopate's royal faction's leader has never called himself Death Consul, another Red Glove, Cindy, mentioned in puzzlement. Who knows? Perhaps the numinous episcopate has fractured again, Daly commented before adding thoughtfully, Gehrman Sparrow has a mysterious origin. Perhaps it's really related to the numinous episcopate. Her statement reminded Leonard of something. He knew Gehrman Sparrow was Klein Moretti, who had joined a secret organization that worshipped the Fool. In the few factions of the numinous episcopate, there's no Death Consul. Admiral Hell Ludwell can almost be confirmed to be an arm of the numinous episcopate. Dealing with him is equivalent to dealing with them. Klein's goal is revenge. Could the goal of one of the other members be to strike the numinous episcopate, to gradually absorb them, to revive or recreate death in their own image? Since there's an undying monster like Dwayne Dantes who lived since the Fourth Epoch, it's normal for that secret organization to have an additional ancient death consul. Perhaps his corresponding tarot card is death. As his mind raced, Leonard began believing that he had obtained the truth. He connected the details. Dwayne Dantes is an undying creature from the Fourth Epoch. He knows the southern continent very well. He recently left Backlund and has gone missing. Leonard was alarmed. Taking an opportunity while his teammates were in discussion, he lifted his teacup and softly muttered, "Old man, could Dwayne Dantes be the death consul?" Palais Zoroast's slightly aged voice said with a smiling tone, "No, Balam Empire's death consul is both a rank and a title. It's also the name of the Death Pathways Sequence 2. Sequence 2. That secret organization even has a Sequence 2 angel." Leonard's pupils constricted. He muttered again, "How are you so certain that Dwayne Dantes isn't the death consul? Because he's not an angel." Palais immediately chuckled. "No, the reason is very simple. You've seen the real death consul's portrait before, back when you Nighthawks were investigating Welch's suicide. You might have even met him personally. He's a teacher at Coy University's Department of History, Isaac Eggers." Isaac Eggers. Leonard was taken aback before he came to a realization. He finally understood how Klein Moretti was able to resurrect from the dead, why he was fine suffering curses, and why he could join the secret organization symbolized by tarot cards, all while usually not showing anything special about himself. The reason was that behind Klein was a member of the secret organization with the corresponding tarot card, Death. Chapter 920, Calderon's Origins. In the slums of Bayam, a hooded and masked Alger once again met with Admiral of Stars Catleya. At a table, the two of them sat across from each other in silence. Finally, Catleya said, "Have you heard the news?" Alger didn't directly answer, returning with a question, "The one about Gehrman Sparrow?" Catleya fell silent for a few seconds and nodded. "He has turned Admiral Hell into his marionette. Be it Admiral of Blood or the present Admiral Hell, they were both pirates who had a higher bounty than her. No matter how confident she was of herself, she didn't believe that the two Sequence 5 elites were weaker than her." "You learned of it earlier than I expected." Alger confirmed the authenticity of the news in a tactful manner. Being a member of the Church of Storms, he could directly obtain the latest news from official channels. Catleya curled her lips. "If the future were at sea, I might have to take days or even weeks to receive it. But I've been in Bayam recently." After a pause, she asked frankly, "What else do you know about this matter?" Alger shook his head. "I was trying to figure out the exact situation when I saw your signal, so I rushed here to meet you." Catleya nodded slightly. "Gehrman Sparrow and Admiral Hell didn't engage in a battle. Ludwell didn't resist, because Gehrman Sparrow had boarded the Black Tulip with a man who was addressed as Death Consul." Death Consul. Alger's pupils dilated as he felt an indescribable pressure. Such a term wasn't something any random demigod could undertake. Furthermore, Admiral Hell had used it as an honorific, giving up resistance and being willing to lose his life. With the hangman not saying a word, Catleya added, "In the Death Pathway, Death Consul is the name of the Sequence 2. Of course, every emperor of the Balam Empire was also given this title." Indeed, an angel from the death domain, Alger thought, automatically ignoring the latter possibility. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something that left a deep impression on him. After Vice Admiral Hurricane Chilangos successfully fled, he was found standing by the side of an artificial lake, his face rapidly rotting with pieces of flesh falling off. It was undoubtedly the damage dealt by a potent force from the death domain, and Alger later confirmed that it was done by Mr. Fool's Blessed. The Church of Storms' Spellsinger of God had determined at the scene that it was done by a high sequence beyonder from the Death Pathway. Alger had no doubts about that, believing that it was done by a saint. Now he secretly gulped his saliva with great difficulty, believing that he had underestimated Mr. Fool back then, as well as that Blessed. That person wasn't a saint but a grounded angel, one that shared the same level as the three crowns of the various Orthodox churches. A death consul as a blessed. Although Mr. Fool is still recovering, the amount of strength at his disposal is quite sizable. Alger's thoughts churned as his eyes shimmered. Catalea sensed his gloom. You seem to have recalled something. Alger deliberated for 2 seconds before vaguely replying, Based on what I know, Mr. Fool has a death angel amongst his blessed. That matches, Catalea said as though muttering to herself. Then why did the world promise me mythical creature blood that's not from that death angel? Is it due to having closer ties with the other one, making it easier to obtain? Perhaps, Alger replied, giving a non-committal answer. Catalea didn't continue on the topic. We will start the operation tonight from 7:30 to 8. If you can participate in it, head over there with me. She has finally figured out the situation with the artisan? With a quiet sigh of relief, Alger asked, perplexed, Why that time? Catalea nudged the heavy glasses on her nose and said with a complicated smile, It's because it's dinner time for them, and they will be having mushrooms for dinner. What's the connection? The experienced Alger realized that he couldn't read the subcontext of her words. In the lush and humid forests of East Balham, Klein deliberately avoided the main path and came to an uninhabited area. He planned on getting Ludwell to take off his silver mask. This wasn't only to satisfy his curiosity, but for a genuine reason. The silver mask was too striking. The biggest problem for a marionettist is the marionette's identity. The more powerful the marionette, the more famous they were while alive. Bringing one along with me has the risk of being exposed, Klein sighed as he passed through the forest. There were many mosquitoes around him, but none of them came for him. All of them were circling Admiral Hell Ludwell, trying to suck his blood in vain. Klein had given his new marionette the green essence ring, which attracted mosquitoes. After walking a distance, Klein casually tossed a coin and stopped. He decided to finish something else before removing the mask. Taking out the corresponding items, he quickly set up a ritual and moved the radio transceiver from above the grey fog to the real world. He wanted to contact a Rhodes. Before he left Colane City, he had paid Miss Magician £350 for the spirit world coordinates to Calderon City and had been warned about its extreme dangers. Therefore, he planned on obtaining more information from 2 channels, the Magic Mirror and Red Light. With Mr. Azik in a prolonged slumber, Klein decided not to hesitate further. With the appearance of the radio transceiver, the surrounding woods suddenly turned gloomy, as though the spirit world had overlapped with the real world. In about 10 seconds, tapping sounds came as illusory white paper began being spat out. Exalted Great Master, your puny, loyal and humble servant, Orodes, is here to answer your summoning. There's temporarily no danger here. What say you? Seeing this coquettish manner of speech, Klein sighed silently. Indeed, he nodded in a reserved manner before asking, What do you know of Calderon City in the spirit world? Amidst clicking sounds, a piece of illusory white paper exited the radio transceiver in a hesitant manner. I can't see that city too clearly. I do not know its exact state, but I can confirm that a saint had perished in there before. There were also certain angels, travelers and spirit world creatures who had once entered to explore it and left it alive in a relatively smooth manner. However, none of them got much out of it. Also, I know the origins of that city. Without waiting for Klein to press, more illusory white paper spat out. Its former name was the City of the Dead. It was a grounded divine kingdom of the ancient goddess, Phoenix ancestor Greggrace. Ever since that ancient goddess opened up the underworld, her divine kingdom was moved there. The City of the Dead gradually became the holy grounds of her descendants and believers. Before Greggrace was heavily injured by the ancient sun god and had the city uprooted and thrown deep into the spirit world, none of its citizens ever came out again. The name Calderon originates from the Abraham family's angel, the first person who stepped in. In the language of the dead, it means unknown soul. Chapter 921, Politeness First. When it came to the understanding of ancient gods, Klein knew as much as many high-sequence beyonders, thanks to the City of Silver's influence. Based on what he knew, Phoenix ancestor Greggrace was a so-called ancient goddess. Because of the ancient sun god, she was dealt heavy damage and eventually perished towards the end of the Second Epoch. However, her influence had yet to dissipate to this day. Signs of her existence remained because she was the founder of the underworld. City of the dead, unknown soul, ancient goddess. It sounds very dangerous. Klein looked at the radio transceiver in front of him and fell silent. Tap, tap, tap. Another piece of illusory white paper spat out. Apart from that, I'm unsure of the rest. Great Master, I have a suggestion. Would you like to hear it? That's a nice question. Klein reined in his thoughts and nodded gently. Speak. The clacking of the radio transceiver became increasingly brisker. Regarding Calderon City, you can ask Red Light Ior Moria. I still have to ask Red Light in the end. Klein nodded slightly and switched to asking, is there any danger if I were to remove Admiral Hell Ludwell's mask? No. A decisive answer appeared before Klein's eyes. That's good, he thought, and said, let's end it here for today. Great Master, wise Master, in another 1 or 2 minutes, a gaze will be cast here. Your loyal and humble servant, Arose, will await your next summoning. Goodbye. The radio transceiver began tapping. Another 1 or 2 minutes? Why didn't you say so earlier? Klein was alarmed. He hurriedly used the altar and material he had yet cleared to set up a sacrificial ritual, throwing the radio transceiver above the grey fog. After doing all of this, he made Ludwell walk to the side and not face him directly as he took off the silver mask. Gloomy pale white light spewed out, but it wasn't as exaggerated as in their previous battle, only enveloping a small region like an extinguishing candle. Meanwhile, the gloomy cold feeling that had disappeared in the nearby forest appeared again, with an indescribable sense of horror that struck at the heart. After waiting a few seconds, seeing that there weren't any additional abnormal developments, he made his other marionette, Winner Enzo, circle to Ludwell's front and carefully observed the face. The face lacked flesh. Its skin clung tightly to his bones without any color, as translucent as crystal. Beneath the crystal, transparent and indescribable shadows quickly flowed out, at times fusing with the skull, and at other times shrinking in gaps, surfacing on his teeth. Klein wasn't shocked by such looks. After another round of research, he completely figured out Ludwell's condition. All of this stemmed from the unique traits of him being a gatekeeper. At Sequence 5, Beyonders could use their bodies as cages that belonged exclusively to the underworld, allowing them to contain a certain number of souls and spirits, obtaining all kinds of unique powers. Another purpose of a gatekeeper was to guard the underworld in their bodies, preventing the souls from escaping. And after ancient death, Phoenix ancestor Gregrace created the underworld. It was bestowing a small amount of the death pathway's authority to all gatekeepers. The reason why Ludwell kept wearing the mask was because he had contained a powerful underworld creature in him. On the one hand, this creature could be used by him, and on the other, it was eroding his body, turning him into a half-human, half-dead existence. This was a combination of a gatekeeper's own powers and authority, and with the augmentation from Death's Ring, it allowed Admiral Hell Ludwell to enlarge the door to the underworld, allowing him to steer the Black Tulip directly inside. Half-human and half-dead form. No wonder Ludwell dares to enter the underworld. That underworld creature gives his body some traits of a dead soul, allowing him to extract the spirit bodies of others remotely. Klein thought in enlightenment as he made Ludwell wear the silver mask again. After resolving his puzzlement, he cast his gaze back onto the altar. He wanted to attempt to contact one of the spirit world's 7 lights. After some consideration, Klein chose a spirit channeling ritual. This was because a secret deed ritual required him to open up his mind and spirit, allowing the targeted existence to make contact. And through the spirit channeling ritual, there were 2 types: direct communication and praying for a soulfall. Klein couldn't guarantee a response based on the ritual's request, so he had to make preparations for a soulfall to show his sincerity. Lighting 3 candles and dripping liquids like mint essential oil, Klein specially took out a paper figurine and placed it on the altar for the vessel for the soulfall. Klein quickly completed the first part of the ritual before he took a step back, opened his mouth, and chanted in ancient Hermes, I summon in my name. I pray to communicate with the inextinguishable light of the spirit world, the embodiment of infinite knowledge, the Red who wields authority and will. As the words that facilitated communication with natural spirits were said, Klein saw the three flames burgeon as a door of light seemed to be opening. The area around the altar suddenly turned silent and dark as pairs of unknown eyes looked over from different areas. A cold, gloomy air blew past. Apart from the three candles, all the items on the altar floated in mid-air. Among them, the paper figurine staggered straight as its surface was tainted with a thick, clean red that didn't look bloody at all. Greetings. Klein recalled the description of the spirit world's 7 lights from some mysticism books and spoke by following the correct way of interacting. He acted like he was facing a teacher. The bright red paper figurine's head moved slightly as it let out an illusory but stern voice. "Hello there." Quite polite, various thoughts flashed in Klein's mind as he earnestly and politely asked, "Your Excellency Ayur Moria, I have a question I would like to ask you." "You can just call me Ayur Moria. Please go ahead and ask." The paper figurine floating in midair seemed to be competing with Klein about who was more polite. "I wish to get information on Calderon City." Klein didn't change his attitude. The bright red, nearly transparent paper figurine pondered for 2 seconds. "Can I know your purpose?" Klein didn't conceal it. He frankly said, "To hunt a spirit world plunderer." The paper figurine's head moved slightly. "That's indeed something that can only be found in Calderon City with ease. Elsewhere, spirit world plunderers are like a drop of water in the ocean. A number of them are active in the core region of Calderon City. A few are scattered in the periphery. As long as you don't attempt to go too deep inside, it's actually not too dangerous. Unfortunately, due to special reasons, us 7 lights are prohibited from entering. Otherwise, we could still provide you with some actual help." "That's formerly the divine kingdom of the ancient goddess Gregrace?" Klein asked as a form of confirming the answers. The bright red paper figurine said, "Yes, the ancient death wished to revive herself using this city of the dead, but she failed completely. The authority was taken by Balaam's death. However, this also makes Calderon City more dangerous because the setup left by the ancient goddess underwent an anomaly after the failure. As for what it has turned into, I'm not too sure." "Is that so?" Klein nodded indiscernibly. He raised a few questions about other matters and received a rather satisfactory answer. In Bayam, outside a house near the harbor, Alger and Catalea were patiently waiting for the people inside to finish their dinner. Chapter 922, Mushrooms and Fish. Looking at the lights that emitted out of the oriel window, the hooded and masked Alger was just about to ask about the details of the operation when he suddenly saw a shadow grow out of the rich darkness, materializing as a lanky, pale, sickly young man. Bloodless Heath Doyle, Alger quickly recognized the man to be the second mate of the future. Heath didn't look at him, directly saying to Catalea, "Captain, they didn't notice anything and turned those mushrooms into cream of mushroom soup. They plan to use the prepared pan-fried fish as tonight's main course." "Excellent." Catalea removed the heavy glasses on her nose and used her eyes, which had a mysterious purple hue, to look through the neighboring house's dining hall across the walls. Heath Doyle didn't speak further as his body instantly darkened and returned to the shadows. After hearing their conversation, Alger had a rough idea of the core element to tonight's operation: mushrooms. Poisonous mushrooms. He hesitantly said, "Will this cause Artisan Sealf's death?" "No." Catalea calmly shook her head as she explained, "Be it from the information you gave and the observations of my crew, there's one point to take note of. Sealf doesn't like fish, and he even hates it. This might have to do with him getting a fishbone stuck in his throat when he was young." "Hates fish," Alger whispered, feeling like he couldn't keep up with the hermit's thought process. He had clearly asked if the poisonous mushrooms could cause Sealf's death, but the answer he received was that the artisan wouldn't die because he didn't like fish. Is there some connection between the two? Alger questioned inwardly in puzzlement, but he didn't say it out loud. After a while, there were screams from inside the house, followed by pangs of painful grunts and vomiting. "Begin," Catalea issued an order in an abnormally succinct manner. Her figure instantly turned transparent, turning into a sculpture formed by countless stars. The sculpture shattered instantly as bright stars surged towards the house's door and drilled through a gap. As the stars gathered inside, Catlea's figure materialized. Then she heard howling winds and sounds of collisions. The door frame shook before the door opened. Wearing a hood and mask, Alger entered the targeted building not much slower than Admiral of Stars. He swept his gaze and quickly took in the situation at the dining hall. Artisan Cielf was retreating from the table with a look of horror. On the ground were two men and a woman who were constantly vomiting mushrooms. At their chests, their clothes had ripped apart as one mushroom after another sprouted. Upon sensing someone enter, they subconsciously looked up, revealing bunches of white spores on their faces. Under his mask, Alger's face involuntarily twitched. Although he was experienced and knowledgeable, such a scene still left a striking visual and mental impact on him. Cattleya had expected it, but she had never expected such a harrowing sight. After a moment of surprise, she held her right hand to her mouth and blew a whistle. Illusory ropes emerged from the ground and coiled around the three primordial moon believers like snakes. "Is there a way to stop this?" Cattleya said to the shadow in the corner. After a moment of silence, Heath Doyle's voice sounded. Frank said that he hadn't obtained a way to stop it in his experiments. "The only way is cremation." Cremation, Cattleya's brows quivered. Immediately, she took out some powder from a pocket and threw them out. The powder seemed to have a life of its own, as it accurately landed on the three believers and the various mushrooms. Silently, they burst into scarlet flames, and silently burned whatever they touched. Artisan Cielf was already dumbstruck from witnessing the mutation. When someone intruded, he had thought of resisting using his mystical item, but he quickly recognized the intruder to be Admiral of Stars Cattleya. Hence, he wisely gave up and stood in his spot, waiting. He knew that he was of significant value. No matter where he went, he was not someone who would immediately be killed. Worst comes to worst, I'll just have to join the Star Pirates. Besides, this pirate admiral seems to be more beautiful than the bounty notices. Cielf tugged at his wolf fang necklace and forced a smile. Cattleya glanced at him and seriously observed his appearance. All she could confirm was that he was a classic example of someone from Intis, but she failed to find any similarities to Queen Mystic. The pirate admiral deliberated and said, "I had been introduced by a friend, hoping to get you to create a mystical item, but I later discovered that you were with some primordial moon believers. The three of them aren't too strong and couldn't restrain you at all. Why do you still remain here?" In this operation, Cattleya's main hypothetical enemy was actually the artisan himself. Cielf said with a smile, "They had strong ones in Byam in the beginning. Using particular floral fragrances and powders, they infected me with a strange ailment, making me increasingly weaker." Cattleya casually sized him up. "You have already recovered, so why aren't you taking this opportunity to escape?" Alger stood by the side silently. He didn't say a word, afraid that his voice might betray him. Artisan Cielf chuckled. "While I was under their control, they told me that as long as I believed in the primordial moon, I could use certain rituals to treat my chronic illness. I couldn't resist the temptation and tried it, and it really succeeded. I found the feeling of being a man again." Having said that, he came to an abrupt halt, realizing that he had said too much, exposing his secret illness. This is him letting himself go too far when it comes to women, thus slowly losing his abilities in bed. Alger chuckled inwardly. Cielf looked up and glanced at them. Seeing that no one was mocking him, he coughed slightly and continued. "It wasn't something that relied on medicine. I really recovered my young, virile state. Later I had 2 dreams of a moon that was bloody and very enticing. I believed that I had already become a believer of the primordial moon. Therefore, I didn't dare to escape." Cattleya and Alger silently exchanged gazes, simultaneously passing the death sentence on him. As long as someone truly believed in an evil god, there was no regret. This was nearly unsalvageable, unless they earned the right to receive the blessings of a grounded angel or accepted being isolated by certain sealed artifacts. Cattleya didn't mention the primordial moon believers again. To her, it wasn't a big problem whether the artisan believed in an evil god. As long as he could be communicated with to reach a deal for cooperation and not go crazy, the other matters weren't something a pirate needed to be worried about. She switched topics. "What mystical items do you have now? I'll choose a few and leave you with the rest." Towards such a development, Artisan Cielf wasn't too surprised. She was a pirate, not a policewoman. Doing a heist in passing was extremely normal. For her to leave him some items was something he should earnestly thank her for. In fact, with his level and items, it was possible for him to successfully escape if he went all out, but he lacked the courage. All right. Sealf took out a pair of greyish-white glasses from his breast pocket. Gargoyle glasses. As long as sightlines are met, it can cause the other party to turn numb all over as though they are being petrified. There are two negative effects. First, if one wears it and looks into a mirror, one will turn numb as well. Second, one's body will turn heavy, making one unagile. Isn't that the item I reserved? So it has already been made. Looking at the artisan, Alger couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Chapter 923, After Effects. Sealf didn't notice the change in Alger's eyes. He pointed at one of the cremated primordial moon believers. That cane was taken from me. It's called Word of the Sea. It can release lightning at a target. Waving it and striking it will cause it to be augmented with wind blades. Apart from that, it can also create large water spheres and corrosive rainwater. It can also allow the wielder to not be afraid of deep-sea pressure. They can freely extract oxygen from the water. At the same time, it can also be used as a wand to provide flight. There are 3 negative side effects. First, it enjoys singing. Every 6 hours it has to belt out a song. The resulting effects don't discriminate between friend or foe. Due to the different choices of songs and styles, it can make one's mind go adrift, or have one's mind and soul shocked, and at other times cause one to be irascible and be in a state of lowered reason. Of course, even without waiting 6 hours, it will also be very willing to sing if you so desire. Second, you can probably tell that it's equipped with living characteristics. Furthermore, it's one that is rather testy. It enjoys tripping, beating, or pulling the wielder downstairs when they aren't paying attention. Third, it will cause the wielder to easily be struck by lightning. Therefore, on stormy days, either don't go out or don't bring it along. This is the sealed artifact that was made from Gehrman Sparrow's Ocean's Songster Beyonder characteristic. If he were to know that you had already made it and had allowed the primordial moon believer to take it away, you will definitely be sold to someone who is in need of you. In the form of a Beyonder characteristic, Alger looked towards the dining table and saw the black, silver-inlaid cane. From what he knew, mystical items with living characteristics were considered sealed artifacts because there were unpredictable dangers associated with them. With Cattleya not telling him that he was done, Sealf could only continue taking out mystical items with a glum face. This short knife is called Blade of Poison. The effects are obvious. Every time it deals damage, it will add on a random poison. As for what it is, it's all luck. Its negative effects aren't too serious. It will only cause medical treatment to fail and the feeling of being drunk to accumulate within the wielder. Sealf continued introducing a few mystical items and finally heard Cattleya say, "Excellent, the rest are yours." Phew, she still left me with 3. Not only did Sealf not bear a grudge, he felt deep down how nice a person Admiral of Stars was, as though he had suffered some psychological ailments. Cattleya then turned to look at the Hanged Man. "You pick first." She knew that the world had commissioned a mystical item to be made by the artisan. Therefore, the Hanged Man had to first select the Crazy Adventurer's item first. Alger nodded and took the Word of the Sea and the gargoyle glasses. Then he indicated that the rest were spoils of war. Cattleya thought for a moment. "Pick another one. The rest will be mine." She wasn't too interested in the remaining items, as she had 2 rather powerful items that suited her, and had also obtained the Scales of Luck and Judge button later. Of course, as a pirate admiral, she never found mystical items too excessive. After all, she had to hand over some of them to the Moses Ascetic Order and leave the rest to reward her crew. Alger fell silent for a moment. Starting from what items and powers he had, he chose the Blade of Poison. Following that, Cattleya instructed Bloodless Heath Doyle to move the mystical items Sealf had placed on the ground and the remnant items left by the primordial moon believers out of the room. Then, she looked at the artisan with her dark purple-hued eyes. "Why do the primordial moon believers want to control you?" Sealf's eyes flickered. "Isn't that simple and obvious? To get me to make mystical items for them." Just as he said that, his heart skipped a beat as a result of the purple eyes that were coldly looking at him. He hurriedly added, "They also seem to have some plan that needs the help of an artisan. As for what it is, I've no idea because it hasn't started." Cattleya retracted her gaze while seemingly in thought. Exchanging a silent look with the hanged man, they nodded simultaneously. They decided not to take away the artisan today and to leave him there to monitor the subsequent developments. For the hermit and the hanged man, whatever the primordial moon believers were plotting wasn't something they cared about. They just each had matters they were concerned about. The former used it to communicate with Queen Mystic, while the latter could use this matter to earn contribution points from the church. After a brief silence, Cattleya said to Sealf, "Since you're already a primordial moon believer, taking you with me provides me with no benefit." Sealf nodded immediately. Cattleya paused for a moment. "However, I wish to establish a long-term working relationship with you. Therefore, I need a few drops of your blood. This will aid me in finding you at any time." Sealf wore a miserable look, but he was unable to object. "Okay," he exhaled. With that said, he picked up a paper cutter and sliced his forearm, letting a few drops of blood drip out. Cattleya immediately raised her right arm and gently flicked her wrist, causing the few drops of blood to float and fly towards her. After observing the blood in her palm, this pirate admiral suddenly asked, "What's your last name?" "June," Sealf replied instinctively. Cattleya didn't say a word as she turned and walked out the door. Alger followed closely behind. The room quickly turned silent as Sealf sat on the sofa, motionless for quite a while. 10 minutes later, he suddenly stood up and took out a small human-shaped figurine from his inside pocket. The figurine was brass-colored, and its face was empty. Blood slowly seeped out from it and remained on its surface. Sealf quickly wiped the figurine's face with a handkerchief, then exhaled with relief. He curled the corners of his lips and silently muttered, "Thankfully I have this fake puppet. Humph, let's see how you can find me with those drops of blood." In the poverty-stricken district of Bayam, on a street without any street lamps, the masked and hooded Alger looked at the hermit beside him. After Sealf escaped from the Church of Steam, he has been living safe and sound to this day. This means he's not a fool. For him to so easily give you the blood without putting up any resistance means that he has the means to avoid your tracking. Besides, he didn't mention an explanation of how the primordial moon believers found him. As Cattleya took out her heavy glasses and wore them, she said without a change in tone, "It isn't used for tracking." Alger nodded in thought before bidding her farewell, turning into a dark alley. He made several detours and removed his disguise before leaving Bayam and returning to the Resistance's private harbor to board the Blue Avenger. Upon seeing him return, one of the sailors stood up immediately. "Captain, have you had dinner?" "Not yet. Make something simple for me." For the operation, Alger hadn't had a chance to fill his stomach. The sailor immediately replied, "All right, we got some fresh mushrooms in the forest today. How about I pan-fry it with some butter?" Alger's face twitched as he shook his head with a normal expression. "Searing a steak would do. Medium rare, medium done." In East Balam, by the periphery of a forest, with his 2 marionettes, Klein wasn't in a rush to leave. He entered the city and planned on getting some dyes to disguise Admiral Hel Ludwell's mask. Before that, he had other things to do. Seek out a helper for his exploration of the periphery of Calderon. Klein was never a lone wolf. Therefore, unless he had no options, he would always invite powerhouses to provide him with help. If it wasn't because I know it's impossible, I'd even wish to wait 1 to 2 weeks before I carry a baby or push a pram to head for Calderon. Klein sighed silently as he took out the adventurer's harmonica and blew into it. Silently, Rainette Tinnicker, with her 4 heads in hand, walked out of the void. Klein deliberated his words. "I plan on exploring Calderon City soon. Well, I've already obtained its coordinates in the spirit world. I'm wondering if I can hire you for your help. What would be the price?" The 4 heads in Rainette Tinnicker's hand spoke one after another. "Won't do. I can't. Enter. Chapter 924, first key factor at carrying out risky operations. Can't enter. The 7 lights can't enter for some special reason. Is this a restriction Calderon City has on higher-level creatures in the spirit world? However, how does Miss Messenger know of this limitation? Has she been there before? As his mind whirred, Klein slowly and silently exhaled. He then took out a gold coin and handed it to Reinette Tinneker. I understand. Thank you for the information. After one of Miss Messenger's heads bit on the gold coin and retreated into the spirit world, Klein allowed his thoughts to roam as he considered how he could find other helpers. Mr. Azik has entered a state of slumber. Willor Septin is about to be born but is only a baby at a nadir. Getting the help of a demigod from the life school of thought through this snake of fate would be difficult. Queen Mystic Bernadette? I'm not too familiar with her. Besides, the fool has demigods and angels under him. A blessed like Gehrman Sparrow can always find other help. The chief from the City of Silver is unable to leave the forsaken land of the gods, those Jesus of the Sanguine. There's no suitable reason, and it's very easy for me to be exposed to Lilith. Klein thought of one candidate after another, but one by one he struck them off the list. Finally, he couldn't help but sigh. When in need, friends are always in short supply. He couldn't help but think of setting up a ritual to attempt to pray to the Evernite goddess, but he quickly dismissed the idea. He didn't wish to rely on a deity's bestowment for everything. Besides, he suspected that similar rituals wouldn't have any effect. He then considered making use of his enemies, but he believed that it was difficult to replicate the same situation outside Biome City from back then. A person who treads the edge of the abyss would fall into it sooner or later. Who else can provide me with help? Klein's gaze swept past his two marionettes as friend after friend flashed past his mind. Suddenly, he recalled something. Miss Sharon once told me that the Tutankhamun II mummy is one of the keys to her advancement ritual. This also means that she's about to become a demigod, a Sequence 4 puppet. If she succeeds, I can get her to help. We have had a good partnership. Thankfully, I chose to help her. Otherwise, I wouldn't have any hope today. As Klein reeled in poignancy, he took out paper and a fountain pen. Placing the paper on Enzo's back, he scribbled, "It's been a while since we last met. I wonder how you've been recently." As he wrote, Klein suddenly stopped, feeling the opening was too off and hypocritical. Miss Sharon is a person who restrains herself. I have to consider her personality and be more frank. He thought for a few seconds before raising the previous slip of paper and making it become engulfed in scarlet flames. After a few seconds of deliberation, Klein wrote on a new slip of paper, "I've already acquired the spirit world coordinates of Calderon City. If you've already become a demigod, I wish to cooperate again to receive some help. If not, there's no need to force it. I can still find other friends. Sherlock Moriarty." After folding the slip of paper and addressing it to Mam Mariam, Klein took out the adventurer's harmonica again and blew it. Reinette Tinneker, in her dark and complicated dress, walked out of the void as though she had never left the vicinity. Klein handed her the folded slip of paper and a gold coin before seriously exhorting her, "Send it to Backlund, Hilston, 126 Garde Street. Throw it directly into the mailbox." "All right," one of Reinette Tinneker's heads said while another bit on the letter and gold coin. Upon seeing this, Klein pressed, somewhat worried, "You haven't lost the previous map, right? Do you know which borough Hilston is? Do you know where Guard Street is?" The three other heads which Reinette held replied, "No, I know. It's very easy to find." Klein immediately exhaled as he politely sent off Miss Messenger. He temporarily threw the matter of Calderon City to the back of his mind and began disguising his marionette, Ludwell. The next morning, a man with brownish skin, light curly hair, dressed in a formal lone attire and a silk half-top hat, entered Titnik City that bordered a forest with his two servants. Having disguised himself as a local wealthy man, Klein quickly found a hotel to stay in. Sitting on a reclining chair made of rattan, he observed his handiwork once again. Winner Enzo's skin was not only bronze, but now almost completely black. Together with his thin and soft hair, bushy brows, and dark shadowy facial outline, matched with Balam-style baggy, creased pants and a black and white top, he looked like a typical example of a local servant that hailed from a particular plantation manor. Admiral Hell Ludwell's rather resplendent clothes had become the same style as Enzo's. His exposed skin had clear burn marks, and his silver mask was now dyed with a uniform iron-black color. This made it look as though he had been disfigured due to a fire accident and was wearing a mask to hide his face. After having his lunch, which was served to his room, Klein heard stacked illusory prayers. Mail. Mr. Hanged Man? It's also possible it's Emlyn and little son, he thought. He was just about to head for the bathroom to go above the grey fog when his spiritual perception was triggered. He hurriedly activated his spirit vision and saw the headless Raynette Tinnicker appear out of the spirit world with a letter in a head's mouth. Miss Sharon has replied. Klein first thanked her before receiving the letter and tearing it open to read. Sorry, I will likely still need another 1 to 2 months of preparation. If you still need my help by then, I'll be fine with it, Sharon. 1 to 2 months. It's not like I can't wait. I haven't digested my marionettist potion yet. Klein nodded indiscernibly as he got a pen and some paper to reply simply, Take your own time. There's no rush. My matter isn't urgent. I can wait. Sherlock Moriarty. After handing the letter and gold coin to Raynette and getting her to send it, Klein suddenly thought of a problem. During wars, scouting is necessary. How can I be so rash and careless about exploring a dangerous place like Calderon City? When Miss Sharon advances, I can head there to do some scouting and gather some intelligence without the need to take risks. For example, I can figure out exactly what restrictions there are, what kind of anomalies will happen towards Death Domain powers, or I can figure out whether I'm only able to enter by a fixed entrance, or if I have any way of directly returning above the grey fog from inside. After confirming all of this, I can formulate a plan and make preparations. Of course, before scouting, divination is necessary. Klein soon made up his mind and walked into the attached bathroom. Chapter 925, Choosing Clothes. Above the endless greyish-white fog, in the magnificent ancient hall, Klein didn't rush to do a divination. He first answered the hanged man's sacrificial ritual and got the cane made from the ocean songster characteristic to appear in front of him. Word of the Sea. It's basically a weaker version of the sea god scepter. It doesn't have demigod-level powers like lightning storm or tsunami. There are quite a number of negative effects, Klein recalled, stroking the silver-inlaid black cane. Perhaps the mysterious space had naturally suppressed it, as the Beyonder cane expressed no living characteristics. Mystical items with living characteristics are really rather troublesome. But from a different angle, it means that they can be communicated with. The die of probability was quite a nasty fellow, but didn't it also become obedient after getting schooled? Besides, I can always have my servants hold it most of the time. Yes, Winner Enzo will be most suitable. Releasing a little bit of his accumulated luck wouldn't affect anything. This way, be it being tripped or beaten, he would be able to smoothly avoid it. On careful thought, the cane's pranks aren't completely useless. If I were to meet other marionettists and end up being initially controlled, an uncontrollable cane could suddenly hit me or trip me, successfully escaping from my predicament. If a mystical item's negative effects are used well, they can be quite a boon. As for the negative effect of easily being struck by lightning on a stormy day, Klein didn't mind. Stormy weather wasn't common, and as a seer, divining the day's weather was a common act. If he couldn't avoid sudden storms, he could always give the cane to Enzo. Let's just hope I'm not that lightning rod. Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh as he considered the most worrisome negative effect. It would belt out Beyonder singing every 6 hours. This was an indiscriminate, huge AoE attack. He decided to communicate with the Word of the Sea to reduce the frequency at which it sang. I had breakfast early today. It's almost time for creeping hunger to start its howling, Klein thought, removing the human-skinned glove from his left palm and throwing it at an empty spot. Following that, he lifted the cane and threw it over. Then, he stirred some of the power of the mysterious space, creating a barrier that isolated all sound and images, making creeping hunger and Word of the Sea spend time alone. After doing all of this, he rubbed his palms and conjured a pen and paper, writing down a divination statement. My scouting of Calderon City's periphery today is dangerous. He let his spirit pendulum hang down over the paper. After chanting 7 times, he opened his eyes and saw the topaz standing still. The divination had failed. Calderon City's actual situation is a secret to the entire spirit world, and divination lacks a starting point. Besides, that was once a divine kingdom of an ancient goddess. It can similarly interfere with divination. I can only trust what Red Light said. The danger around its periphery isn't that great. Besides, I still have marionettes. I can let them go first and confirm if that place screens the grey fog. Klein quickly came to a decision. Without any hesitation, he waved his hand to remove the barrier. He then saw Creeping Hunger, which had retreated to the side of the junk pile, propping itself up with 3 fingers while its thumb and pinky were pressing backward on Grossel's travels. It looked weak and could hardly stand. At the same time, a mouth in the middle of the palm revealed 2 illusory white teeth that kept gasping for air. On the other side, the silver-inlaid black cane was on the ground, twitching from time to time as its tip kept oozing blue, transparent water bubbles. "Very good, silence at last," Klein muttered in gratification. Just as he said that, the Word of the Sea suddenly stood up and hopped towards him, circling the fool's seat. Creeping Hunger used all its 5 fingers as legs as it chased after the cane with great difficulty, collapsing to the ground midway. Klein watched speechless before sighing. After fusing with Mr. A, Creeping Hunger seems to have a living characteristic, but this level of intelligence is way too low. It clearly grazed a wind blast and is capable of short-distance flight, yet it still uses its fingers as legs to chase. He then turned his head towards the cane. "Aren't you a sequence 5 of the Sailor Pathway? What kind of mystical item are you if you can only hop on 1 leg? Seriously, are such low-level living characteristics equivalent to babies? No, a particular baby is way smarter than all of you." Just as he said that, the glove and cane froze. Klein's subsequent words were left in his throat. All he could do was reach out to pick up Word of the Sea and kindly speak to it. After a friendly and frank negotiation, the cane used high-frequency swaying to gesture that it would reduce its singing to a minimum and give prior warning if it really couldn't hold back. At the same time, it raised a request via singing. Never use the hand wearing Creeping Hunger to hold it. Better than Creeping Hunger. It's not too stubborn. Klein beckoned for the glove and wore it. Taking a glance at the door of summoning, he began considering the items to bring on his scouting of Calderon City. The 2 marionettes were going, wearing Enzo's Flower of Blood ring and Ludwell's Harris sword. Klein decided to get Enzo to carry the Word of the Sea. As for himself, Klein planned on heading there as a spirit body. Once anything was amiss, he would immediately end the summoning and return above the grey fog. This way, what clothes he matched was something worth considering. Azic's copper whistle? No, that is related to death, and Calderon City belongs to ancient death. There's a small possibility that this might create a terrifying anomaly. Black Emperor card or the Tyrant card. I'll be moving about the spirit world. The 2 marionettes are basically dead, so I'm not afraid that they have their blood extracted. This also means that I can bring the Sea God Scepter to Calderon City. It's far from the Rorstead archipelago, so I don't have to worry about being affected by the believers' prayers. The only problem is that I'll become irascible and short-tempered. This is taboo when it comes to exploring. However, this is easily resolved. I'll leave it with Enzo or Ludwell. Besides, the Tyrant card's level is very high. It can produce a suppression effect on the Sea God's scepter, preventing me from easily flaring up. With the combination of the Tyrant card and the Sea God's scepter, I'm equivalent to half a sequence 4. This can then most effectively reduce the risk I face. I don't have to worry about the law of convergence. If Calderon City can screen the grey fog, I'll return after taking a look from the outside. If it can't, and a high sequence Beyonder of the Church of Storms really does get drawn there, I can end up using him. Amidst his thoughts, Klein reached out his hand, attracting the Tyrant card to fall into his palm. Immediately after that, he fused the card of blasphemy into his soul body. Suddenly, extreme might and terrifying auras emanated from the fool's location. A heavy papal tiara silently appeared on Klein's head as his clothes turned into a religious robe, dark blue and almost black. As howling winds sounded, the pontiff robe flared up suddenly, as Klein raised his right hand and suspended himself in midair before catching the white bone scepter that flew towards him. At the tip of the scepter, the gems emitted either blinding silver or blue light like bolts of lightning that circled around the tyrant. With a thud, the word of the sea cane prostrated to the ground. Chapter 926, Spiraling City. I really do feel a little irascible, but I'm not that quick-tempered. Wearing the papal tiara and dark blue robes while wielding the sea god's scepter, Klein seriously observed his new state. This meant that the tyrant card could suppress the negative effects of the sea god's scepter to a certain extent, but it wasn't able to completely eliminate it. Using cogitation, Klein composed himself and turned to look at the junk pile in the corner. Grossel's Travels? This is my strongest defensive item, but the problem is that it was made by the Dragon of Imagination Ankiwelt. This Dragon King was once allies with the owner of Calderon City, Phoenix ancestor Gregrace. Who knows if this book would trigger any unnecessary developments? To be safe, it's best if I don't bring it. And just like Azic's copper whistle, the mutated paper figurine can't be included. It has the remnant aura of artificial death. The Priest of Light Beyonder characteristic can effectively restrain dead spirits, but it's only an ingredient that hasn't been made into a mystical item. With the sea god's scepter and word of the sea, there's no need for me to bring it. Thoughts flashed across Klein's mind as he eliminated the remaining items. He wore the human-skinned glove on his left hand, wielded the sea god's scepter, and raised his right hand slightly, making the word of the sea fly up and land in his palm. Following that, the papal-dressed Klein changed the appearance of his soul, hiding his facial features within the shadows of the tiara. He slowly stood up as the dark blue robes fluttered and the white bone scepter dazzled. With just one step, Tyrant Klein passed through the door of summoning and arrived in the real world. After adding the Fate Siphon charm and Death Knell into his body, he opened the door and returned to the living room, getting Enzo to come over to receive the word of the sea. After some thought, Klein took out Death Knell and handed it to Admiral Hell Ludwell. After doing all of this, he brought his two marionettes and relied on traveling to head for the coordinates in the spirit world that were provided by Miss Magician. The trip happened rather smoothly. The tyrant aura made all kinds of strange spirit world creatures not dare to approach him. Before long, Klein arrived at his destination. The scene in front of him looked no different from anywhere else in the spirit world. The saturated colors were overlapped, and there was some thin fog emanating everywhere. He did a rough scan before getting Enzo and Ludwell to enter a blob of fog that appeared very thin and normal. Suddenly, his field of vision widened with the help of his two marionettes. A grand city that was of legendary proportions appeared in his eyes. This city was abnormal. It didn't develop in a vertical manner, but instead spiraled deep into the ground, giving one the feeling of an inverted mausoleum. Its buildings had a myriad of strange styles. Some had towering pale white rock columns with a huge single house carved out at the top. Some were built in the ground, a tombstone erected at their entrances. The closer it was to the bottom of the pit, the more completely preserved the buildings were. The closer they were to the top, the more collapsed areas there were. Klein made his two marionettes stop. Despite standing at the edge of the city, he was unable to identify what was at the bottom. Deep darkness enveloped the area as though no light had been shown inside for thousands of years. After a brief observation, Enzo lowered his head and chanted using ancient Hermes, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the grey fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck." Just as he finished the statement, Klein, who was still situated outside Calderon City, heard stacked illusory pleas. It's the marionette's prayer. This means that Calderon City doesn't screen out the grey fog. At the very least, the outer periphery doesn't. I can enter, Klein relaxed. Although he said that to himself, he was in no way in a hurry. He subsequently controlled Ludwell to raise his left palm and spread it open. Illusory light was suddenly emitted. Following that, the area imploded, forming a pair of double bronze doors. This door was slightly blurry and extremely incorporeal, its surface covered with countless mysterious patterns that gave one a feeling of indescribable heaviness and silence. With a creak, the mysterious bronze door cracked open a little. Through this crack, Klein saw the deepest and heaviest darkness. Amidst the darkness, pale white colors stirred, swirling up at times and descending at other times, like a river gushing through a night devoid of light. At this moment, pairs of transparent eyes and indescribable faces suddenly appeared, filling the crack, eagerly trying to pass through. Klein's eyes felt a slight stabbing pain as he immediately made Ludwell clench his left palm. Thud! The illusory door closed, disappearing from Enzo's sight. This mysterious door that separates life from death no longer leads to the underworld, but the core region of Calderon City. The deepest point at the bottom of the pit? Wearing the papal tiara, Klein nodded in thought. This way, many of the powers of the death domain were remade in Calderon City, causing an anomaly. With this knowledge, he once again got Ludwell to raise his left arm. The left part of this marionette's body rapidly turned illusory as dark green specks appeared. His arm began to stop, abiding by the laws of reality, as it suddenly extended into the distance. The center of its palm was abnormally white, with an illusory face protruding from it. The face had its mouth half open, its tongue sharp like a snake's and covered in white fur. In a completely surreal manner, the tongue flicked out far into the distance, as though it could drill directly into a human's body and absorb one's soul. Indeed, the death envoy powers Ludwell gets from the underworld creature inside his body have mutated. Not only has it been enhanced, but it has also gone from remotely extracting spirit bodies to directly consuming them. Klein stood at the entrance and made Admiral Hell display all kinds of beyonder powers, gleaning the differences. The thing they had in common was that all of them had become more powerful. Then he experimented by making Enzo use his body and the various powers from Flower of Blood and Word of the Sea before coming up with a conclusion. Aspects in the fate domain aren't affected. Lightning strike is suppressed. Unable to fly too high, powers like wind blades, singing, and illusory scales undergo no changes. With the end of these experiments, Klein made Enzo and Ludwell walk down the pale white stairs, clinging closely to the periphery of the city where the buildings had completely collapsed. As the 200-meter threshold approached, he raised his right hand and pressed down on his face that hid in the shadows of the tiara. Then, wielding the sea god's scepter, he stepped into the thin fog. His mind instantly felt a little groggy as the scene before him changed. He had entered the city of the dead, Calderon City. Enduring the irascible feelings within him, Klein made his left glove turn dark. His body turned illusory, becoming a shadow. Only the sea god's scepter in his hand continued emitting silver or blue beams of light. Using his soul's screening and the tyrant card's suppression to hide the light, Klein floated diagonally ahead, slinking into the shadows of the collapsed buildings. He followed closely behind the two marionettes, beginning an initial inspection of Calderon City's outer region. As he traversed the area, Klein gradually noticed something amiss. It was too quiet. It was so quiet that it was as though the entire city was dead. Even bugs had failed to survive. Based on what Herodes and Red Light Ior Moria had said, the residents inside the city had been allowed to leave before it was thrown into the spirit world. Occasionally, other spirit world creatures would enter. But now, not only were there no active creatures in the peripheral region, there weren't even skeletons, zombies, or even one or two non-bone-like buildings. Klein tensed up more and more. With Enzo's and Ludwell's vision, he carefully observed his surroundings. During this process, his gaze swept across a broken pale white column. The ancient but damaged building at the top had a disc burnished from gold inside. The disc's smooth surface reflected a figure, but it wasn't Enzo, but Klein in his papal tiara and dark blue robe. This Klein had a gloomy demeanor. His face was pale and his eyes were listless as though he had long been dead. Chapter 927, Tyrant's Might. Hiding in the shadows, Klein's heart tightened. He then quickly calmed down without showing any signs of horror. This was because he was extremely certain that the reflection on the golden disc's smooth surface wasn't him. At least it wasn't the real him. If it really was him, Enzo would have seen the grey fog, seeing magical scenes that resembled a mythical creature form, which would have caused Klein to faint immediately. Since I'm completely fine, it means that the reflection isn't of me. Klein activated his spirit body thread's vision, controlled Enzo, and raised the Word of the Sea. He approached the pale white collapsed column and the ancient building while secretly releasing some of his luck. The swarthy marionette approached the golden disc one step at a time. Bending his back and raising the cane, he carefully observed the area. The disc had 2 layers, an inner and outer layer. The core region was as smooth as a mirror with very few patterns. The boundaries were engraved with bird-like creatures, its entirety having an ancient magnificence to it. The figure it reflected remained the same. Despite reflecting Enzo, it reflected the gloomy, pale Klein with listless eyes. Even the sea god's scepter, the papal tiara and papal robe that came with the tyrant card weren't missing. What does this actually mean? Klein calmly grew out of the shadows, restoring his appearance. Then, using his Beyonder powers as a clown, he produced his present state in his mind. Holding the white bone scepter, he wore a caped papal robe with a papal tiara. His face was hidden in the shadows, and his entire body exhibited a gloomy and cadaveric air, as though he was a zombie that was recently dug out. This, Klein was alarmed. He never expected to really experience such changes. Apart from the grey fogs mixing with reality, the reflection on the golden disc really was him. He hurriedly consoled himself as he calmed his mental state. Normally, with his rich experience, there was nothing he needed to do. But first, considering he was holding the sea god's scepter that easily made him rash, he needed to pay constant attention. Second, he knew that this was once Phoenix ancestor Greggrace's divine kingdom, which contained the setup required for her revival. Getting Ludwell to return, he used his Beyonder powers to do a thorough inspection of himself before gaining a preliminary understanding. When living creatures enter Calderon City, they will naturally transform into the deceased. This is similar to the underworld, but there's a fundamental difference. Here, living creatures won't die an abrupt death before slowly turning into mindless undead creatures. Instead, they will directly turn into dead spirits. I didn't notice it before, because Enzo and Ludwell are essentially dead. Arodes and Red Light Isle Moria didn't mention this because the travelers, spirit world creatures, and angels automatically recovered after leaving alive. At this moment, he heard a sound coming from nearby. Clang! 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 The sound was heavy but crisp, as though someone was striking metal. Klein wasn't in a hurry to react. He carefully listened for 2 seconds before letting Enzo put down the heavy golden disc and walk towards a nearby broken tombstone. The halved tombstone corresponded to a building that developed further underground. On top of it were words written with the language of the dead. A quick-tempered fellow, one who died as a result of comparing which was harder, his head or someone else's hammer. Enzo circled around the damaged tombstone and arrived at the entrance to the tomb. He reached out his left hand and turned the knob, pulling open the door. Amidst the rough grinding sounds of rust, the heavy door slowly opened. So. Pale white beams of arrow-like light flew out. They brushed past Enzo's face, head, torso, and inner thighs, stabbing into the ground before vanishing. However, Winner Enzo was completely unharmed. I have to say that such a marionette is excellent for dangerous explorations. Klein sighed inwardly as he made Enzo cast his gaze down the building. It was a blacksmith, a giant with bluish-black skin and a head that looked like a ruptured watermelon held onto a hammer as he kept striking an anvil, but there was nothing on it. Just as he was about to get Enzo to take a more thorough look, his body suddenly turned numb as his thoughts turned sluggish. This feeling was something he had felt before. Back in Tinjin, he had been in a similar state when under sealed artifact 2049's influence. He knew that this meant that his spirit body threads had been controlled. Furthermore, not only were his joints rusting, as though someone had infused glue into them, but he also felt a strong numbness, as if he had been struck by lightning, making his actions harder. No good. It's the spirit world plunderer. I was guarded against its use of a soul avatar, and it distracted me and secretly approached, but I never expected that it not only had a soul avatar, but it also has a partner. That giant blacksmith made me careless, and the marionette's existence made me ignore my own safety. Various thoughts emerged in Klein's mind, disrupting his normal thoughts of trying to save himself. At this moment, the giant blacksmith with a ruptured head raised his hammer and rushed over to Enzo. And by Klein's neck, there was a cold wind blowing at it, pricking his hair up one by one. The surroundings were abnormally silent before, but now all kinds of strange creatures emerged from the pale white stone columns, run-down houses and tombs. Countless gazes were cast onto Klein from different areas. They were without any feelings, just indifferent. At this moment, Klein opened his mouth with great difficulty as he said a word slowly, "Sing." Just as he said that, the glove on his left palm opened its mouth, revealing its white teeth. "Praise you, the Lord that created everything, the Lord who reigns behind the curtain of shadows, the degenerated nature of all living things." Amidst this jarring voice that resembled blackboard scratching sounds, Enzo, who had been thrown to the ground, successfully avoided the hammer's strike as the word of the sea began spewing out water bubbles in excitement. Break, break, break. Klein suddenly felt his head ache as his ability to think was instantly recovered, no longer having disconnected thoughts for a brief moment. However, his body remained rusted and filled with numbness. Following that, he relied on his spirituality while motionless, controlling Ludwell, who had returned to his side, to punch him with his left fist. Bang! Klein staggered back, instantly extricating himself from the numb and sluggish state. Then, wearing the papal tiara, he became hot-headed as he spread his cape and raised the sea god's scepter. The blue gems lit up one after another as a bright silver bolt of lightning blasted down. The bolt of lightning spread into branches, blanketing Calderon City's periphery for hundreds of meters with a lightning forest. The destructive aura was brought to the forefront. The strange creatures that had charged out from various spots shattered, evaporated, and completely vanished as a result of the swath of silver. Moments after the silver storm quelled, Tyrant Klein's sea god scepter emitted a blinding light once again. The rapturous bolts of lightning snaked and embroiled the area, smiting down again and again like a huge wave. After 2 repeated casts of lightning storm, Klein was exhausted as he found his calm again. His heart beat suddenly as he recalled something. Lightning storm was indiscriminate when it struck. This meant that Ludwell was still fine, but there was a high chance of Enzo being wiped out. Klein instinctively looked over and saw Enzo curled by the side of the halved tombstone. Behind him was the huge metallic hammer, which still had tiny bolts of lightning snaking around. Not far from it were 2 non-human charred legs. The tomb had already collapsed. The iron-black tiles that landed on the ground still had remnant silver bolts of lightning sizzling away. As expected of a winner, he didn't even die despite such an onslaught. The amount of luck he accumulated has probably been passively expended. Klein felt relieved as he activated his spirit body thread's vision to observe his surroundings. He was searching for the spirit world plunderer. The already dilapidated buildings had nearly been leveled. The remaining stone pieces and bones were mostly charred black. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the rubble more than 100 meters away. It was wearing a translucent white robe. It didn't have a head or limbs, appearing as though it was being propped up by an invisible person. At that moment, it looked like it was in a sorry state, with wounds and black marks everywhere. This is the spirit world plunderer, I suppose. My rash usage of 2 lightning storms seems to have restrained it. Upon seeing this scene, Klein had such thoughts flash through his mind. Chapter 928, Misdirection. At this point, Klein had roughly understood the situation. Due to the law of beyonder characteristic convergence, he had been targeted by the spirit world plunderer the moment he entered Calderon City. It first moved the golden disc to his predicted path, transferring his attention to the transformation effect the city had on the living. Following that, it used the giant blacksmith, which wasn't its sole avatar, to distract him further. Finally, it secretly arrived within control distance and achieved success in one try. If it wasn't because I had seen those deceased bodies hung up like wind chimes at the cathedral, thus having an instinctual fear of high-sequence beyonders of the seer pathway, and having prepared several autonomous means to disrupt any exertion of control over me, I might have already been made a soul avatar. Seriously, I should have thought of the law of beyonder characteristic convergence before I came in. After carrying the sea god scepter, even with the tyrant card suppressing it, I'm still a little too rash. Klein's thoughts raced before he raised the bone scepter and prepared to use lightning storm again. If once wasn't enough, he would do it twice. He had to take this opportunity to prevent the spirit world plunderer from escaping. At this moment, the invisible figure wearing a translucent white robe burst into pale white flames, appearing in mid-air several hundred meters away. The spirit world plunderer had used a flaming jump that was many times stronger than Klein's, instantly pulling away from him. At the same time, in the rubble it was hiding in, a 4-meter-tall, bluish-black giant staggered to its feet, standing between the tyrant and the spirit world plunderer, blocking Klein's line of sight. It was obvious that it was a soul avatar. At the tip of the sea god's scepter, the blue-colored gems lit up. A few bolts of lightning leapt out of thin air, mixing together into a huge silver arrow that instantly smote the giant's head, all its invisible defenses shattered. The giant's head cracked, and its headless body evaporated amidst white gases tainted with dark green spots. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Klein, in his papal tiara and papal robe, raised the bone scepter even higher. Dark clouds quickly gathered in a very large area of Calderon City's periphery. Bean-sized drops of water smashed to the ground, and the raindrops pattered at an increasing pace, forming a catastrophic storm. The water extinguished the pale white flames and formed a stream that gushed downwards towards the lowest point of the city. In such weather, Klein's flaming jump had been made ineffective. But it was likewise for the spirit world plunderer. However, to a tyrant, his spirituality could spread through the dark clouds as though he had transformed into a deity that overlooked the land. Every drop of water had become Klein's eyes, allowing him to easily find the spirit world plunderer in every area that had its weather change. This invisible figure was hiding behind a broken pale white column. It hadn't left the periphery for the core region. Boom! A deafening boom sounded as bolts of lightning meshed to form a silver beam that shot out from the dark clouds, right at the spirit world plunderer. Relying on its potent spiritual premonition, the invisible figure burrowed into the ground half a second early. 3 thick silver beams smote the area one after another, melting the soil away as they sank downwards, producing charred craters. The spirit world plunderer emerged from another spot as it hurriedly dodged, as though carrying out a snaking dodge maneuver. However, regardless of where it fled to, the silver beams would chase up to it, even blocking its path ahead of time, preventing it from leaving the stormy region. Boom, boom, boom! The deity akin to a tyrant struck down again and again at his target, with success barely eluding him several times. Klein turned more and more anxious, eager to immediately end the hunt. Hence, he unreservedly triggered the sea god's scepter to increase the frequency at which bolts of lightning struck down. Suddenly, he felt a strong sense of exhaustion. This alarmed Klein as he realized that something was amiss. The spirit world plunderer had the chance of retreating deeper into Calderon City at the beginning, so why is it staying around? It's clearly a spirit world creature without a physical body. It can burrow underground to avoid the lightning, so why is it circling around? It's trying to make me attack. It has noticed that I'm not a demigod and wishes to drain me of my spirituality. Klein was alarmed, realizing how intelligent the spirit world plunderer was. Could lightning storm attract the notice of dangerous existences in the core region of Calderon City? I'm too rash. I keep neglecting the critical details. As thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein put away the sea god's scepter. The heavy storm stopped as the dark clouds quickly scattered. Klein made Enzo return to his side with word of the sea, and he got Ludwell to protect him in the middle. Following that, he and his 2 marionettes walked out as though they were trying to leave Calderon City, while he still had some spirituality left. During this process, Klein had his spirit body thread's vision constantly activated to prevent the spirit world plunderer from approaching him. He noticed that this creature's spirit body threads were somewhat special. A portion of them came out from its body and extended outwards normally, while a number materialized externally and were bound together in a thick bundle, right into the translucent white robe. As he shifted his gaze, he suddenly saw thin black illusory threads coming out from a collapsed house. Klein didn't hesitate to raise his sea god scepter, creating a sonorous thunderclap. Boom! Amidst this sound, Ludwell suddenly raised his left hand. Half his body instantly turned illusory as his arm extended out, heading straight for the collapsed house. Midway, his palm turned abnormally pale white. An illusory face protruded out and stuck out with a snake-like tongue which had white fur covering its surface. The tongue reached out far, penetrating the wall and stabbing at the spot where the spirit body threads were gathered, immediately sucking on a distorted and blurry soul. Around the soul, a number of spirit body threads suddenly disappeared, including the gathered bundle from afar. They were fake. The spirit world plunderer was able to create fake, illusory spirit body threads or instantly swap locations between its soul avatar and itself. Klein suddenly turned his head and looked elsewhere. Indeed, he saw a blob of spirit body threads swim over from underground at a fast speed. He once again used the sea god's scepter, releasing a thunderclap close to the ground. Meanwhile, Enzo expended some of his remaining luck, adding bad luck to the target. Then he shot out a silver bolt of lightning from the tip of the word of the sea. The bolt of lightning rather luckily passed through a crack and entered the ground, striking the assailant directly, causing a portion of the spirit body threads to instantly vanish. It was also fake. Just as Klein reacted, his thoughts paused and his body turned numb. Just as he opened his mouth with great difficulty to instruct the mystical item, the invisible figure in the translucent robe descended from above, landing right before him. The spirit world plunderer had been hiding high in the sky, cloaking itself with the greyish-white clouds. The moment this invisible figure appeared, maggots began crawling out of its collar where its head should be, maggots with strange patterns covering them. Just one look at them sent his mind reeling. Although he broke out of the control of his spirit body threads, he also lost his ability to think. His face that was shadowed by the papal tiara began to grow meat tendrils, each relatively transparent like squirming worms. If it wasn't for the tyrant card's level supporting him, he would have fallen to the ground while struggling in pain. The spirit world plunderer had a mythical creature form to a certain extent. At this moment, the invisible figure inside the white robe began to control Klein's spirit body threads without any obstacles. In a few seconds, it was already close to succeeding. Seeing that its prey was about to become its sole avatar, the spirit world plunderer suddenly saw its target open his mouth with great difficulty and say a word. He had recovered from the state of nearly losing control faster than it had anticipated. And the word was in ancient Hermes, Fate. It was the incantation for the Fate siphon charm. If Klein really wanted to leave, he would have grabbed his two marionettes and directly ended the summoning to return above the grey fog. He was planting a trap for the spirit world plunderer. The reason why he could recover so quickly was because he had experienced such situations too many times. Besides, there was a well-rounded way to deal with it, make his target unlucky. Just as Klein entered a sluggish state, his first reaction wasn't to make the mystical item sing, but to let Enzo expend all his luck, making the spirit world plunderer have enough bad luck. Chapter 929, True Soul Body. Fate. As the abstruse ancient Hermes term resounded, the spots where the spirit world plunderer and Klein stood suddenly darkened, as though a cloud had drifted over. When this illusionary shadow dissipated, the invisible figure donning a translucent white robe stood frozen, the surface of its clothes showing signs of worms crawling across it. It was sluggish, slow, and in a dire state. Across from it, Klein's eyes had their lucidity return. The meat tendrils on the shadowed face beneath the papal tiara vanished. It appeared as though Klein was the one who was controlling it, and had nearly converted it into his marionette. The Fate siphon charm switched one's fate. It could siphon off the target's subsequent fate and, in a short period of time, burden it with that of the users completing an exchange. Therefore, Klein and the spirit world plunderer's situations had switched. One went from death to survival, while the other went from victory to instant despair. After confirming that the spirit world plunderer was intelligent and extremely difficult to deal with, Klein began putting on an act of retreating. He appeared rash as he deliberately walked into its control, enticing its actions, ready to use the Fate siphon charm at the critical moment. That way, what terrible acts the spirit world plunderer did to its enemy, the charm would then allow it to experience the same despair. Of course, if the charm didn't have the expected effect, Klein still had his last trick up his sleeve: directly end the summoning and return above the grey fog. Without the time to marvel at how magical the fate siphon charm was, Klein didn't hesitate to raise the sea god's scepter high up before the swapping of fates ended. The dark blue papal robe flared up with the wind as the tiara emitted meshed blue and silver beams of light. At the tip of the white bone scepter, it shot out bolts of lightning that gathered into a ball before landing on the spirit world plunderer's body. A swath of silver color brightened up immediately, inundating the target once, twice, thrice. Klein continuously triggered terrifying lightning balls, expending his spirituality without holding back. Finally, he heard a roar that seemed to stem from the depths of one's soul as he instinctively sensed that his target had collapsed and dissipated. Only then did Klein lower the sea god's scepter and watch the silver lightning sizzle away. At that moment, his entire spirit body had turned rather illusory. As the lightning dispersed, the invisible figure in the white translucent robe appeared once again. Flickering light emerged from within as its body cracked, turning into countless illusory bubbles that disintegrated bit by bit. The tyrant had succeeded in the hunt. At this moment, deep within Calderon City, there was a sudden quake, as though a massive creature had awoken. The indescribable feeling combined into a swath of illusory greyish-white and, like a tidal wave, rose up from the bottom. Other spirit world plunderers? No, it appears to be a more terrifying creature. Klein pumped himself up, diverting some attention to monitor the situation as he anxiously waited for the spirit world plunderer's characteristic to appear. During this process, he suddenly recalled something. Back when he made the mystical item sing, Creeping Hunger had praised the true creator and had used his complete honorific name. The true creator might have very well heard its praises and noticed the commotion here. Just as his mind thought of something, his spiritual perception was triggered as he instinctively cast his gaze at the entrance to Calderon City. The lights there flickered as a figure entered. The figure was wearing a simple and ordinary linen robe with a head of silver hair. He was a handsome man with soft facial features, his eyes gentle with some hints of coldness, as though he was observing the fates of everyone in the world like a spectator. Behind him, there were beams forming illusory layers of pure wings that spread outwards, blocking the entire entrance. Klein nearly hissed through the gaps in his teeth as a series of titles and names flashed across his mind. Ouroboros, Tail Devourer, Angel of Fate, King of Angels. He didn't have the luxury of time to consider possibilities. His body expanded as though it was incorporeal, enveloping his marionettes, the yet-to-appear characteristic, and the spirit world plunderer's remnant bubbles within. At this moment, Ouroboros's silver eyes already had the distant figure in his sights. It was a figure wearing a papal tiara and a dark blue robe, exuding extreme oppression and tyranny. A river of flickering light appeared in his eyes, seeming to circle the tyrant figure and the periphery of Calderon City. Silently, the square houses and the pale white columns stood up again, despite being destroyed by the lightning storm. The charred legs of the giant blacksmith once again possessed a body as he appeared inside the tomb, striking at the anvil. All of this returned to what it was like shortly after the tyrant stepped in. However, Klein in his pontiff attire had vanished. His two marionettes, along with the remnant bubbles of the spirit world plunderer, had vanished as well. The corresponding figure was unable to return as the rebooted scene shattered, turning back to the desolate state after the battle. Tail Devourer Ouroboros watched silently for a long while before making a move. The greyish-white swath that rose up from the depth of Calderon City slowly receded back down. Above the grey fog, Klein slumped in the high-backed chair of the fool in exhaustion. He had already thrown the sea god's scepter back to the junk pile. The tyrant card had left his soul body and was placed facing down beside the Black Emperor card. The spirit world plunderer's bubbles were floating ahead, with the Beyonder characteristic constantly seeping out before combining with the points of light. After resting for a while, Klein saw greyish-white powder fall onto the mottled table's surface, followed by a transparent item that seemed weightless. The item was the size of a palm, formed by coiled maggots. It was almost shaped like a human, and its interior was filled with a colorless liquid. Bubbles often emerged, scattering black hints of light. Klein didn't dare to look at it carefully, as there was a more complicated structure in the weightless transparent object. They formed indescribable patterns and symbols that seemed to fuse knowledge, power, transformation, secrets, bizarreness, and madness within. This made him feel very dizzy, his mind on the verge of breaking down. This is likely the true soul of the spirit world plunderer. I have the corresponding powder as well. There's about 70 grams, more than I expected. Klein nodded indiscernibly and stored the powder into a box. Together with the true soul body, he threw them on the junk pile and covered it with the grey fog. After completing this, he raised his hand to rub his temples and made a self-deprecating remark. If it wasn't for the sea god's scepter, I probably would have had to leave Calderon City due to the assault of the spirit world plunderer. I was rash the entire time. Although the outcome was fine, it really doesn't suit my character. It's also completely at odds with the seer pathway's acting. In the future, I should try to avoid using the sea god's scepter in the outside world. The spirit world plunderer has been successfully hunted. There's no need for me to get Miss Sharon's help. In a few days, I'll write to her so that she won't be thinking over this matter. However, I have a premonition that I'll still be heading to Calderon City in the future. In addition, I have to seek out information on Bizarro Baines. I can't put all my hope on the City of Silver. Amidst his thoughts, Klein directly returned to his body without bringing his marionettes. He ended the ritual and headed straight for bed, falling asleep the moment his head hit the pillow. Escaped? Sast looked at the man opposite him and asked Daly Simone, who was carrying out a spirit channeling. They had just finished their operation and had captured a few numinous episcopate members. However, the key personnel, Hand of White Palenque Tasiblius, wasn't at the secret gathering point. He was a Sequence 4 demigod. Therefore, not only had the Red Gloves team used a Grade 1 sealed artifact, but they had even requested Goddesses Ailia's help, all futilely. Daly Simone nodded. Yes. She then looked at the captive, suddenly speaking with an ethereal voice. Where did Palenque Tasiblius go? He said he was going to meet someone, the numinous episcopate member answered slowly. Who is that person? Daly Simone pressed. Leonard Mitchell and the others also cast their gazes over. The man who was being spirit-channeled answered with an unperturbed voice, Ince Zangwill. Chapter 930, Former Organization. Ince Zangwill. Upon hearing the name, all the Red Gloves present fell silent. Ever since this former bishop betrayed the church, they had never relaxed their pursuit of him. Archbishops and high-ranking deacons had taken turns searching for him, but ultimately they were unable to lock onto him. He had slipped away through all kinds of coincidences, causing several major events that killed many Nighthawks. To the Church of Evernight, especially the Nighthawks, he was someone they hated, who had also insulted them. Without realizing it, Leonard Mitchell had already clenched his hanging fists as his breathing grew deeper. He soon forced himself to extricate himself from the sudden emotions that emerged, turning his attention to something else. It was no wonder Dwayne Dantes was able to meet Ince Zangwill on Waypoint Island. It was because the latter's goal was also the southern continent, East Balam. Amidst everyone's silence, Daly Simone immediately used her spirit body to emit an ethereal cold voice. Where are they meeting? The numinous episcopate member shook his head blankly. I don't know. Daly raised a few more questions, but she didn't get an ideal reply. Finally, she took a step back and cast her eyes at the Red Gloves team captain, Soest. Soest sighed and deliberated before saying, First, we need to inform this piece of intel to Her Excellency Goddess's Eye. We shall leave it to her to contact the Holy Cathedral. Ince, who has 08 with him, isn't someone a Red Gloves team can handle. Second, we should continue investigating and follow this clue pertaining to Palenque Tasiblius. Let's hope that we can figure out Ince Zangwill's motives. Grasping his motives is more important than knowing where he is. Perhaps it can help us set up a trap. Finally, from now on, everyone is to take note of any coincidences. Regardless of the reason, they are to be reported to me. Yes, Captain, the Red Glove members replied in unison. Leonard maintained his silence as he turned his head to glance at Daly, who was similarly silent, her gaze dark. At the same time, he heard Palais Zoroast's slightly aged voice resound in his mind. Heh, from the looks of it, I'll be witnessing a play of running and pursuing. What does old man mean? Leonard looked away and suddenly had an idea. If a person who is already dead was to secretly do the relevant investigation, would he be able to avoid 008's notice? After 2 hours of sleep, Klein rubbed his still throbbing head and slowly got out of bed. Following that, he pulled the bell and waited for an attendant. Soon a native deliberately dressed in lone attire knocked on the door. Klein opened a tiny gap and instructed with a hoarse voice, "Send another lunch set to the room. I had my meal too early." At that instant, he already looked like the tanned Enzo. "Yes, sir, a lunch set. Any special requests?" the attendant asked. Klein used an equally odd Lonese accent. "With braised meat as the main dish, match it with a cup of sparkling wine with ice and lemon. Include 2 servant meals." After ending the conversation, he closed the door and quickly set up a ritual, bringing back Enzo and Ludwell from above the grey fog to the real world. After some time, Klein put down his cutlery, picked up his napkin, and wiped his mouth. He leaned backward and shook his head helplessly. "If this continues, I'll really become fat. Thankfully, I'm a faceless." He covered his mouth as he burped before drinking the last bit of sparkling wine. Only at this moment did he feel like he had recovered. He now had the energy to consider the various details of his trip to Calderon City. The Marauder pathway is truly terrifying. Just a charm created from a worm of time is able to achieve such incredulous effects. As a king of angels, it's obvious how terrifying blasphemer Amon is. The true creator places a great importance on me. He directly got Tail Devourer Ouroboros to rush over. This does have a feeling of traveling across time. The angels on ancient murals are just walking out and standing before me. Just as Klein thought of this, his expression sank as he discovered a serious problem. Ouroboros is a king of angels from the monster pathway. This also meant that he could directly see the uniqueness about him. He could see the greyish-white fog and see the illusory door formed of spherical lights and the transparent maggots that formed them. What does this actually imply? The angel of fate who has survived since the Second Epoch should know something. And the true creator probably knows more. Could they be able to tell that I'm the master of the mysterious space above the grey fog? Regardless, the importance they place on me will rise. Klein clenched his right fist. He felt lucky that, be it Rose Redemption or the Aurora Order, they had yet to lock on to any of the Fool's believers. However, during the chaotic battle outside Biam, I had thrown out the tinder glove which had been corrupted by the true creator to attempt to attract a saint from the Aurora Order. This might very well have led to Gehrman Sparrow entering the suspect list. From the clues extending outward from him, there's Admiral of Stars, Vice Admiral Iceberg, Danitz, and Anderson. All of them will be investigated by the Aurora Order. I have to warn them. Klein slowly exhaled and stood up, prepared to head above the grey fog. From his point of view, the pursuit of Gehrman Sparrow by the military, Church of Storms, Rose School of Thought, the Numinous Episcopate were all different. The true creator's believers were rather crazy and had a king of angels, a leader who was good at prying into the secrets of fate, active in the real world. This way, it didn't matter if Cattleya and the others were at sea, there was still the risk of them being found. In Kokowa City, West Balam, Danitz, who was chewing on roasted meat, paused suddenly. He heard Mr. Fool pass him the warning from Gehrman Sparrow. Be careful of the Numinous Episcopate. Be careful of the Aurora Order, especially the latter. Pay special attention. Also, warn Anderson Hood as well as Edwina Edwards. Be careful of the Numinous Episcopate. Be careful of the Aurora Order, the military, Church of Storms, Church of Evernite, Rose School of Thought. What did Gehrman Sparrow do? Why has he offended so many factions? Dog shit. Danitz's expression froze before grimacing. Opposite him, Anderson put down his knife and asked curiously, "Have you recalled something?" Danitz secretly took a deep breath. "Have you heard of the Aurora Order?" Anderson chuckled. "I'm actually more surprised that you know of them. Did your captain tell you?" Without waiting for a reply, he continued, "They believe that the Creator is omnipresent. Everything has godhood. They believe that life is nothing but a spiritual journey. As long as one is willing to listen to their preachings, understand, discover, and gather the godhood, they will eventually become angels to transcend reality. Such an idea doesn't sound bad, but that's not the main point. The main point is that they believe in the true Creator. Upon hearing that, Danitz couldn't help but jeer. You know quite a bit, just slightly less than I know. Anderson immediately curled the ends of his mouth and said with a beaming smile, Of course. I once joined an organization in Intis. They hoped to change society, the world, to make the supernatural no longer secret, and to be out in the open for everyone to see, so as to become true rulers. They're called the Iron and Blood Cross Order, and they also believe in the true Creator. Danitz's expression froze as cold sweat oozed out of his forehead. Chapter 931, New Method to Acquiring Intel. Glancing at Danitz's expression, Anderson continued as though he didn't notice a thing. However, their brains appear to have been eaten by zombies. They were fervent to the point of stupidity. They didn't adhere to my sense of aesthetics. So after cheating them of their things, I quit. There, why's your face a little pale? As a hunter, shouldn't adapting to the environment be an intrinsic ability? Danitz lifted his right hand and wiped his sweat. Cursing inwardly, he forced a smile. I've heard that once someone believes in an evil god, it's almost impossible to escape the faith. As he spoke, he raised his chin slightly, wearing a look as though he was musing over the circumstances of his future death. Well said, Anderson replied with a smile that didn't have the slightest hint of gloom. It's not like I have any true faith. Back then, the incantations I said were lines I modified from the God of knowledge and wisdom. Since they don't really enjoy using their brains, as long as you superficially appear devout, any random excuse can be used to fool them. Without waiting for Danitz to develop the discussion further, he asked, Why are you suddenly asking about the Aurora Order? Danitz bit down on his roasted meat and slowly chewed. After a deliberate pause, he said, I just recalled something. For some reason, Gehrman Sparrow has been identified by the Aurora Order as a high-priority elimination target. Oh right, there's also the Numinous Episcopate, and both you and me are known to have relations with him. You want me to be careful against the Aurora Order and the Numinous Episcopate? Anderson nodded in enlightenment as he chuckled. You've recently mentioned something similar. Rose School of Thought, Church of Storms, Lone Military. Man, at times, I even feel that Gehrman Sparrow is more suited to being a hunter than me. Danitz could hardly retort as he nodded heavily in agreement. Anderson thought for a moment when he suddenly changed topics. What do you plan on doing here in West Balam? Helping Gehrman Sparrow with something? Upon hearing this question, Danitz fell silent for a second. He put down the item in his hand and tidied his clothes. Investigate the faith of the different classes of West Balam. This was determined after his discussion with Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina. In common parlance, it meant investigating the developments of the various secret organizations and factions in West Balam. Investigate the faith of the different classes of West Balam, Anderson repeated, reflectively raising his right hand to rub his temples as though he had a headache. After the end of the tarot gathering, and warning Admiral of Stars to take note of the Aurora Orders and Numinous Episcopates' investigations, Klein busily finished the three-party transaction between the world, the moon, and the sun, receiving £5,000 in return. After dinner, he bit on an unlit disguised smoke pipe as he read the papers. Then he saw Miss Messenger walk out of the void to deliver him a letter. Leonard's. Klein reached out to receive it and noticed that Renette Tinneker didn't stay at all. He unfolded the letter. Ince Zangwill has appeared in East Balam. He's suspected to have met with Palenque Tasiblius from the Numinous Episcopate's Artificial Death faction. Ince Zangwill. Klein ruminated over the name as he slowly leaned back into his reclining chair. In the letter, Leonard wished that he could do some investigations in secret to figure out Ince Zangwill's motives. But the problem is that 008 has the characteristic of any mention of it will be known. Knowing of it also means being known by it. Besides, it's good at arranging coincidences. Under such circumstances, it's very difficult to avoid 008's notice while investigating Ince Zangwill. Not only is there no chance of success, but it's also easy to expose myself. As Klein thought, he made Enzo walk behind him and begin massaging his shoulder. East Ballam, Numinous Episcopate, artificial death. Why is Ince Zangwill looking for them? Trying to find allies for the true mastermind behind the great smog of Backlund, that royal family's faction? Artificial death. Artificial death. As Klein thought, he suddenly recalled a matter that no one knew other than himself and Mr. Azik. The Evernite goddess had preliminarily gained control of the death pathway's uniqueness, in other words, artificial death. She was presently usurping, digesting and wielding the corresponding authority. In other words, the Numinous Episcopate's artificial death faction's target of belief was, in a way, the Evernite goddess. After the authority was fully transferred, they were bound to suffer a purge before slowly merging with the Church of Evernite. To Klein, this wasn't of importance. What was important was that in an ancient text he found before, it mentioned, to artificially create death, a number of Numinous Episcopate members had to pray to the uniqueness daily, as though it was a true deity. Then, could it be possible that when Palenque Tassiblius prayed to artificial death, he had mentioned Ince Zangwill's motives and had sought blessings? But he will probably never imagine that artificial death has already been controlled by the Evernite goddess. From this angle, directly setting up a ritual to pray to the goddess might allow one to obtain Ince Zangwill's motives. That's quite possible. The more Klein thought about it, the more certain he was that his seemingly ridiculous plan would succeed. And the reason why this could become a reality was because the enemy's leader was their spy. After getting Enzo to stop massaging him, Klein slowly got up and paced about, considering if he should make the attempt, and if so, how. Ince Zangwill is a traitor of the church. If there's a chance to wipe him out, the goddess should be very willing to see it happen. But the goddess is now in a critical stage of seizing the artificial death's authority. She will not be able to provide answers for a long period of time, and she can only provide feedback to normal ritualistic magic. Besides, I also lack the corresponding materials. Also, I've been constantly warning myself to be on guard. I must not fully trust and rely on the goddess. Directly praying to her to obtain a revelation might not be too good. Suddenly, he had a more ridiculous idea. Directly pray to artificial death. This actually posed no danger. This was because artificial death wasn't able to respond to prayers. If there was any feedback, it meant that it was essentially controlled by the Evernite goddess. On the other hand, Klein had the feather produced from the artificial death project and Azik's copper whistle. He didn't need to spend too much time to gather the ingredients. In addition, there's a layer in between us. I'm not directly contacting the goddess. Perhaps this might even help her further seize artificial death's authority. Klein consoled himself as he began busying himself. He first used a sacrificial and bestowment ritual, bringing back the 2 remaining feathers and some full moon essence oil and other items to the real world. Then he modified the sacrificial altar and completed the preparations. With great familiarity, Klein lit the candles, dripped some essential oils, and drew the symbols for human and concealment on an artificial goatskin. Then, in the thin fog that spread, he pressed Azik's copper whistle over it. Immediately after that, he placed the white feather stained with pale yellow oil stains inside a silver bowl that had burning herbal powder, watching it curl without turning black. After exhaling silently, Klein took a step back and chanted in Hermes, "You are the essence of death. You are the Lord of the dead. You are the final home to all living beings. I pray for your help. I pray for you to tell me the motives for Ince Zangwill's contact with the Numinous Episcopate." Just as he said those words, the 3 candlelights burgeoned as though they brightened significantly, but were tainted with a dark green. The surroundings turned cold and creepy. Klein closed his eyes and entered cogitation for 30 seconds, feeling uneasy. He walked in front of the altar, picked up the full moon essence oil, and dripped 1 drop onto each of the 3 candles. After doing this, he took away Azik's copper whistle, grabbed the artificial goatskin, and moved it close to the candlelight representing himself. When it ignited, he threw it into the silver bowl. With a whoosh, the white feather soared with pale white flames, covering the entire bowl and obstructing Klein's vision. About 3 seconds later, The fire subsided, leaving a mound of powder in the silver bowl. The powder moved without the help of any wind, forming one word after another. Possessed by an evil spirit. Requires exorcism. Chapter 932, Thin-Skinned. The goddess really replied. Upon seeing the words formed by the powder, Klein's first reaction had nothing to do with the content. Instead, he was shocked that this seemingly ridiculous thing had happened. Although he was already mentally prepared and believed that the chance of success was rather high, he still felt conflicting emotions. It took him almost a minute to accept it. After a while, he exhaled slowly and tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise manner. "Praise the lady!" He then ended the ritual, forcing himself to focus on the revelation itself. Possessed by an evil spirit. Requires exorcism? Ince Zangwill actually got possessed by an evil spirit. He went from sequence 9 to 5 of the death pathway, and the godhood he obtained is sequence 4, Night Watcher of the Evernight pathway, one that is good at dealing with spirit body-type creatures. Why would he end up being possessed? That's unless the evil spirit's level is extremely high, or at its core is very special. I can write to ask Miss Sharon, or get Little Son to find out more. That shepherd Elder Lovia had grazed an evil spirit. It's no wonder Ince Zangwill is trying to meet a demigod of the numinous episcopate. When it comes to exorcising evil spirits, aside from the Church of Evernight and the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, the best would probably be the numinous episcopate. There's also one point that can be gleaned from this. Ince Zangwill doesn't wish for his possessed state to be known by the royal family faction and the demoness sect. Otherwise, there's no need for him to come all the way to the southern continent. The 2 factions have a long legacy. It's quite unlikely that they don't have a sealed artifact that can exorcise evil spirits. As his thoughts raced, Klein unfolded a piece of paper and wrote, "The intel you have provided me made me connect certain clues from what I've previously gathered, and due to a particular great existence's help, this points to a clear conclusion. Ince Zangwill is possessed by an evil spirit, and he's seeking the numinous episcopate's help. Just based on this fact alone, we can make several useful judgments. Ince Zangwill will often manifest inconsistency in his words and actions. Before this problem is resolved, he will not stop having contact with the numinous episcopate. It might even become more frequent. Making investigations based on this might allow us to catch him by the tail. However, I believe we still wouldn't be able to lock onto him. The creation of coincidences from that Grade 0 sealed artifact is insurmountable." Upon writing this, Klein couldn't help but recall his direct encounter with Ince Zangwill. His own investigations had caused Ince's ploy to nearly fail, forcing the man to personally take action. If not for Mr. Azik's help, he would have died. To replicate such a situation and force him to appear before me is still extremely difficult, Klein deliberated as he wrote. If we can figure out the origins and primary goals of the evil spirit, there might be a chance of the situation having a favorable change. After writing the matters regarding Ince Zangwill, Klein's heart stirred. He was about to mention something else, but stopped his pen. He raised his left hand and pinched his cheeks, appearing to be in a serious dilemma and a little embarrassed. After muttering silently a few times, he finally wrote the rest. "Even without that Grade 0 sealed artifact's help, Ince Zangwill is an enemy you and I are unable to face head-on. We need to make plenty of preparations. If you can provide me with some worms of time, I can use them to create high-level charms that can deal with demigods. It's called a fate siphon charm. It can swap the fates of yourself and the target for a short period of time." Putting down his fountain pen, Klein didn't take a second look as he quickly folded the letter and sealed it in an envelope. He then took out the adventurer's harmonica and a gold coin before summoning Miss Messenger, getting her to take away the reply letter to Leonard. After doing all of this, Klein heaved a sigh of relief. Requesting the help of others is really a difficult task, even more so for someone as thin-skinned as me. He quickly retracted his attention and once again modified Enzo's and Ludwell's appearances. After all, they had been seen by the Angel of Fate, Ouroboros. During this process, he suddenly had an idea. He planned on sending them above the grey fog and using the spirit world plunderer's true soul body for a disguise. He suspected the Beyonder ingredient it left behind must have had such abilities. After a series of tasks, Klein sat at the high-back chair of the Fool. In his hand was the palm-sized true soul body. Without looking at it in detail, he extended his spirituality bit by bit into it. There wasn't much change to the scene before him, still the illusory and dense black spirit body threads. However, when he tried controlling them, he discovered that not only could he control the marionette's spirit body threads, but he could also let his own extend out and penetrate into their bodies. When both sides established such a two-way connection, Klein suddenly felt that he and his marionette were one. All his Beyonder powers could be enacted on the other party through the spirit body threads, including his trick for changing his appearance. Amidst a slow and difficult process, Klein felt rather groggy as his emotions turned into a mess. He began showing signs of losing control. This was an inevitable outcome from having his spirituality make direct contact with godhood. He hurriedly diverted some attention to stir some of the powers of the mysterious space above the grey fog, restoring his condition back to its normal state. After enduring the torment, Klein finished his attempt. Enzo had transformed into a southern continent native that looked like he came from a plantation. Ludwell had a mixed blood feel to him, his ghastly face no longer more bone than flesh, but having a plumpness to it. As for the silver mask, there was no way of removing it for the time being. All Klein could do was let it stick to Ludwell's chest. As Klein rushed to throw the true soul body back onto the junk pile, he rubbed his temples. Right, I still have a Soul Assurer Beyonder characteristic here that can be made into a mystical item to replace that mask. No, I've always planned on returning it to the church. I'll mail it to him when Leonard replies. After the discomfort subsided, he took out his golden pocket watch and checked the time. Following that, he summoned a paper figurine and stirred some of the powers of the mysterious space, throwing both into a specially labeled point of light. It was the point of light representing the Fool's only believer at present, Danitz. From Klein's point of view, Admiral of Stars and Vice Admiral Iceberg had powerful backers. Anderson was good at identifying the situation he was in. Danitz was the only exception. With him in West Balham, his lacking strength and his rashness, it was truly worrisome. Due to this fact, Mr. Fool had to work a little harder, giving Danitz a paper angel's embrace every day at a fixed time to disrupt any divination or prophecies about him. Leonard never expected Klein to reply that quickly. With some level of incredulity, he opened the envelope and read the content. Due to a particular great existence's help, is he referring to the Fool? Indeed, Klein's investigations into Ince Zangwill has already reached a significant depth. Possessed by an evil spirit? How did he end up being possessed by an evil spirit? How do we make use of it? Worms of time. Leonard quickly scanned through the last part of the letter as his expression suddenly became complicated. In his mind, Palez Zoroast maintained his silence without saying a word. Chapter 933, Evil Spirit's Common Trait. After a while, Leonard cleared his throat and wore a smile without realizing it. He said with a suppressed voice, "Old man, Klein's suggestion seems pretty good. It's very viable. The effects should be quite substantial. Why don't you consider it? Didn't you mention that you would do your best to help me exact revenge? Ha ha, I thought Worms of Time could only be used for avatars and act as support." He subconsciously droned on while Palazoroast remained silent. Only after a while did he sigh lightly. "I can only give you a maximum of 2 Worms of Time." Without waiting for Leonard to say a word, he added, "To exact revenge on a demigod who wields a Grade 0 sealed artifact, the most important thing is still your own level and strength. Otherwise, you won't have a chance of using it, even if you have a high-level charm." Leonard wiped away his smile and nodded seriously. "I'll do my best digesting my potion. If you finish digesting it and fail to accumulate enough contribution points, I'll help you seek out the Beyonder ingredients needed for Spirit Warlock." As for only having 2 Worms of Time, he wasn't disappointed at all. It was already a bonus. After expressing his attitude, he asked in puzzlement, "Old man, do you think Klein has already used the previous Worm of Time as a charm?" He remembered that Old Man had parasitized Tinder with a Worm of Time, which later lost contact. Now, on retrospection, just Emlyn White's and Sherlock Moriarty's close relationship made it easy for him to figure out the truth. The worm of time had been eliminated by the upper echelons of the secret organization, or even the fool, and had likely been bestowed to Klein. Palez Zoroast immediately scoffed. If he hasn't already used it and seen its effects, why would he raise the issue and ask for more? All right, I need to separate the worms of time. This will make me fall asleep for at least 2 weeks. If you have any questions, find someone to answer them by yourself. With that said, he scattered his spirituality and created a blob of light that hung high inside Leonard's mind, as though he didn't wish to speak. Leonard's instinctive response was to chuckle dryly. He focused his attention back onto the letter from Klein, reading it carefully again. Possessed by an evil spirit. The origins and primary goals of the evil spirit. I don't know much about evil spirits. After a few minutes of thought, he burned the letter and left his room. He came to a room diagonally opposite his and knocked on the door. Before long, Daly, who hadn't removed her blue eyeshadow, opened the door and raised her eyebrows. When did a sleepless have the courage to knock on a lady's door at a time highly associated with a bed? Ahem. I have some questions I'd like to consult you about. Leonard immediately expressed his reason for being there. Daly sized him up and chuckled. I'm not responsible for counseling minors. As she spoke, she made way and allowed him to enter. Without daring to let his eyes wander, he pulled a round stool to sit on and went straight to the point. Ma'am, I'd like to know more about evil spirits. You're a sequence 5 of the death pathway. You should know quite a lot. Why are you asking me this? Daly propped herself on the edge of the table behind her. Before he could reply, she continued, most evil spirits are the result of dead high-sequence beyonders. A small number of them are wraiths who break through restrictions. After high-sequence beyonders consume a potion to obtain godhood, their soul body experiences a mutation at its core. This allows their soul body to remain even in death, making them rather terrifying. Normally speaking, evil spirits will weaken with the passage of time until they completely dissipate. However, they can also assimilate into the region where they were born, fusing the spirit world and even the underworld with it, extracting power to maintain their existence. Therefore, many evil spirits have their own territory. It's not that they do not wish to leave, but they can't. Leonard habitually crossed his right leg over his left. Can evil spirits leave their territory by possessing a person? Yes, but ordinary humans and most beyonders are unable to withstand the extraction effect they have on their bodies. They will quickly lose their spirituality and body temperature and be unable to last long. As Daly spoke, she pointed at herself. The best method is to rely on beyonders of the death pathway. Of course, it has to be at least a sequence 5, because from Gatekeeper we will have our own dead spirit prison in our bodies. It can be called a miniature underworld, and it can provide an evil spirit with an adequate environment for their existence. Once you become a spirit warlock, you will also have similar powers. Ins Zangwill's sequence 5 is Gatekeeper. It's no wonder that the evil spirit can possess him for long periods of time. Or could it be that he failed at an attempt to enslave an evil spirit? Leonard's thoughts opened up as he made connections. He deliberated for a few seconds before asking, what sort of needs does an evil spirit have? Needs? Singing? Dancing? Poetry? Men? Women? The sea of stars? Daly returned with an amused question. Leonard realized his usage of words was problematic as he awkwardly ruffled his hair. I mean, what desires will an evil spirit have? That depends on what it desired while it was alive. Typically, the remnant spirit will inherit the original obsessions without being able to balance it rationally, Daly joked. However, regardless of what it was while it was alive, as long as one becomes an evil spirit, they commonly desire 2 things. What are they? Leonard turned attentive. Daly shot a glance at him. First, it's to feed on the souls of living creatures. This can pleasure them, an innate pleasure that stems from the need to maintain their existence. In addition, a large number of souls will allow them to escape the restrictions of their territory. Second, it's to seek out beyonder ingredients from their pathway while they were alive. Through this, they could create another foundation. At a certain stage, the evil spirit would no longer need to draw on the powers of the spirit world and underworld, and would no longer be restricted. In a sense, they would have transformed into a special spirit world creature. Leonard seemed to realize something. This also means that evil spirits can consume sequence potions? No, sequence potions are created for human consumption. To many supernatural creatures, there's no need to do so. They can directly consume the ingredient raw. It's especially so for evil spirits. Their obsession, cruelty, and penchant for souls make them half crazy to begin with. Furthermore, they are spirit bodies, so the method of consumption is direct accommodation and slow digestion, Daly corrected. This, to the evil spirit that possesses Zangwill, whenever it has the upper hand, it will control the body to seek out beyond ingredients of its pathway while it was alive. Leonard was first surprised before he had an idea. He said in pleasant surprise, "I understand. Thank you for answering my questions." He hesitated for a few seconds before adding, "Ma'am, I believe we shouldn't just figure out the motives behind Zangwill's meeting with the numinous episcopate demigod, but we also need to track his trajectory since Backland to East Balam. We need to know what he did midway, what items he found. This might lead us to effective clues." Daly suddenly fell silent before she raised her brows. "Well said, but what does this have to do with evil spirits?" "Nothing. I raised the question to make preparations because I believe we might encounter evil spirits. The latter half was a suggestion I wished to make after the break. I just wished to talk to you about it beforehand." Leonard's mind raced as he fabricated an excuse. Daly listened in silence and chuckled. "If you actually work so hard to fabricate stories in front of other girls, you'll no longer be single with those looks of yours. Unfortunately, I'm not a clueless girl. All right, there's no need to explain further. Leave." Leonard stood up lamely and walked towards the door. Just as he gripped the handle, Daly's slightly ethereal voice sounded behind him. "I don't know what secret you're hiding, nor do I know what you know. None of that matters, but when it comes to Zangwill, if you need any help or aid, you can find me." Leonard paused for 2 seconds, his mouth quivering. He then pulled open the door and walked out. In the City of Silver, Derek Berg had received the order to join an expedition team. Leading it was Chief Colin Iliad. Their target was Noise City, a northern city's ruins where the shapeshifter and other terrifying creatures lived. Chapter 934, 1+1 2. Ever since the information about the suspected Bizarro Bane, shapeshifter, was given to Mr. World, Derek constantly believed that the latter might one day entrust him with a mission for the corresponding ingredients. However, his strength was lacking. Even with his friends, it was impossible for him to complete the hunt. Therefore, all he could do was temporarily suppress it deep down. To his surprise, it didn't take long before an expedition team headed for Noise City was set up, led by Chief Colin Iliad. Combining his previous discussions at the tarot gathering, Derek quickly came up with a theory. During the exploration of the former chief's mausoleum, Mr. Fool had provided a certain level of help to the present chief, allowing him to foil the fallen creator's ploy. Hence, noticing his search for information, the demon hunter had decided to hunt a shapeshifter to please the deity. This is a necessary way to curry favor, and is also a kind of equivalent exchange. The hanged man's words resounded in Derek's mind, making him no longer puzzled. So, taking the opportunity before he set out, he prayed to Mr. Fool and requested him to inform Mr. World of this expedition. He quickly received a response and heard Mr. World say, "If the hunting of the Bizarro Bane is difficult or dangerous, the requirements can be lowered. Attempt to extract its blood. As long as you obtain it, I'll trade for it with the Priest of Light's Beyonder characteristic." Priest of Light's Beyonder characteristic? Mr. World already has it. With the chief's strength and the teamwork of the expedition team, there's a high chance of success if it's just extracting the blood. Derek felt relieved. He held Thunder God's roar and left his residence, heading straight for the training field. Just as he arrived, he saw Chief Colin Iliad, who carried 2 swords on his back. He was tall and staid, leaving anyone who saw him at ease. And beside this demon hunter was another person. She was wearing a black robe with purple patterns and had long, curly, silver-grey hair, Shepherd Lovia. Lovia, who was apparently participating in this expedition, turned her head as her pale grey eyes reflected Derek Berg's figure. However, there was only calm in her eyes. Derek felt a baffling sense of alarm as he involuntarily slowed down his pace. In East Balham, above the grey fog, Klein deeply approved of the City of Silver's chief's organization of an expedition to Noise City. He also informed Little Sun that there was no need to take risks. All he needed was some blood of the target. When the time came, he could smear the blood over Grossel's travels, bring all his gear, and challenge the Bizarro Bane on his turf. He had also considered the possibility of whether Grossel's travels' ability was screened by the uniqueness of the Forsaken Land of the Gods, and had come up with a solution. He could bestow Little Sun with the book. Before sleeping, he received a reply from Leonard Mitchell. It mentioned that it would take another day for the Worm of Time, and he described the monsters known as evil spirits in detail. Another day before it can be provided, and there will be 2 of them. The grandpa in Leonard's body has quite a good attitude. Their common trait is to devour the souls of living creatures and to desire beyonder ingredients from their pathway from when they were still alive. This also means that the evil spirit will seek out the corresponding ingredients when it wields control over Inz Zangwill's body. This is indeed a direction for investigation. Klein held the letter as he read and thought. Suddenly he recalled something. Back when he encountered Inz Zangwill on Waypoint Island, the latter had been pursued by a powerful demigod from the Hunter pathway. Could it be a result of that evil spirit? I previously imagined that Inz had received a commission from a faction in the royal family and did something that targeted the Intis Republic, only to have a mistake happen, thus getting pursued. From the looks of it, there might be another possibility. That evil spirit desires the beyonder characteristics of the Hunter pathway, and when it could control Inz's body, it attempted to hunt beyonders of the same pathway. The result was that he was targeted by a powerful demigod. The more Klein thought about it, the more convinced he was that his theory was close to reality. This was the only way to explain why Inz Zangwill, who wielded 008, was discovered. I can guess that it's an evil spirit of the Hunter pathway for now. I'll later write back to Leonard and get him to steer the investigations in this direction. Hunter pathway evil spirit. Klein's eyes suddenly widened as he suddenly sat up. There weren't many evil spirits he knew, and he had only seen one. However, that one happened to be from the Hunter pathway. Red Angel Medicis' main body that had combined with the remnant psyches of the 2 Sequence 1 angels from the Sauron and Einhorn families. When it came to the Hunter pathway, there was no evil spirit that was of a higher level. Previously, Inz Zangwill was in Backland. That evil spirit was also in Backland. Later, that evil spirit escaped the seal, and its whereabouts are unknown. As for Inz Zangwill, he suffered from the possession of an evil spirit. Both sides are evil spirits from the Hunter pathway. Could the one possessing Inz Zangwill be the Red Angel evil spirit? Klein frowned, finding his theory unbelievable, but very possible. As his thoughts raced, he found another indirect piece of evidence. The unique trait of 008 is that once you know it, it will also know you. And as a king of angels who survived from the Second Epoch, Red Angel Medici probably knows all kinds of details about 008. In other words, as long as the evil spirit attempted to recall anything related to 008, 008 would know of it and establish a connection. Right, there was that sentence. Pleasure working with you. No way. Klein rubbed his temples as his head ached. He stood up, entered his bathroom, and took 4 steps counterclockwise, heading above the grey fog. Just as he sat down, he conjured a pen and paper and wrote the following divination statement. The one possessing Inz Zangwill is the evil spirit back in the underground ruins of Alista Tudor. He scrutinized each word for a few seconds before taking off his topaz pendant and planning to use spirit dowsing. This time, the scene he saw when he opened his eyes was the topaz pendant standing still. The divination had failed. The level is too high, and there's 008. Right, that evil spirit also carried the red priest card that has anti-divination and anti-prophecy properties. It's no wonder I failed. This is also an indirect confirmation, Klein analyzed. He tapped his finger on the edge of the long bronze table. Apart from getting Leonard to lead the Red Gloves to do an investigation, I should do something as well. Assuming that the one possessing Inz is really the Red Angel evil spirit, where will it seek out beyonder ingredients? Intiz's capital, Trier, Fasak capital, St. Millum. Or would it solely rely on the card of blasphemy to use the law of beyonder characteristic convergence to attract beyonders? Wait, it mentioned before that the descendants of the Medici family are in Banzi Harbour. Although it has already been destroyed, there might still be something buried there. With this in mind, Klein immediately conjured the World Gehrman Sparrow's figure and requested the hanged man to head to Banzi once more to do a more thorough investigation. After doing that, he began contemplating if he could use the law of beyonder characteristic convergence to entice Ins Zhang Will into a trap. Hunter pathway. Amidst his thoughts, Klein suddenly recalled 2 hunters who were loitering in West Balham. He frowned slightly. Although East Balham and West Balham are vast, and the distance between the city that Ince made his last appearance and the northern state is very great, he will probably take nearly half a month to travel, even as a demigod. In theory, Danitz and Anderson will not suddenly encounter the Red Angel evil spirit because of the law of convergence. Also, their sequences are too low, but I can't be too sure. In West Balham at the northern state, in Kukawa City, Danitz shot a glance at Anderson and blurted out, "I'm going to do some investigations. Why are you following me? Logically speaking, shouldn't you head back to the Fog Sea at Barons Harbour?" Chapter 935, Meeting Up. Anderson, who was enjoying a piece of cream cassava bread, looked up at Danitz. "I'm not sure why, but I don't wish to leave West Balham. Haha, since I'm here as a treasure hunter, how can I return empty-handed? In the extensive forests, there are all sorts of abandoned temples that have gold, jewelry, antiques, and maybe mystical items. All of them are waiting for me to rescue them." Danitz tipped his chin and guzzled down the remaining guadar. This was a beverage made from a fruit native to West Balham, orange-yellow in color with a sweetness amidst its sourness, good at quenching thirst and relieving heat. Putting down the cup and picking up a napkin to wipe his mouth, Danitz scoffed. "I keep feeling as though you're up to something." "I also hope that's the case," Anderson said with an unconcerned smile, matching his breakfast with coffee. Without waiting for Danitz's reply, he added, "Actually, isn't this good? I'm providing you with free protection, and you're my interpreter. Everyone benefits." Recalling that he was only a Sequence 7 and was wanted by all kinds of factions, Danitz had a baffling feeling that Anderson's words made sense. He coughed slightly. "But there will be certain times when I'll get you to stay away." "If you say please, then there's no problem," Anderson said in a relaxed manner. Danitz immediately hooded himself and walked towards the hotel's exit to begin today's investigations. Midway, he suddenly said, "Have you had such an experience? Often dreaming of an angel's descent, wrapping you in its layered wings?" "No, it's not only a dream. I occasionally will have the same hallucination even when I'm awake." Anderson glanced at the boxing glove Danitz was wearing. After pondering for a few seconds, he said with a smile, "Are you a believer of some secret existence, or have you made contact with some ancient item?" Danitz's expression froze as he forced a smile. "If it were as simple as you said, I would have long guessed the reason." As he spoke, he brushed shoulders with 3 men who came in before walking out. Anderson habitually sized up the passers-by. He glanced at the 3 men and realized that they were a master and 2 servants. The master was tall and his skin was brown. He had soft facial features, as though he had parents from Balham and Lowen. He wore attire in the style of the northern continent, a silk top hat, black formal suit, and a gold-inlaid cane. The 2 servants were standard locals that seemed to come from plantations. Unconcerned, Anderson retracted his gaze and followed Danitz onto the street. He pointed at the different styled coffins that were horse-drawn or manually lifted with piqued interest. "Want to try one of those? It's very interesting. Once you get used to it, you will realize that death isn't something to be afraid of." Danitz looked at the strange transportation tool through the corner of his eyes, as he didn't hesitate to shake his head. "As a pirate, I more or less believe in the Lord of Storms. Certain things are taboo, and one of them is to stay away from coffins. I'm different. I don't have any taboos." Anderson casually took out a few D-Lexi and bought a few sets of newspapers from a paperboy. As Danitz walked to the end of the street in search of a carriage, he took a copy of the newspapers and quickly browsed through it. Suddenly, he noticed a piece of news. Infamous pirate who calls himself Admiral Hell Ludwell has been killed by the crazy adventurer Gehrman Sparrow. His Black Tulip and entire crew has been taken over by Morella, who claims to be Death's envoy. This. Danitz's mouth turned slightly agape. He finally understood why Gehrman Sparrow wanted him to be careful of the numinous episcopate. This lunatic had actually killed the strongest of the 7 pirate admirals, Ludwell. About 10 seconds later, he handed the newspapers to Anderson with a dazed expression. "Take a look at this." Anderson received it with a smile and quickly scanned through it. After a brief silence, he whistled and chuckled. "That fellow likely has a new nickname, Pirate Admiral Nemesis." Danitz didn't dare to nod as he poignantly said, "Back when I first met him, although I already found him terrifying, I never expected him to be this terrifying." And while they left the hotel, Klein had already taken up residence in a luxurious room. He was standing by the window, watching the 2 hunters. Rubbing the cufflink on his sleeves, he unfolded a letter and wrote, "I suspect that the evil spirit that possesses In's Zangwill is from the hunter pathway. You can carry out more investigations in this regard." Along with this letter is a Soul Assurer's Beyonder characteristic. It comes from a pitiful person who was grazed. I liberated him and promised to return his characteristic to the Church of Evernight. In East Balham, having just prepared to join the morning meeting, Leonard suddenly saw the angel messenger appear before him. Already used to this, he received the letter and a resplendent item that looked like the night sky. This is... He had an inkling as to what it was as he hurriedly unfolded the letter and read it. 20 seconds later, he slowly sighed. As expected, it's a Beyonder characteristic. Klein is still very friendly to the Church and the Nighthawks. He was rather delighted as he took out 2 transparent dead ringed worms and placed them in the envelope. He then summoned Gehrman Sparrow's messenger, handed it to her, and paid the 1 gold coin. After doing this, Leonard loosened the top buttons of his shirt and walked out. On the way, he encountered Daly Simone. Still dressed as a spirit medium, Daly looked forward and asked very normally, "Any new clues?" "It's suspected to be an evil spirit of the hunter pathway." Leonard fell silent for 2 seconds before he decided against concealing the matter. Daly nodded indiscernibly. "Then it might have the instinct of being provocative. It will proactively leave clues for us. Of course, this might also contain some level of misdirection to it." On the Blue Avenger, someone knocked at the captain's cabin. "Come on in," Alger said in a deep voice. A sailor entered and struck his left breast with his right fist. "Holy Lord of Storms. Captain, many pirates and sailors have been recently saying that they found valuable items in the ruins of Banzi Harbor. There was even gold. We don't have any particularly important missions recently, so everyone is wondering if we should make another trip to Banzi." Alger listened with a deadpan expression. After a few seconds of thought, he said, "I can understand your feelings. Let's do this. Let's head in the direction of Banzi Harbor, but do not set a destination. If nothing happens midway, we will stay there for a day." "Aye, aye, Captain," the sailor excitedly replied. Alger watched as his subordinate left and closed the door. Then, as though nothing had happened, he poured himself a cup of Lanti-proof and sipped it slowly. Whatever had just happened was within his expectations. This was because the news of finding items of value in Banzi Harbor's ruins was something he had spread while disguised. As a captain of the Church of Storms, he was constantly monitored by his sailors. Having been to Banzi once, mentioning it again would be suspicious. Therefore, he decided on getting the crew to make the request themselves. That way, even if they discovered anything, no one would suspect him. To the sailors, especially those who had just spent all their money, any rumors with sufficient allure would stir their hearts the most. Alger knew this very well. As for monitoring artisan Sealf, it was naturally left to the hermit Cattleya. Due to the investigations of the Aurora Order, this pirate admiral has recently been hanging around the Rorstead archipelago, he thought, looking out at the undulating waves and silently saying a word, Bansi. Considering how it was late June, and Willor Septin's birthday was still unclear, Klein did some reorganization before heading above the grey fog to bring the radio transceiver back to the real world. He also warned himself that he could only ask a maximum of 2 questions. In the room that suddenly turned gloomy and cold, the unmanned transceiver began producing clicking voices. Chapter 936. Don't want to miss out. Amidst the clacking sounds, a white piece of illusory paper spewed out from the radio transceiver. Exalted Great Master, your puny, loyal, and humble servant, Rhodes, is here to answer your summoning. Did you know? Dr. Aaron Sirius's child was born the night before the last. Thankfully, I contacted the magic mirror in time. Klein nodded slightly. Now I know. Amidst more clacking sounds, more paper spewed out. Based on the principle of reciprocity, it's your turn to ask a question. Klein had originally wanted to ask about matters regarding Ince Zangwill, 0008 and the Red Angel evil spirit, but considering how he had failed divining it above the grey fog, it was almost certain that Herodes was unable to see it. After thinking for 2 seconds, he asked, what means are there to speed up the digestion of potions? Do a better job acting. Black words were produced on the illusory white paper. Upon seeing the magic mirror's reply, Klein first fell silent before he slowly exhaled. For him, Ince Zangwill's appearance was too early. He still needed about 2 months to completely digest the marionettist potion. Based on his earliest ideas, it was to first gather information, figure out where Ince Zangwill was, and wait until late August or early September before confirming a plan. If not for the possession of the evil spirit, Ince Zangwill wouldn't have exposed himself. If he didn't use Ince's current condition, it was very possible that he couldn't find him again once he exorcised the evil spirit. Furthermore, if that were really the Red Angel evil spirit, Klein was also worried that Ince Zangwill might have already died by the time he and Leonard started exacting revenge. Due to these considerations, Klein attempted to digest his potion faster, but Herodes' answer left him depressed. In 2 weeks, or even in the next few days, how was he to create a better opportunity to act? In his silence, he had already made up his mind. He didn't plan on tying the two matters together. From the beginning, he wanted revenge against Ince Zangwill as his primary goal, provided there was a chance of success. He didn't wish to miss this opportunity. Although it had only been about 10 months since the incident at the Blackthorn Security Company, it felt like a very, very long time. Catching a glance at the gloomy radio transceiver, he asked with a deep voice, "Back when I used the winner marionette to look at myself, I learned why Beyonders of the Fate Pathway will have such a reaction when facing me. Now I would like to know what you see when you look at me." The radio transceiver suddenly fell silent. The clacking sounds came after quite a while. A black illusory piece of paper spewed out, and on it were ghastly white words. I see support and dominance from you. Are you satisfied with such a question?" Support, dominance. Klein had planned on pressing on, but he believed that Herodes was unlikely to explain it too clearly. Realizing that the Mother Tree of Desire was about to find him if he kept this up, he nodded. "Acceptable. That shall be all for today." The clacking of the radio transceiver became increasingly brisker as the paper that appeared was white again. "All right, Great Master, goodbye. Your loyal and humble servant, Herodes, is constantly at your service." This time, the magic mirror seemed to forget to add a hand-waving drawing. That was quite a quick escape, Klein mumbled, and immediately took 4 steps counterclockwise and entered above the grey fog. He conjured the world and informed the hermit that the mythical creature blood she needed was ready. She was to provide the means to regain a certain amount of strength during one's weak stages as quickly as possible. Before long, Catlia set up a ritual and sacrificed an item to the fool, requesting him to hand it to the world, and tell him that the principle of the item's effect was to temporarily borrow a portion of one's strength from their former self. This sounds familiar. It sounds like the powers of the Seer Pathways, Sequence 3, Scholar of Yore. The fool Klein was surprised as he picked up the item. It was like the end of a cane with a long transparent gem embedded on it, carved with complicated, mysterious, 3-dimensional symbols. Klein recognized 2 of them, the incomplete pupilless eye and the incomplete contorted lines. Could this be an item that really points towards Sequence 0 the Fool? In Backlund, at Dr. Aaron's residence, a maid was inside the master bedroom, taking care of a soundly sleeping infant. Downstairs, a banquet had reached its midway mark. Suddenly, in a corner, 3 figures quickly materialized. Leading them was a man in a silk top hat and black formal suit, Klein Moretti, undisguised. He tossed out a charm and muttered an ancient Hermes term, crimson. The dark red flames flashed, and amidst a light explosion, soothing powers emanated out. The maid fell asleep instantly, collapsing onto the bedside. Klein made his two marionettes stand in their spots as he walked to the infant's cot and cast his gaze inside. It was a child wrapped in silver silk, his skin very fair and fleshy. This infant showed no fear, looking straight at Klein with his eyes wide open while sucking his fingers. Ahem! Klein couldn't help but smile as he took off his hat and bowed. Congratulations on being born. You should say that to my parents. The infant pulled out his fingers and spoke with a bright voice. Klein chuckled and went straight to the point. I brought the method that allows you to regain a certain amount of strength. You can now give me that drop of placenta blood. Will Septin opened up his fleshy palms. Let me take a look first. How do you know that the method is an item? Klein asked in puzzlement. Will Septin scoffed. An intuition of fate. It's like you didn't say a thing. Klein moved the cane from behind him and handed it over. The infant held it tightly and glanced at it twice before raising its voice. This can only be used once. That's right, only once. Is that a problem? Klein deliberated. With your level and abilities, you can completely replicate the symbols and magic labels engraved on it, and then prepare the corresponding ingredients to hold the correct ritual. Wouldn't that allow you to use it multiple times? Will Septin suddenly cut him off. All right, I accept it. Remember, you were the one who suggested it. Klein was momentarily a little dumbfounded, but he also seemed to realize something. He had a vague feeling that, despite him being here to take advantage of a baby, it ended up as the baby taking advantage of him. Yes, I was the one who suggested it. He finally drew a breath and nodded earnestly. The baby's plump face revealed a smile as he spread open his other hand. I've already prepared it for you. A total of 2 drops. 1 drop is for the transaction, and the other drop is your commission for facilitating this transaction. There's a commission? Klein was delighted as he hurriedly looked at Will Septin's palm. There were 2 drops of silver blood there. Each drop appeared to have countless, minute, aloof, illusory wheels spinning, forming a belt that had its head connected to its tail. Just one look at it made Klein seem to lose his ability to think. He felt all his thoughts repeatedly appearing in his mind. He hurriedly shook his head and took out the iron cigar case which contained Azik's copper whistle, placing the 2 drops of Snake of Fate blood inside. Thank you for your generosity, Klein said sincerely before asking, can this be used to make a charm? The baby sucked his fingers. Of course. As for the exact symbols needed to be carved, you have already seen those. You are free to choose a combination. Whatever you get will all depend on your luck. Klein nodded and asked again, who should I pray to? You're probably unable to respond to relatively high-level rituals for the time being. And praying to Ouroboros is bordering on being a provocation. Do I pray to a Sequence 2 angel of the Fate pathway? But I don't know their honorific names. Will Septin immediately grinned. There's a more convenient method. Who? Klein pressed in delight. The baby replied with a giggle, Empress of Misfortune and Horror. Chapter 937, several days later. Empress of Misfortune and Horror. Isn't that the goddess? That's right, misfortune includes bad luck, a part of fate. The goddess has the corresponding authority. By giving this suggestion, doesn't it mean that in Will Septin's eyes, he has always suspected that I'm Evernights blessed, and it's just that I didn't notice it myself? He is even more certain after what happened at St. Samuel Cathedral. Klein was first taken aback before he became enlightened. As though muttering to himself, he said, if I were to pray to the goddess, no matter what symbols I choose, the final product's effect will likely be inclined towards the domain of bad luck. That's common sense, the baby wrapped in silver silk shouted. After obtaining confirmation, Klein felt more certain. Are you still named Will Septin? If you like it, you can continue thinking so. However, my full name has already been changed to Will Series. The baby replied indifferently. Klein thought before asking, if I want to deal with the wielder of 008, what suggestions do you have? I don't want to know about 008. I just wish to know if you have any suggestions. The plump baby looked at him as he suddenly opened his mouth and let out a loud cry.
Wah!
The corners of Klein's lips quivered. Upon seeing the maid about to wake up, he took a few steps back and vanished from the room with his 2 marionettes. On the Future, which was docked in the Byam Resistance's private harbour, Catleya, who was holding a ritual, saw a drop of silver blood fly out of the illusory door that manifested itself from the candlelight. With just one glance at it, she hurriedly closed her eyes, despite wearing her heavy glasses. At that instant, it felt like an aloof and mysterious wheel was spinning in a circle, forming a silver snake that had its head connected to its tail. This made her repeat her previous thoughts as she thanked Mr. Fool 12 consecutive times before returning to normal. It really is the blood of a mythical creature from the Fate domain, and its level is higher than an ordinary angel. Catleya ended the ritual in delight and took out a container she had prepared, placing the drop of silver blood inside. After obtaining some information on the monster pathway from Queen Mystic and learning the existence of the Angel of Fate Ouroboros from Mr. Fool, she quickly came up with a guess as to who the blood belonged to. Perhaps it's the one from the Life School of Thought, or there might be another Sequence 1 angel. Regardless, Mr. Fool is able to use at least 2 angels in the real world, along with that ancient bane that I can't be certain of, aside from the lack of sealed artifacts. The faction that believes in Mr. Fool is enough to match that of Orthodox churches. As expected of an awakening ancient god. Increasingly filled with awe, Catleya began considering her own matters. Her other preparations were rather smooth sailing. Without any accidents, all she needed was to wait a month or so to attempt advancing to Sequence 4 to obtain godhood. Overcast with heavy black clouds, silver lightning would occasionally streak across the sky, illuminating the desolate plains and the winding, dry rivers. In the middle of the plains, where a river made a half circle, loomed the black, stacked, shadowy outlines of a lifeless city. After several days of traveling, the team led by the chief of the City of Silver's 6-member council, demon hunter Colin Iliad, finally arrived at their destination, Noise City. The team was a small one. There were only 4 other members: Shepherd Lovier, Shepherd Lear, 2 Sequence 5 Guardians, Leger and Gonlin, and Sequence 6 Notary Derek Berg. According to Colin Iliad, this was because Noise City was filled with monsters, and shapeshifters were adept at using the trust between teammates. Therefore, the smaller the team, the better. As they watched the mist-covered city, demon hunter Colin drew the 2 swords on his back, unhurriedly slathering a silver-grey ointment on one and a golden liquid on the other. He then stabbed the 2 swords in front of him and removed 3 small metal bottles from his belt, gulping down the contents. Meanwhile, Leger and Gonlin had made preparations for combat. Derek Berg held his hammer with one hand as he opened his other palm. With a solemn tone he said in Jotun, "God says it's effective." Silently, Colin Iliad and the others felt that the consumed potion, the conjured dawn, and the slathered ointment had been significantly augmented. Following that, concentric rings of warm light emanated out, endowing the expedition team with courage and strength. After Derek used Holy Oath to boost his agility, Colin shot a glance at Lovier, who was standing silently observing. He then turned his head to point at the perimeter of Noise City. He said to the teenager, "Use your ability to light up the streets ahead." After saying that, he surveyed his surroundings and added, "Once we enter Noise City, make sure we do not separate." A few days ago, I had already introduced the more active monsters that hide away in the darkness in this region. All of you should be aware of how separating will be utilized by the shapeshifter. Gonlin, a beautiful female warrior who was nearly 2.5 meters tall, asked, "Then, should we make use of this to hunt the shapeshifter?" "It's best that we do not do so. It's just too dangerous. Also, it's very easy to end up killing our own teammates or end up becoming lost in Noise City forever," the grizzled Colin Iliad seriously warned. Derek looked at the silent city and asked, "Your Excellency, was this city also under the Giant King's court?" "Yes, but it's very close to a kingdom ruled by another ancient god," Colin answered patiently. The 2.4-meter-tall Leger pressed with intrigue. "Which ancient god?" "King of demonic wolves, the annihilator Phlegrea." "Is that so?" Derek remembered the chief's introduction. took a step forward and extended his arms. Pure, radiant sunlight emitted from his body, illuminating the either collapsed or rotting buildings, the greyish-white stone-paved streets, and the extremely silent city perimeter. Derek and the others saw figures appear on the streets. They were either wearing linen robes or animal hides, as though they were busily going about their day. Upon sensing the sunlight's illumination, they silently turned their heads in unison and looked at the City of Silver expedition team. Bansi Harbour at night would occasionally have ravens or other birds calling out, accentuating the gloom and deathly silence of the ruins. The sailors of the Blue Avenger were bold, especially when they believed that there might be gold hidden within the collapsed buildings. The moment they arrived, they rushed down the ship and began searching the area. Alger didn't follow them. He strolled through the ruins alone, in search of any marks that appeared after the harbour's destruction. As he walked, he came to a collapsed building with crumbling walls and a door that was only a few pieces of charred wood. If I remember correctly, this was the telegraph office of Bansi Harbour. Alger nodded slightly as he approached and did a slight inspection. He then saw a relatively empty area amidst the rubble. The ground was parched black with two blood-red silhouettes, as though two people had been lying there only to be squashed flat. This had been months ago, yet the two streaks of blood remained fresh, as though they still contained some degree of vitality. Alger's forehead throbbed, as he felt he could imagine the vileness before the harbour was destroyed. He swept his gaze and suddenly saw a picture engraved on a crumbling wall beside the two blood-coloured figures, a spot the moonlight could hardly shine on. The picture was very simple and uncoloured. It was of an armoured monster with a squid's head that wielded a trident. Lightning swirled around it as waves surged at its feet. Behind it was a cape formed by bird feathers. Alger's eyes widened suddenly as he felt a tumultuous storm rage within him. He recognized who the monster was representing because the sun had once depicted it before. It was the warped version of the Lord of Storms according to Rose Redemption. And could this picture's appearance imply that a Rose Redemption member had previously come to Bansi Harbour and they had drawn this picture after the building collapsed? This should be what the world wanted me to find in Bansi Harbour. He's pursuing Rose Redemption? Alger muttered silently to himself as he raised his right hand. He had planned on destroying the picture, but after some thought, he retracted his arm, circling around the former telegraph office as though he hadn't discovered anything. He then walked in another direction. Chapter 938, Writing. Above the endless grey fog, in the magnificent and ancient palace, Klein sat in the high-back chair belonging to the Fool. The warped picture of the Lord of Storms, one that's suspected to be left behind by a Rose Redemption member. Red Angel Medici is one of the founders of Rose Redemption. Using Alger's feedback, he had basically confirmed that the one possessing Ins Zangwill was the Red Angel evil spirit. In the eternal silence, he sat as though he had become a deity's statue. After an unknown period of time, he nodded indiscernibly and slowly exhaled. His figure vanished and returned to the real world. He continued his nap without thinking of any plans or considering anything related to Ins Zangwill. He slept till the next morning and got out of bed, repeating his habits over the past few days, walking to the window barefooted and drawing the windows. On the streets outside the hotel, Danitz, who had dressed up like a West Balham native with an extra hooded cloak, held his iron-black boxing glove close to his chest before rushing to the square on his right. Based on his previous report, Klein knew that he was meeting one of the local ruling factions today to understand their stance on the arms deal. Anderson didn't follow. He had ruffled his short blonde hair into a mess as he leisurely strolled around the perimeter of the square, sat down and wore a funny-looking puppet over his left black-gloved hand, and began putting on a ventriloquist act. The man and puppet each had different voices as they mocked each other with witty remarks. The only problem was that it was done in the Intis language and not Deutanese. Few people understood it, so after standing around to watch for a moment, they walked off. Klein focused on the Fog Sea's strongest hunter with the same expression as before, his eyes betraying how deep in thought he was. In East Balham, in the temporary office for Soest's Red Gloves, Cindy, who had long wine-red hair, walked in with a few telegrams. "New clues," she said excitedly. "What clues?" Soest put down his coffee mug as Leonard and Daly cast their gazes to the door. As Cindy handed the telegram to her captain, she said, "Emperor Rosel's quote, 'Wherever he steps, whatever he touches, whatever he leaves, even unconsciously, will serve as a silent witness against him,' really makes sense. We've found people witnessing Insi Zangwill in several places, forming a complete trajectory. From this, we've realized that his thoughts seem to be contradictory. He often approaches the colonies of Intis, staying for a short moment, before leaving it. He then approaches it once again and leaves it repeatedly as though... Isn't this what Klein mentioned? That his actions are inconsistent?" Leonard was delighted as he offered a better description, as though he's oscillating. "Yes, oscillating." Cindy exhaled. "In addition, Ince Zangwill has killed a few Intis military spies and has purchased several Beyonder ingredients from the warrior, hunter and bard pathways. Indeed, there's the hunter pathway. Having failed to find an excuse to get his teammates to take notice of hunter-related clues, Leonard exhaled silently and no longer had any doubts regarding Klein's theory. Next, how shall I make everyone realize that Ince has been possessed by an evil spirit of the hunter pathway? He fell into deep thought. Before he spoke, he subconsciously glanced at Daly Simone. Dressed in a spirit medium's attire, she lowered her hand slightly, indicating that he shouldn't be too anxious. "Ma'am, Daly is telling me that it isn't time." Amidst his hesitation, he saw Daly flick the telegram in her hand and look around the room. "I have an idea." "What is it?" Soest asked. Daly smiled. "I suspect that Ince Zangwill is possessed by an evil spirit. Ince was once a gatekeeper, and now he's a night watcher. His body can accommodate evil spirits. Furthermore, he also has 008's help. If I were him, I'd definitely try to seek out stronger evil spirits and raise my strength. This way, before he obtains complete control, there will be backlashes. He will take actions that seem contradictory. This can explain what's mentioned on the telegram. In addition, perhaps getting the numinous episcopate to help him exorcise, purify, or completely control the evil spirit is his goal." She just said it like that. "She will be suspected." Leonard jumped in fright. Soest deliberated. "That possibility cannot be ruled out, but this is fundamentally a subjective theory of yours. How did you come up with this?" Leonard became nervous as Daly chuckled. "This is a woman's intuition. Besides, since this is a discussion, we should list down all the possibilities. We should then eliminate them based on the actual investigations. No matter how ridiculous the idea is, we must dare to propose it. From the various details, I believe my theory is the most likely one." Ma'am Daly sure is good with words. She raised the theory to protect me and direct the risk towards herself. Leonard became enlightened as he felt poignant. Soest nodded slightly. "Indeed, since this is a discussion, we shouldn't limit our thoughts. The possibility of an evil spirit possession is quite high. I'll report this to Her Excellency Goddess's Eye." The Red Gloves team led by Soest discovered Ince Zangwill's abnormalities. Daly Simone used this opportunity to mention the assumption of an evil spirit's possession. She claimed it to be a reasonable theory, but she was already in the know. She had learned it from Leonard Mitchell, who has a parasite. Meanwhile, Leonard Mitchell and Daly Simone had already suspected that the evil spirit possessing Ince Zangwill belongs to the hunter pathway. The classic quill dabbed in black ink was writing rapidly on an ordinary notebook as though held by an invisible hand. Suddenly, a silently pale hand reached out and grabbed the quill. The owner had dark blonde hair and facial features akin to a classic sculpture. One of his eyes was so blue that it was nearly black, and the other was filled with small but obvious blood vessels. He lowered his wrist and continued writing. "But is this the truth to the matter? Will everything develop according to what Daly Simone, Leonard Mitchell, and Soest's Red Gloves team have in mind?" In the forsaken land of the gods, in Noise City, the figures looked over without making any sound, giving Derek a fright. However, he forcefully held back his horror and waited for the chief to give the next order. Two dark green, complicated symbols appeared in Colin Iliad's eyes. He took in the streets blanketed with faint mist and the seemingly normal figures. Suddenly, he grunted and genuflected, his hands grabbing the two swords that were stabbed in the ground. At the back of his neck, his bluish-black skin swelled a little as indescribable, complicated, mysterious symbols appeared. At the same time, Shepherd Lovia let out a painful grunt as she held her head, vomiting some blobs of squirming flesh and blood. Her palms and body seemed to have silver armor strangely appear, overlapping on top of her. "Stop," Demon Hunter Colin muttered softly 1 second later. Derek hurriedly ended the illumination, allowing the thin mist to cloak the figures and the dead silence to once again blanket the ancient city. Everything quickly returned to its former form as Colin Iliad slowly got up. He cast his heavy gaze at the buildings that could barely be made out through the mist. "It's a bit different from my last expedition. I'm not sure why there are such changes either." He surveyed the team members. "Do you have any ideas or thoughts?" Shepherd Lovia had already crouched down to pick up the blobs of flesh and blood. However, she wasn't in a rush to stuff them into her mouth. She offered, "We can change directions and explore Noise City's other entrances. Perhaps we might discover something." She had been maintaining her silence the entire journey. This was the first time she was voicing out her thoughts. Chapter 939, Bait. Colin Iliad glanced at Lovia without giving a direct response. After he pulled out the two swords in the ground, he nodded. "Okay." The group of 5 circled Noise City's perimeter, making a few attempts to enter, but they were frightened away by the seemingly normal but silent city. With the frequency of the lightning reducing and darkness beginning to rule the world, Colin took a deep look at Noise City. "We will first set up a small camp. We will continue when it's daytime." The expedition team didn't object, soon setting up a simple camp by the riverside. At the extreme end of the camp, there was a huge boulder providing them with shelter. A bonfire was burning with all kinds of strange creature carcasses piled to the side, occasionally thrown in as timber. As the fat sizzled, Chief Colin Iliad looked at Derek Berg. "We shall inspect the camp first. We'll switch when they're done with their meals." If this were any other time, Derek wouldn't have thought otherwise, but now, the first thought that came to mind was, "The chief wishes to speak to me in private." "All right." Derek stuffed the remaining piece of meat into his mouth and lifted Thunder God's roar. After coming to the dark edge of the camp, Demon Hunter Colin said in a deep voice, "Noise City is more sinister and dangerous than I expected. I'm wondering if you have any views on what we should do next." "I know nothing about this place. Why is Chief asking for my views?" Derek was taken aback. He then recalled Mr. Hangman's analysis of the hidden context in their conversations as he suddenly realized something. "Chief is giving me a hint. He's trying to tell me that the difficulty of hunting a shapeshifter far exceeds his expectations. He's wondering if there's a possibility of changing the target. He wishes for me to pray to Mr. Fool and receive a revelation to get his views. Mr. World really is a wise person. He had already told me of a method to hunt the Bizarro Bane in a relatively easy manner. It's by getting its blood." As his thoughts raced, Derek replied earnestly, "Yes, Your Excellency. I have some suggestions." Colin Iliad exhaled softly, holding back the more direct speech he had prepared as he nodded gently. "Go ahead. Since Noise City has changed, it will be very risky for us to enter. Perhaps we can consider luring the shapeshifter out," Derek said. "Making some modifications based on the present situation." Colin didn't reject it. "Then how should we lure the shapeshifter?" Derek didn't hesitate. "I have an item that is extremely enticing to shapeshifters. As long as it's placed at the boundary of Noise City, or even further, it will lure one out." The grizzled Colin wasn't surprised. What's the item? He long knew that Derek had secretly held a bestowment ritual. Derek immediately took out an iron-black box, which was completely different from the City of Silver's style, before removing the wall of spirituality. He turned his head and opened the box solely using his sense of touch. Inside was a palm-sized human-shaped object. A cursory glance allowed one to see the transparent liquid filling the inside, with maggots circling around. This was the true soul body of the spirit world plunderer which Klein had previously obtained. He believed that, for the Bizarro Bane, this beyonder ingredient had an unparalleled allure. Colin Iliad looked at it carefully for a few seconds before retracting his gaze. It's likely to be effective. Close the box and stop adding a wall of spirituality to it. Just bring it around with you. Let's see if they will be attracted to our camp. They? Derek subconsciously asked. Colin, with a few old scars on his face, revealed a smile. Do you think there's only one shapeshifter in Noise City? If this item's level was lacking, I would even be worried that it might attract more terrifying monsters. Derek wore a look of shame as he scratched the back of his head. Following the chief's instructions, he closed the box and stuffed it into a concealed pocket. In the patrol that followed, he kept a high level of vigilance, but no shapeshifter attacked. After a while, Lovia, Leger, and Gonlun took over their mission as Derek sat back beside the warm fire. At that moment, he heard cawing as 7 to 8 red-eyed ravens flew over and spiraled in mid-air. This brought about an indescribable sense of horror. Colin Iliad drew his sword and looked up. Suddenly his heart stirred as he quickly cast his gaze to Derek. On both sides of the bonfire, 2 brownish yellow-haired youths who had childlike looks and were nearly 1.9 meters tall were staring at each other blankly. Colin's eyes narrowed as he immediately shouted, "Illuminate!" One of the youths was taken aback. After a moment of enlightenment, pure, warm sunlight was emitted from his body. With a whoosh, an incomplete shadow swept past as Colin's sword sliced through the fake Derek. It was a blurry, transparent shadow. At the same time, a red-eyed raven fell from the sky, its body swelling up and turning into a pitch-black shadow. Above this shadow shimmered a transparent, ghostly blue single eye, surrounded by smaller, similar eyes. A shapeshifter. Just as this pitch-black shadow landed, Derek's mind turned numb as he could hardly move, as though he was being petrified. All he could do was watch the enemy pounce at him. Pa! The shapeshifter slammed into an invisible wall. Beside the bonfire, Colin Iliad stabbed the sword in his hand into the ground and drew the other sword on his back. The surrounding area lit up, and like the legendary dawn, it descended upon this abandoned land. Infinite beams of light reminiscent of dawn erupted, turning into an illusory ocean. It devoured the pitch-black shadows along with all the ravens from the bottom up. At the entrance of the camp, an illusory knight in silver armor, standing more than 5 meters tall, appeared behind Shepherd Lovia. The knight's eyes burned with dark red flames as they instantly locked onto a spot. He suddenly opened up his stride and appeared hundreds of meters away in a flash. Beams of sharp silver light shot out, dicing all the objects around into tiny, neat pieces, including the shapeshifter that had used some ability to escape the demon hunter's lethal strike. The monster hadn't died as it switched its true body once again, but the pure, bright light of dawn descended once again, completely drowning a huge area. After the light of dawn turned faint, Colin Iliad appeared with 2 swords in hand. He calmly watched as points of light gathered above the ground, which was covered with cracks. Success! As Derek reeled in delight, he hurriedly sealed the black square box with a wall of spirituality. Colin immediately stabbed the 2 swords into the ground, took out 3 empty metal bottles and filled them with the blood on the ground. While waiting for the ingredient to take form, he said to Lovia and the others, "I have a use for the ingredients left by the shapeshifter. I wish to directly make an exchange for them." "I have no objections," Leger and Gonlun answered in unison. Lovia didn't say a word as a form of tacit consent. After the illusory silver-armored knight returned, she turned her head and looked towards the bonfire where Derek was with a deadpan expression. In East Balam, in the temporary office for the Red Gloves, Soest surveyed the area. "Her Excellency, Goddess's Eye, has ordered us to investigate the sale of Hunter Pathway ingredients in the local and surrounding cities, as well as any disappearances or deaths of Beyonders of the same pathway. She agrees with Daly's guess and suspects from the death of the Intis spies that it's an evil spirit of the Hunter Pathway. Of course, we mustn't ignore any abnormalities since it's only one possibility. There's also another thing. We only need to do the gathering of information and to ignore everything else. We will not delve deeper into the investigations. It's an order by Her Excellency, Goddess Eye. Got that?" "Yes," Cindy and the others replied. Soest looked at Leonard and Daly before retracting his gaze and said heavily, "Move out." Chapter 940, a story. After leaving the local Nighthawks base, Leonard glanced at Daly Simone, who had suggested they team up. Where do we begin? Any suggestions? Dressed in a spirit medium black robe, Daly shot him a glance. This is when a gentleman's decisiveness and style should be showcased. Leonard looked at the red glove on his left hand. If we begin by following Captain Sost's arrangements, that might allow us to find some clues, but it's not necessarily useful. I suspect that Her Excellency Goddess's Eye knows that. She's only giving us something to do in order to confuse Inns Zangwill. Why do you say that? Daly asked, her expression growing solemn. Leonard glanced to his sides, his voice heavy. Based on what I know, 008 has the characteristic of once you know it, it will also know you. As Red Gloves who are pursuing the numinous episcopate and have discussed Inns Zangwill many times, I believe our situation has already been grasped by 008. This way Inns Zangwill should know that his abnormal state has been exposed. From that, he will avoid us by creating coincidences. Daly nodded. Soest had also mentioned this problem. Therefore, Her Excellency has gotten us to investigate the nearby Hunter Pathway Beyonders, pretending as though nothing is confirmed. In the meantime, Her Excellency is preparing to lay a trap for the moment when the evil spirit gains control over Inns. Leonard began walking. That's probably the case, but I suspect that it's unlikely for 008 to not know of it. Daly followed diagonally behind him. I believe there's still a chance for success. Don't forget that one of the honorific names of the goddess is the Mother of Concealment. That can counter 008. The Church has a high-ranking member or sealed artifact that can counter it. It's no wonder 008 was once obtained by the Church and sealed under the Holy Cathedral. Leonard's eyes lit up. A few seconds later, his pupils contracted. Do you think our discussion has caught the attention of 008? Leonard's expression fell. He and Daly looked at each other and fell silent. In a particular room, a slightly pale hand flipped a notebook to its very first page, then one page after another. After leaving Bansi Harbour, Sauron Einhorn Medici, who had obtained a certain object, was no longer only capable of instinctively conspiring. After repeated struggles, Inns Zangwill and he had obtained a truce and had even decided on a limited cooperative effort to achieve each other's goals. To an evil spirit of the Red Priest pathway, such a promise cannot be guaranteed, but Inns Zangwill no longer had any other choice. After confirming the destination to be East Balam, Inns Zangwill boarded a ship to the Berserk Sea. Every time he would enter the Intis colonial islands, irrationally provoking the official Beyonders and hunting Beyonders from the Hunter pathway. Then, before danger arrived, he would quickly regain lucidity and flee. This might seem like a coincidence, but the problem is, when it's the same coincidence every time, is it too much of a coincidence? The reason why Ince was able to do that was because he had written the words above. Using the quill of Alzuhod, he naturally allowed himself to switch between the two states of being possessed by an evil spirit and self-autonomy. What a scheming fellow. After numerous provocations, the Iron and Blood Cross Order's Tony Down finally locked onto Ince Zangwill and began pursuing him. During this process, this war bishop showed off his powers without any restraint. This was a little coincidental, but it was nothing surprising. The Iron and Blood Cross Order's belief is for the supernatural to be known to all. Likewise, he was overly confident, causing him to neglect the possibility that Ince Zangwill was also on the ship. When Ince Zangwill disembarked on Waypoint Island, he sensed someone observing him from a first-class cabin, but he didn't mind it. This was exactly the effect he wanted. It was neither too early nor too late. Before Soest's Red Gloves took action, Ince Zangwill met with Hand of White Palenque Tassiblius of the Numinous Episcopate, hoping to obtain their help in exorcising the evil spirit. Traces of words scribbled away. The development of things became a little odd. Before having a sufficient amount of clues, Leonard Mitchell and Daly Simone of the Soest's Red Gloves team seemed to come to a conclusion. It apparently came from a letter sent by Reinette Tinnecker. Where did the problem lie? From his point of view, unless one could directly capture Palenque Tassiblius, no one could come up with such a conclusion so quickly. This made his preparations a little hasty, but thankfully this was an outcome he wanted. The Red Gloves team discovered Ince Zangwill's abnormalities. Daly Simone used this opportunity to mention the assumption of an evil spirit's possession. Meanwhile, Leonard Mitchell and Daly Simone had already suspected that the evil spirit possessing Ince Zangwill belongs to the Hunter pathway. A pale white hand grabbed a quill and added the words, "But is this the truth to the matter? Will everything develop according to what they have in mind?" After the discussion, the Cathedral of Serenity's high-ranking deacon, Elia, believed Daly's theory and decided to use a Grade 1 Hunter pathway sealed artifact as bait. To conceal this goal, she got Surst's Red Gloves team to continue investigating. Unfortunately, their premise was wrong. Although Ince Zangwill was possessed by an evil spirit, his actions had never been affected. All he had done before was an act, done in accordance with Sauron Einhorn Medici's suggestions with the aim to confuse the Church of Evernite. Ince Zangwill's true motive for coming to the southern continent is hunt the high-ranking deacon Ilia of the Church of Evernite. It was for his advancement preparations by obtaining her Beyonder characteristic. He wanted to prove to everyone that the Church of Evernite had made a foolish mistake to abandon him. Of course, before beginning this operation, Ince Zangwill had to first satisfy Sauron Einhorn Medici's thirst for mid- and high-sequence Beyonder characteristics of the Hunter pathway. After satisfying him, Ince decided to first kill Daly Simone and Leonard Mitchell and pretend to vaguely sense the Church of Evernite's trap. He would forcefully counterattack, only to lose his rationality and head for the trap. He didn't plan on leaving any unstable elements. All Avengers that survived Tingen had to die. The notebook flipped to an empty spot as the pale white hand added, "Today, everything will go smoothly." In Cocoa City, West Balam, Anderson asked in boredom, "You aren't done with your investigations?" "Soon," Danitz replied, finding it a little difficult to focus. "Do you have something to do?" At this moment, Anderson took out a map and a stack of information. "I've already figured out the rough location of an ancient mausoleum. Based on the traditions of East and West Balam, there's definitely plenty of treasure in it." Danitz was taken aback. "I thought you aren't proficient in Deutanese?" Anderson chuckled and raised his black-gloved left palm. He spread his fingers and said, "I don't, but I can temporarily steal their language until I finish finding the information." "I knew a fellow like you will have some tricks up his sleeves," Danitz said with gritted teeth, pointing to the main street. "Goodbye." Anderson didn't stop him. At this moment, the two simultaneously noticed a figure walking over. The figure held a classic quill and wore a black clergyman's robe. He had dark blonde hair with facial features akin to a classic sculpture. One of his eyes was so blue that it was nearly black, and the other was filled with small but obvious blood vessels. He was approaching Anderson and Danitz. Anderson didn't know the man, but his body couldn't help but tremble as though facing his nemesis. Warning signs of danger flashed in his mind as his pupils rapidly dilated. Suddenly he heard a warm voice by his ears. "Don't be nervous." "Who?" Anderson blankly turned his head and saw a figure strangely appear beside him, despite there not being anyone there in the first place. This figure had apparently been there all this time, but he had always been ignored. He wore a strangely simple white robe. He had a pale gold beard that covered half his face. His light-colored eyes were clear, like a child's. He had a genial and reserved look. Looking at the quill in Ince Zangwill's hand, this middle-aged man, who was dressed like an ordinary priest, half closed his eyes, raised his right hand and gestured 4 points before him. Hanging there was a silver cross. Chapter 941, Development that Adheres to Logic. The moment he saw the middle-aged man in a priest's get-up, Anderson zoned out for a second. Shackles in his mind suddenly collapsed as countless memory fragments surged through an invisible barrier. He remembered the things that had happened over the past 2 months and the mission the demigod had given him. Back in Bayam, he followed the thoughts in his mind to meet up with the demigod, who led him away from the Rorstead archipelago to a secret location. There, he met the priest beside him. It was arranged for him to enter an ancient coffin, to lay there among Beyonder ingredients and a liquid filled with strange mixed blood. After a month of this corrosive treatment, a dark red chrysalis formed inside his body. He then had his memories from this period of time sealed before being sent to West Balam, psychologically cued to not leave until he recovered them. Everything that had happened before was just preparation. Anderson discovered that while he was playing the harmonica, checking into the hotel, and obtaining charms, this genial and seemingly innocent priest had been present beside him the entire time. When having meals, he was sitting at a neighboring table. When he checked in, the neighboring room was his. When walking on the streets, he was walking right beside him. And Anderson hadn't noticed any of this. Danitz, who was beside him, and the people around them, none of them had noticed. It was as though they had never seen this priest before. A chill that arose from deep in his heart ran from his tailbone up his spine to his brain. He felt that the experiences he had been through were enough to drive him insane. Danitz, who had already opened up a distance from Anderson, looked at the black-robed clergyman, Ince Zangwill, and then at the simple priest who was praying. He hurriedly bowed his head and used ancient Hermes to softly chant, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck." A few days earlier, he had received Mr. Fool's revelation to stay around Anderson so that he could immediately pray if any abnormalities happened. At this point, Ince Zangwill had stopped walking. His dark blue, nearly black eye and the eye filled with blood vessels reflected the priest in simple white robes. In his mind, in his mouth, a furious voice sounded, "Adam. The Creator's son, King of Angels, Adam." Before Ince Zangwill could finish his sentence, the priest opposite him opened his eyes, which were already pure gold in color. Suddenly, pitch-black stone columns were erected around them, setting up a majestic cathedral. Inside, each column, arch, and dome was embedded with the bones of different races, their eye sockets staring at Ince Zangwill. In front of a cross that was more than 100 meters tall, a blurry figure stood there, watching everything with compassion. The walls, windows, and doors of the cathedral had transparent, warped faces protruding out, as though countless souls were sealed inside, preventing beyonders from sensing the spirit world or astral world. Ince Zangwill's classic quill had already flown up as it wrote rapidly on his black clergyman's robe. Anderson Hood is Gairman Sparrow's friend. Ouroboros had taken notice of him, and due to various unknown reasons, Ouroboros' appearance here was a development that adhered to logic. Just as the quill wrote the exclamation mark, light beams shone in from the colored windows of the corpse cathedral, forming stacked, illusory pure feathers. Beneath them, a figure with long silver hair materialized in a praying stance before standing up straight. He wore a simple linen robe and had handsome looks. It was none other than King of Angels, Tail Devourer Ouroboros. Ouroboros' eyes were momentarily unfocused, but they soon reflected the genial priest's image. At his feet, and on the stacked feathers of light behind him, a supernatural, mysterious circle was accentuated, forming an illusory river like a snake that had its head connected to its tail. The corpse cathedral once again reverted to the point when the pitch-black stone columns had just been erected. Taking this opportunity, Ouroboros flew out. Ince Zangwill didn't hesitate as he made the surrounding colors saturate and overlap. Just as this night watcher was about to step into the spirit world, he suddenly saw a cross spanning more than 100 meters plummet down from high above. This cross impaled the middle of the unformed corpse cathedral as the blurry figure that carried it raised its head. Infinite light spewed out, drowning Ouroboros and the quill holding Ince Zangwill within. The corpse cathedral filled with bones of different races and countless warped souls took form once again. Upon hearing the stacked illusory pleas, Klein was inside his hotel. He suddenly stood up, went straight to the window, and looked towards the nearby square. Everything seemed normal. Without a second thought, he followed the plan he had formulated above the grey fog. He controlled Winner Enzo, who was 100 meters away, to enter the telegraph office. At the same time, he took out his adventurer's harmonica and blew into it. Reinette Tinneker walked out of the void with 4 heads in hand. "For Leonard, Miss Messenger. He likely hasn't left your detection range," Klein said, handing her a prepared letter and a gold coin. What he said and did was akin to a marionette. He only followed instructions he had prepared in advance. This was the method he figured out to deal with 008. By doing the thinking above the grey fog, all he did was act according to plan in the real world. In a previous prayer from Danitz, Klein had used the scene to observe Anderson and had discovered the unfamiliar priest by his side. Thinking back to the psychology alchemists and Roselle's diary, he immediately realized something. He was certain that the master of the Twilight Hermit Order, Angel of Imagination Adam, was conspiring to obtain 008. This meant that there was a high chance for Ince Zangwill to appear with Anderson as the target. Then, Klein redid his plan, pretending as though he had never noticed anything, continuing his state as a marionette in reality. One of Ryanette's heads bit onto the letter as the 8 eyes looked deeply at Klein for 2 seconds. He nodded indiscernibly, watching Miss Messenger return to the spirit world. In the telegraph office, Winner Enzo handed over the telegram he had already prepared. West Balham, Northern State, Kokowa, Ince Zangwill has appeared. The radio waves quickly spread, sending the message to the major bases of the Church of Evernite. In East Balham, Daly asked Leonard, "Why are you always active around the cathedral? Why don't you go further to carry out the investigations?" Leonard thought and said frankly, "Awaiting news." Daly nodded in thought. Suddenly, Leonard's spiritual perception was triggered as he turned to look left. A letter had appeared at some point in time underneath a gas street lamp. Leonard didn't avoid Daly as he hurriedly picked up the envelope and opened it. The content was very simple, only one line: West Balham, Northern State, Kokawa, Revival Square. Coordinates. Leonard's expression turned heavy. He turned to Daly and said, "Ma'am, please help me to cover my tracks." As he spoke, his left glove had turned transparent. He stuffed his right hand into his pocket and grasped the fate siphon charm. Daly fell silent for a second and said extremely seriously, "Bring me along. Back then you managed to at least fight, but I didn't have the time to do anything." Leonard's expression changed as his mouth gaped slightly. Finally, without saying a word, he grabbed Daly's shoulder. The two then vanished from the rather empty streets. As he watched Miss Messenger leave, and once he confirmed that the telegraph office had sent at least one telegram, Klein immediately took 4 steps counterclockwise and entered above the grey fog. He directly sat at the high-backed chair of the fool and beckoned for the tyrant card, the sea god's scepter and a silver-grey charm. Immediately, he was wearing a papal tiara with a papal robe draped over him, a bone scepter in hand. Amidst silver bolts of lightning, Klein spread his spirituality towards the point of light where Danitz was. Chapter 942, Deity's Curse. With Klein's spirituality making contact, the points of light suddenly expanded into a scene before his eyes. With his shadow cloak up, Danitz was praying with his head bowed in the corner of the square, chanting the fool's honorific name. Thanks to this, Klein could see an expanded area around him, and he began searching for Ince Zangwill. Through the grey fog, everything he saw was clearly different. In the middle of the square, a pitch-black corpse-embedded cathedral had appeared at some point in time. It was dark inside, but there were no signs of activity. Using this opportunity, Klein replied to Danitz's prayer, "Leave the area. Find a hidden spot to hide in." As he spoke slowly, dressed in the papal tiara and dark robes, Klein raised his left hand and made the blue gems at the tip of the bone scepter light up. Sharp, jarring sounds immediately resounded in Revival Square as a sudden gale swept the area. It made the people who were spending their leisure time there leave quickly to head for shelter. Even Anderson, who had a frozen expression, recovered his usual insouciant attitude. Holding his abdomen, he quickly rushed out of the dangerous area. In a few seconds, Revival Square became extremely silent. Then a flame appeared from the Corpse Cathedral's window. It grew in size and became increasingly blinding. Silently, the colored glass windows shattered as blinding white light shot out like a meteor. This flaming light instantly crumbled, materializing into Ince Zangwill, who wore a black clergyman's robe and had one dark blue eye and one eye covered with blood vessels. The moment this night watcher appeared, he couldn't help but open his mouth and scoff at the classic quill in his hand. "If a fool like you didn't listen to my suggestion, how could something like this happen? I'm not even sure what you're afraid of. If you had allowed me to pray to the Lord, allowing me to secretly return to the Rose Redemption and join forces with the Serpent, our preparations would allow us to set up a trap. Today we will be the ones hunting Adam, and not the other way round." The seemingly dark and damaged quill immediately flew up and wrote on an empty spot of Ince Zangwill's clothes. Due to a rage stemming from embarrassment, Sauron Einhorn Medici pushed the blame of this development to the quill of Ulzahod, but in fact it was he who was stopping himself from praying to the true creator. Be it Sauron or Einhorn, neither one of them trusted this evil god. Today's development made this evil spirit's psychological dissociation worsen. This is extremely reasonable. This is the diagnosis by the best, most professional psychiatrist. Ince Zangwill immediately frowned as he raised his left hand and pressed it to his head. His dark blue eye rapidly recovered its luster as his classically sculpted face turned extremely stern. At this moment, having escaped the Corpse Cathedral, he was no longer facing the square, but flights of ancient stone stairs leading to the peak of a towering mountain. Erected there was a huge cross with countless angels spiraling around it. At this moment, an exaggerated bolt of silver lightning tore through the overcast sky, smiting right down at him. The sealed and strange space produced cracks. The fountain and its splashes appeared in his dark blue eye. Ince Zangwill's figure immediately vanished, leaving behind a blurry, transparent spirit, which was struck by lightning and instantly obliterated. This night watcher didn't have the luxury of time to consider what other lurking dangers there were. He took this opportunity to transform into a flame as he penetrated a crack and rushed out. To him, nothing was more terrifying than the son of the Creator, King of Angels Adam. Upon seeing the flame rise up from the square, allowing Ince Zangwill to return to the real world, Klein raised his head slightly and subconsciously sat straight. Countless scenes flashed across his mind. Him having his heart penetrated, Dun Smith smiling at him with a wink of his left eye, and the Blackthorn Security Company, which had been reduced to ruins. The corners of Klein's mouth quickly curled upwards as he revealed a comical smile. He then deeply muttered, using ancient Hermes, "Misfortune." The silver-grey charm on his right palm suddenly burst into a gloomy black light. This was a charm of the misfortune domain Klein made using the snake of Mercury Willor Septin's blood and precious metals by praying to the Evernite goddess. This was a present he had prepared for Ince Zangwill. This was an arrow of vengeance. This was a deity's curse. Klein immediately stood up, stretched his shoulders, and threw out his right arm, fusing the gloomy black light with the little powers he could stir from above the grey fog as he threw them at Ince Zangwill. Just as Ince Zangwill returned to Revival Square, he saw a dark black beam appear out of nowhere. It blanketed the entire sky, making him find himself in an extremely dark environment. Such a change happened in a flash before everything was restored to normal. As a night watcher who could give others a certain level of bad luck, Ince Zangwill acutely smelled the aura of danger. Without any hesitation, he reached out his left palm in a bid to use the evil spirit within him and his powers as a gatekeeper to enter the spirit world and flee. However, none of the surrounding bright flowers, pure white fountain, and dark black tiles had their colors saturate, much less become stacked. Ince Zangwill's spirit world traversal had become ineffective. The glint in his eyes froze as he seemed to understand the reason. It was because the evil spirit in him was having an internal struggle, thus they wouldn't lend him their power. "See? Everything would be fine if you had listened to me." "Bullshit. I'd rather die than believe in the true creator." "What's the point saying all of this? Didn't you still end up the same as us, being made into a potion by Alistair Tudor? So none of you are nervous at all? Didn't you notice that the curse clearly came with a deity's aura? Our present condition doesn't allow us to avoid it at all. Ha ha, continue arguing. Go on, I'll wait to die with all of you." The veins on Ince Zangwill's forehead throbbed when he heard that. He was furious that Sauron Einhorn Medici would suddenly engage in an internal strife at such a critical moment. He instinctively believed that the gloomy black beam had something to do with the Evernite goddess's authority over misfortune, and that the Red Angel evil spirit's sudden fallout was clearly a result of this influence. He immediately turned around, quickly running towards another exit of Revival Square in an attempt to communicate with other spirits to escape. However, there wasn't a single spirit around. At this moment, a figure stood in a hidden corner of the open square. He was a mixed blood with parents from Lone and Balam. It was Admiral Hel Ludwell, a marionette who usually didn't have any thoughts. After throwing out the deity's curse charm, Klein had followed his plan, returned to the real world, and made use of his two marionettes. This Admiral Hell, who looked nothing like his original self, raised his right hand, allowing his arm and fingers to rapidly turn incorporeal as they extended towards the target. This was a power he used by borrowing the underworld creature within him to extract the spirit bodies of others remotely. Ludwell's palm quickly turned pale white, and above Ince Zangwill, a figure floated up uncontrollably. However, Ince Zangwill was once a gatekeeper. An illusory bronze door filled with mystery immediately took form in his eyes as it quickly pulled back his escaping spirit body. For a brief moment, all he could manage to do was a seesaw-like struggle. At this moment, two figures rapidly appeared beside Ludwell. One was the black-haired, green-eyed Leonard with a transparent glove in hand, and the other was Daly Simone, who had blue eyeshadow and blush. They had arrived at the perfect moment because the bad luck of an enemy often implied that one was lucky enough. The first thing Daly saw was the figure she could never forget. Pangs of fury burned in her eyes instantly. She didn't rashly attack as she came behind Ludwell and spread her arms. A bronze door filled with countless strange patterns immediately descended and creaked open a gap. This was a door that led to the underworld, one filled with allure to all undead creatures. An indescribable and terrifying suction force came out of it as the figure above Ince Zangwill's body completely separated from him. It was a translucent man wearing blood-stained black armor. He was young and handsome with red hair. His face had terrifying signs of decay, and at his glabella was a flag-like mark. This young man wasn't too surprised about being separated from Ince Zangwill. Instead, he sneered. "We sure are unlucky today. We have already died together once, so is there a need to do so another time? Especially when we're being controlled by such a weakling." A bloody gap appeared on his upper left cheek as it opened and closed. "All right, let's clear out the surrounding trash." Before the sentence was finished, the man in blood-stained black armor reached out his palm and drew out an illusory sword with dark red rust stains from his body. A terrifying suppressive force easily allowed the evil spirit to free itself from Ludwell's and Daly's extraction. It swooped down in an attempt to return to Ince Zangwill's body. At this moment, a hoarse voice sounded. Admiral Hell Ludwell had chanted in ancient Hermes, "Fate!" Chapter 943, the third act. "Fate!" In the awkward-sounding voice, the spots where Admiral Hell Ludwell and Night Watcher Ince Zangwill stood turned dark, as if covered by two black clouds. This was one of the fate siphon charms that Klein had made using the Worms of Time from Pallas Zoroast. To make plans without 008's knowledge, he had kept himself hidden behind the scenes the entire time, even giving the fate siphon charm to his marionette. Hence, the one who was possessed by the evil spirit had gone from Ince Zangwill to Ludwell. Admiral Hell instantly had Sauron Einhorn Medici's blood-stained, black-armored body plunge into him as his eyes became filled with minute blood vessels. Inside the hotel, Klein calmly controlled the marionette without showing any wavering due to the impact the evil spirit had. Ludwell reached out to tear his clothes and raised the soul-soothing mask to cover his face. At the same time, having heard the Red Angel's words and witnessing its actual condition, Daly Simone seemed to realize something. Not only did she not close the door to the underworld, she even gritted her teeth and used all her might to widen the gap. Bloody, skinless arms, slimy tentacles with teeth, and bluish-black vines with baby faces began emerging from the door to the underworld as they grabbed at Ludwell. This freed up Admiral Hell, who had planned on completing this step alone. Taking advantage of the opportunity that the underworld within his body hadn't yet been destroyed by Sauron Einhorn Medici, he hurriedly turned around and dashed towards the mysterious, illusory bronze door. He was then grabbed on his body and legs by the arms, tentacles, and vines behind the door. With his running, working hand in hand with the scalp-tingling tugs, he instantly leaped through the widened door gap and entered the underworld. Upon seeing this, Daly immediately pulled back her palm, stopping the maintenance of the door. Thud! The indescribable illusory door closed heavily. Admiral Hell Ludwell, along with Sauron Einhorn Medici, were kept out of the real world. This was a key step to Klein's plan, to forcibly separate the Red Angel evil spirit from In's Zangwill. Although he believed that the evil spirit was the reason for In's instability, he wasn't willing to face an additional evil spirit when taking revenge on a demigod. Sacrificing a marionette, a high-level charm, and 2 mystical items in exchange for removing the evil spirit from the battlefield was heart-wrenching for Klein, but definitely worth it. Such a change was completely unexpected for Leonard. However, he had become a Red Glove for almost a year and had plenty of experience. He didn't show any hesitation or confusion, immediately casting his gaze at the still dazed In's Zangwill. When the figure in a black clergyman's robe was reflected in his eyes, his expression immediately warped, as though he was facing a trauma of the trauma of seeing Captain and Klein already dead after regaining consciousness. As Leonard raised his left palm, he pressed the human-skinned glove to his temple and grasped the Fate siphon charm in his right hand tightly. With a deep voice he said, "Fate." The ancient supernatural language echoed as a transparent book condensed in front of his left glove, followed by the ethereal chant of "I came, I saw, I record." Bolts of bright, blinding silver lightning blasted down one after another, instantly devouring Leonard. Lightning storm. He was committing suicide, but at the same time, he was using the Fate siphon charm, which would transfer such a fate to In's Zangwill. This was the best solution he could think of, and it required immense courage. Countless silver lightning swept over, shattering the surrounding darkness. Leonard Mitchell immediately snapped awake and found himself still standing at his spot. His left hand had yet to rise, and his right hand had just grabbed the charm. Whatever he did was just a dream. At this moment, in In's Zangwill's dark blue eyes, darkness was slowly swirling, as though it was saying, "When did you get the misconception that you aren't dreaming?" In fact, long before Sauron Einhorn Medici had been extracted, he had already created a large-scale dream in an attempt to pull all his enemies in. He picked up Quill of Alzuhod and rapidly wrote on his sleeve. In's Zangwill was in optimal condition today. He could effectively control his mythical creature form. Therefore, he didn't hold back and used all his strength to escape the area. As he finished writing, In's Zangwill's body began transforming. His eyes instantly turned black, as though tainted with ink. The fine patterns around him began to extend, forming strange and distorted mysterious symbols. At his waist and ribs, his clothes swelled as 4 skinless arms grew out from squirming flesh, covered with blood vessels. The arms were rapidly covered with white feathers as a cadaveric aura rippled out. In a blink of an eye, this Night Watcher was already slumped on the ground, turning into a strange monster with 8 legs and white feathers. Night suddenly fell upon the square as the worms in the soil and the bacteria on the floor died one after another, entering an eternal slumber. This was the combination of the powers of Evernite and death. Just as Daley Simone and Leonard Mitchell were about to lose their lives amidst their slumber, a thunderclap boomed. Bolts of silver lightning struck down, turning into a forest of lightning that blanketed In's Zangwill's incomplete mythical creature form. After sending away the Red Angel evil spirit, Klein didn't stay any longer. Like a marionette with preset orders, he mechanically took 4 steps counterclockwise and entered above the grey fog, wearing the papal tiara and papal robe again, and picking up the sea god scepter. This was the 3rd act of the play. With 008 exhausted by Adam, and with the Red Angel evil spirit separated from In's Zangwill, he had to face the sea god's wrath as a sequence 4. Klein knew that he didn't have the strength to directly fight a demigod. Therefore, his plan had been to wear down In's helpers while smiting him from above the grey fog. Even if he couldn't complete the kill, he could stall for time until the Church of Evernite's Archbishop arrived. In this plan, there were 2 uncontrollable parameters. First, it was unpredictable how much influence 008 had. A card up his sleeve was to let Enzo set up a bestowment ritual and be prepared to send Grossel's travels to the real world at any time to see if it would lure the quill away from Ince. Second, he wasn't sure how strong Adam was. Klein had no reference point and believed that it wasn't impossible for a king of angels like him to subdue 008 and kill Ince alone. Towards such a development, Klein had no means to foil it. All he could do was pray for the goddess's blessings. Rumble. The lightning forest smote down, bringing with it intense destructive auras. At this moment, pure darkness surged out of the gaps in the lightning, devouring all of the silver-white swath. Ince Zangwill's 8 legs moved rapidly as he ran out of the area. He couldn't find a target, nor could he lock onto the enemy that had cast lightning storm. Holding back his furious emotions, he ran towards buildings along the perimeter of the square, leaving shadowy after-images behind. However, amidst booming thunder, terrifying lightning bolts smote down one after another, trapping him inside the square. Daly and Leonard had already woken up from their dreams, but the light from the lightning affected their vision, allowing them to only discover that Ince had apparently turned into a monster, but the details were unclear. Mythical creature form, as the two had a solid foundation in mysticism, they immediately realized what was happening and quickly closed their eyes, retreating to a spot that provided shelter. Realizing that he was unable to dodge the lightning strike, Ince Zangwill retracted one of his legs, picked up 008, and as he ran, he wrote on his body, "An unknown existence is attracted by the combat and feels great pity for Ince Zangwill's experiences before deciding to help him by taking him away via the spirit world." Chapter 944, the 4th Act. On the heavily scuffed and damaged Revival Square, the environment turned dark as a gloominess filled it. Daly Simone acutely sensed that an unknown creature was crossing the spirit world and approaching. An ominous feeling rose up in her, as though she could already see Ince Zangwill using such an accident to easily escape, never to be found. She felt ice-cold in a manner that couldn't be resisted, just like when she first became a Beyonder. Back then, due to a particular accident, she had lost her family and ended up drinking a potion by mistake, becoming a corpse collector. The influence of the potion and the wounds from losing her family had made her enjoy gloominess and coldness. She was afraid of this feeling and still hoped to live as a person. Hence, she instinctively used how men coveted her to gain a boyfriend, wanting to use the warmth of a body to stop her soul from turning cold. In this decadent life, she met that man, a man who always warmly listened to her, who always stayed by her side, who became embarrassed when faced with jokes involving the two sexes. He was a man who accepted all the flaws of his teammates with a sincere attitude, who hid the pain and sorrow in his heart to the point of suffering an early receding hairline. He was a man who was the first to step forward when encountering danger, putting himself between the danger and his teammates. She changed. She began putting on makeup that made her appear older and stopped mixing with other men. However, she still didn't make it in time. She didn't manage to witness the man master the acting method or participate in his final battle. She didn't manage to tell him her feelings in time.
I was wrong. I failed to do anything in time. Today I'm not having it repeat again.
Daly's expression turned sorrowful as the corners of her lips curled bit by bit with tenderness. With her eyes closed, she suddenly pulled out a small metal bottle and gulped the liquid inside. Her blue eye shadow and blush instantly brightened, and her skin turned slightly translucent. Her coiled hair was instantly released, pushing her hood back as it fluttered.
Spirit wandering the void, higher order creature that leaves one with awe, the unforeseeable creature.
Daly chanted in ancient Hermes.
I shall sign a contract, with you in my name. Pray that you leave this place.
Behind the 8-legged white-feathered Ince Zangwill, a figure appeared. It was a blood-colored piece of flesh with countless eyes and arms of different races. Just as it was about to grab Ince and drag him into the spirit world, it suddenly paused, turning its gaze towards Daly Simone. Pitch-black snake-like scales instantly appeared on Daly's skin, and within the gaps, white feathers grew. Her knees buckled as she knelt down in pain, but she ultimately maintained her spirit-channeling posture. That quill began writing autonomously on Ince Zangwill's body. The unknown existence descended upon Revival Square and was just about to take Ince Zangwill away, but no, it was attracted by Daly Simone. Its sense of aesthetics was inclined towards humans. Oh no, it abandoned Ince Zangwill. It decided to listen to Daly Simone's suggestion and ended up leaving. How surprising that when it came to spirit channeling, Ince Zangwill, a demigod, would actually lose to Sequence 5 Daly Simone. Although this lady had consumed the flower of spirit and paid an immense price, she had little chance to defeat Ince Zangwill, who was barely using the quill of Olzahod. Ince Zangwill was just too unlucky. He actually encountered a matter with nearly zero probability. Amidst the lightning strikes, blood-red beams lit up in Ince Zangwill's pitch-black eyes before calming down. His hand, which held the quill, wrote on his body once again. Another unknown existence was lured into the vicinity and attempted to enter the real world. Just as he wrote that, the quill suddenly paused as it continued. Incoming! Incoming! No, she was Reinette Tinniker. No, Reinette Tinniker chased away all the surrounding creatures in the spirit world. She gave Ince Zangwill a glance, looked away and left, continuing her patrol of the surroundings. Ince Zangwill is too unlucky. Just too unlucky. Ince Zangwill's rapidly moving body suddenly paused as though he had suffered a terrible blow. Boom! A thick bolt of silver-white lightning smote the eight-legged monster, sending him flying up as he let out an inhuman cry. In his pitch-black eyes, the blood-red beam spread out like an explosion, turning into two bloodthirsty, cruel, and maniacal blobs of light. Ince Zangwill could no longer control his emotions and maintain a good state of mind. He lost most of his reason. The more the slightly damaged quill wrote, the darker it became until it slowly stopped. With a scream that left one with goosebumps, an endless darkness blanketed the area, pulling Daly Simone and Leonard Mitchell into a dream. However, the thunder, booms, and lightning snapped them awake. Ince Zangwill took a step back with his 8 legs, leaving behind an afterimage as he rapidly ran towards Daly, hoping to rip apart the Nighthawk who had foiled his plans. Boom! Boom! Ridiculous bolts of lightning blasted down, stopping his attempts. The 8 legs that were covered with white feathers, now with signs of being charred, moved one after another as he kept his body low while he circled the square, dodging the lightning in search for an opportunity to kill Leonard and Daly. With time, he realized there was a problem with his remaining reason. The frequency of the lightning was dropping. The person that kept casting lightning strike had apparently reached his limit, and his spirituality was almost drained. Ince Zangwill's heart stirred as a cruel smile was plastered across his face. He ran at high speeds as he muttered in ancient Faesak,
"All of you will die."
All of you will die.
Leonard could do nothing despite hearing that sentence. He couldn't even open his eyes or determine where Ince Zangwill was. At this moment, he felt as if he had returned to Tingen, back to the Blackthorn Security Company, back to the day where they engaged Megos in an intense battle. He had returned to the time when he was weak and helpless, unable to stop anything himself. Back then, he clearly wanted to help Captain and Klein. Despite overcoming his horror, he quickly fainted due to his low sequence, failing to participate in the subsequent battle. All he could do was wake up to see 2 corpses and use the pain of meeting family members to resolve the blame he placed on himself. He always cherished his leisurely life in Tingen, but the more he cherished those memories, the more he hated his former self, wondering why he hadn't worked harder. With his eyes tightly closed, all he could do was ball his hands into a fist as he hurriedly shouted,
Old man! Old man!
This time there wasn't any response in his mind. No one provided him any help, as Palais Zoroast was still in a deep sleep. Leonard's breathing turned heavy as he couldn't help but move his head from side to side. Then, with a slightly hoarse voice, he shouted in clear anxiety,
Old man! Old man! Old man!
His voice gradually softened, drowned by the thunder. Leonard hung his head bit by bit, his face filled with shame and pain. His lips quivered as he relaxed his hand and gripped it tight again. His entire body froze for several seconds. Suddenly he wore a firm expression. With a grimace, he opened his mouth and chanted softly in ancient Hermes,
The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the grey fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck.
Just as he said the prayers, he magically saw a scene in his mind. Ince Zangwill, who had seemingly turned into a spider or some deformed feather wolf, was running frantically and dodging the lightning strikes. And unlike normally, Ince's figure appeared rather blurry in this scene. It was almost completely represented by red light, and it could only be used to determine his location. Leonard was first taken aback as he immediately laughed. Teardrops flowed down as he laughed. Without any hesitation, he raised his left palm, pressed the glove to his temple, and then tightly gripped the fate siphon charm with his right hand.
Fate!
The incomprehensible, mysterious word in ancient Hermes resounded as a transparent book appeared in front of Leonard. It flipped to a page amidst the ethereal chanting of, "I came, I saw, I record," as he locked onto the eight-legged monster with white feathers growing all over him. Silver bolts of lightning blasted as Leonard Mitchell threw out the charm with a hideous expression, shouting,
Die! Ince Zangwill!
He had waited to say this for a very, very long time. He had played this scene in his head so many times. Chapter 945, The Story's Ending. The moment the fate siphon charm left Leonard Mitchell's hand, it vanished into mid-air, cloaking the spots where he and Ince Zangwill stood in darkness. Even the burgeoning silver storm was unable to illuminate it. At that instant, Leonard felt the surface of his body turn numb, as though lightning was leaping over it, creating a slight stabbing pain, one that would completely pulverize his body at any moment. But following that, he wasn't bombarded with irresistible pain. A bolt of lightning smote down at him as if it had bared its fangs, shattering the ground and charring the soil. Klein had personally redirected his casting of Lightning Storm from Ince Zangwill when Leonard used the charm. A shrill scream sounded as the rich darkness around Ince Zangwill failed to dissipate the storm formed from a mesh of silver lightning bolts. His body was swept into the heart of the storm, suffering the fate of Leonard being devoured by the lightning storm. Boom! The thunder boomed deeply as the lightning forest quickly dissipated. But before it came to a complete end, more bolts of silver lightning smote down from the sky, causing a new wave of attacks. The wrath of a thunder god smote down again and again as the lightning's frequency returned to normal. After a few lightning storms, the blinding light finally dimmed. The minute bolts snaked around weakly. Ince Zangwill remained standing without collapsing. However, his head with pitch-black eyes, blood-red halos and mysterious symbols had cracked. The flesh inside was charred black as a greyish-white liquid seeped out. The 4 legs by his torso had already been burnt black and curled up. But even so, Ince Zangwill still wasn't dead. Creatures that had obtained godhood had an unimaginable vitality. The blood-red halo in his eyes grew richer as the violent aura no longer had any room for decreasing. Feelings of hatred and regret surged in him. He hated himself for only thinking of escaping in the beginning and not killing all the enemies present. Back then, if he hadn't held back, he was definitely able to kill Daly Simone and Leonard Mitchell amidst the lightning strikes. If he had done so, he wouldn't have been left in such a sorry state by 2 mid-sequence Beyonders.
Damn it! Damn it!
Ince Zangwill roared and threw away the darkened 008 quill. Using his remaining 4 legs, he pounced at Leonard Mitchell. Leonard was just about to take action when he felt a coldness in him, as though thin, long hair was reaching out and binding him from the darkness, doing so from a dream. He was unable to move again. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck Ince Zangwill, but it only served to stagger him for a moment. He continued his attack and even revealed a cruel smile. From that strike, he was already certain that the person hiding in the background casting the lightning was at their limit. As for Leonard, who was being bound by countless strands of invisible hair, his thoughts quickly became serene, as though he wished to sleep in the darkness. Unable to move, he bit his tongue lightly and temporarily recovered some of his lucidity. He made the transparent book in front of him emit the ethereal chanting, "I came, I saw, I record." With a resonating whoosh, a terrifying hurricane swept at Ince Zangwill, who had arrived with a pounce. It snapped the illusory black hair-like objects, giving Leonard freedom again. Whoosh! Ince Zangwill was thrown up as he slammed heavily to the ground. His body was covered with deep gashes as pale white blood gushed out. Despite having lost another front leg, he still wasn't dead. He stood up again and locked on to the Evernight poet, who still had his eyes closed. Without any warning, Leonard suddenly slipped and fell to the ground. When he tried to get up, he seemed unable to maintain his balance.
Damn it! I should have killed you when you were unconscious back in Tingeon City.
Ince Zangwill cursed through clenched teeth.
That woman is about to die. The same goes for you. After I kill you, I'll leave this place and return to Tingen to dig up their graves.
As he cursed, the darkness filled with cadaveric auras surged out of him, sweeping towards the nearby Leonard. Leonard could sense that he was riddled with bad luck, but he could do nothing. Bang! Amidst a gunshot, a pale golden bullet pierced through the thick, deathly darkness, bringing out blinding sunlight. Pah! Tarot cards flew over, stabbing into the ground at different spots. One of the cards landed in front of Leonard as it burst into scarlet flames. Amidst the flames, a figure wearing a half-top hat and black suit walked out with a revolver in hand. With a bookish demeanor, he had black hair and brown eyes. It was none other than Klein Moretti. Unable to use the sea god scepter anymore, he had decisively returned to the real world, rushing here with death knell.
You? It's really you. You really are still alive. Die together with them.
Ince Zangwill's movement speed instantly recovered as he circled around Klein, trying to forcefully pull him into a dream. He had been acting. However, Klein was completely unaffected. He raised his right hand and pulled the trigger. Bang! Ince Zangwill was thrown to the ground by a powerful impact.
That shot was for Ma'am Daly,
Klein said in a deep voice as he snapped his fingers, using the flames to flash to the side of Ince Zangwill.
This shot is for Leonard.
All the tarot cards were ignited at the same time. Klein flashed behind Ince, cocked the gun, and relying on his intuition, pulled the trigger. Bang! Pale white blood spurted out of Ince Zangwill's left leg as it broke. Using the burning tarot cards, he repeatedly cast Flaming Jump.
This shot is for Magos. This shot is for the Keepers. This shot is for the destroyed Blackthorn Security Company. This shot is for all the Nighthawks. This shot is for me.
Amidst the gunshots, Klein kept pulling the trigger, shooting demon-hunting bullets. He blew through another of Ince's legs, blasting open his forehead, causing his roars to turn into a whimper until he fell onto the ground. Finally, Klein flashed in front of Ince Zangwill, holding death knell to his face. At this moment, mysterious patterns accentuated Ince's almost cracked head, creating an immense impact. He still had the ability to resist, waiting for him to approach to use his mythical creature form to turn the tables. However, Klein's brown eyes continued looking at him without reflecting anything. He thrust death knell forward and pulled the trigger. Bang! Ince Zangwill's head completely exploded. Death knell had sounded the knell for him. Klein raised his left hand and rubbed away his two eyes. The real eyes that hid beneath were moved back to their original spots. His brown eyes had blurred up. He curled the corners of his mouth bit by bit and said to the already dead Ince Zangwill softly,
This shot is for Captain.
He didn't give Ince a chance to leave any last words. He then took out one remaining tarot card and threw it on the corpse. It was an inverted the star card. At this moment, a figure appeared not far from him. He bent down and picked up the darkened quill. This figure wore a simple white robe and had a pale gold beard. On his chest hung a silver cross. It was the King of Angels, Adam. He looked at Klein and said with a genial smile,
Unfortunately, I failed to retain the snake.
He looked at the quill in his hand and then at the tarot card. He smiled.
A price is always exacted for what fate bestows. Isn't that so?
With that said, he turned around and slowly disappeared, leaving his words as though he sang them.
Under the witness of a spectator, Klein Moretti completed a grand performance, directing a magical murder. With that, he managed to digest his potion with enough energy left to attempt an advancement before the curtains fell.
Klein didn't take in the feeling of his marionettist potion's digestion. With a flaming jump, he arrived in front of Daly Simone. The lady was already on the brink of losing control. She said in a daze,
I don't want to become a monster.
All right.
Klein looked at her with a sorrowful gaze. He had considered getting her to chant the fool's honorific name, but with her body already mutating, it was apparently useless. The only way was for Daly to choose to remain in the grey fog forever. Daly smiled with great difficulty as she resisted the white feathers and pitch-black scales that kept growing out of her.
So it's you. Didn't you ask me why I didn't take the initiative to confess to Dunn, to throw him in bed?
She gasped for air.
I had indulged myself too much in the past. He was a conservative man. I felt inferior.
She couldn't hold out much longer. At this moment she heard Klein reply,
Captain actually liked you too. Very much. Because you were too outstanding and young. He felt inferior as well.
Daly smiled as her blurry gaze saw a man in a black trench coat with a receding hairline. He had dark grey eyes. She watched as he pressed his hand to his chest, bent down, and reached out his palm to invite her to a dance. She reached out her hand as her thoughts turned sluggish. The grey-eyed man in a black trench coat pulled up Daly, whose mutation was slowly fading away. Under Leonard's watch, they danced a brisk dance in the destroyed square with the fountain spewing water everywhere. One material after another flew out. There were golden grapevines and a rather ugly rubber mask. Under the guidance of spirituality, they slowly mixed together and entered a small metal bottle. Amidst the beautiful dance, Daly leaned forward gently, resting herself in Dunn's embrace. Klein held the potion bottle, brought it to his mouth, and downed it. Chapter 946, A Bestowment or a Curse. The ice-cold potion slid down his throat, bringing Klein numbness that reached deep into his soul. He had already stopped dancing. His mind seemed to be lifted high into the air, looking down at the ruined Revival Square. At this moment, he felt his emotions rouse for some baffling reason, as all the pedestrians below seemed to be connected to him by invisible threads, their happiness, anger, and sorrow seemingly directed by him. Klein had often had such feelings recently. He knew that this was the vision of a director. Using that hint of familiarity, he hurriedly adjusted his state of mind, completely separating his emotions from it and viewing everything in a cold, aloof manner. Once his state of mind settled, he felt the potion's power spread across his body like a sharp threaded net. Suddenly, Klein felt that his soul body was connected to his physical body. They were split into countless parts, and he let out a cry from deep within his soul.
No!
His thoughts were diced apart, turning into fragments that fused with different pieces of flesh, each gaining its own sentience. These included Klein with pain, Klein with arrogance, Klein with coldness, as well as Joe Mingri, Sherlock Moriarty, Guillermin Sparrow, and Duane Dantes. His entire spirit body seemed to be thrown into a grinding machine. Not far away, Leonard, whose cheeks were streaming with unconscious tears, first saw Captain Dunn, who was embracing Daly Simone, transform back into Klein Moretti. He then noticed pale-coloured tendrils protruding out from Klein's face, neck, and hands, growing outwards and turning into transparent maggots. This made Leonard have the feeling that Klein would collapse into a cluster of transparent maggots the next second as they raced in different directions. Just as he wanted to do something, he felt dizzy. He instinctively closed his eyes and didn't dare to keep watching. The transparent maggots that grew out of Klein's body shimmered, producing three-dimensional layers of mysterious symbols. Amidst howling cold winds, black illusory threads rose up around him, bonding together and forming strange tentacles. The tentacles flailed as his soul body, astral projection, body of heart and mind, and ether body were reduced to fragments, fusing with the different maggots that represented his various thoughts. Amidst Klein's countless chaotic senses, fresh memories appeared. It was of King of Angels Adam praying with his eyes closed. It was him using death knell against Insa Zangwill as he blasted open his head. It was when he revealed his clown's smile, saying in a deep voice,
This shot is for Captain.
It was when Spectator Adam used an extremely clear eye to take in the ending of the performance. It was of him turning into Dunn Smith, inviting Daly Simone to the closing dance. They were all so fresh on his mind, especially the gaze of a spectator. There was a seemingly corporeal feedback that felt like a magnetic force, making Klein gradually discover his sense of self-awareness once again.
Who am I?
This was a question that Klein had an answer to when he was still a faceless. He quickly understood his identity, a person from Earth, reconstructed from Klein's memory fragments, a person whose experience as a Nighthawk deeply influenced him, a person who played safe but was able to persist and give up everything, a guardian and a miserable wretch. Strange sensory organs that didn't come from the body of heart and mind or soul body were extracted bit by bit from the fragments, condensing Klein's new thoughts, coldness, calmness, spectating, and overlooking. He knew that this could possibly be godhood. Without putting up any resistance, he chained the original spirit body fragments with black threads, allowing him to slowly take form again. At this moment, he realized the purpose of the advancement ritual. It was a mark, an anchor. Compared to other pathways, the Bizarro sorcerer who experienced the fragmentation of their soul body required an anchor much earlier. However, this didn't require the support of any faith. A grand and profound performance under the watch of countless spectators was enough to make up this anchor. With his entire body taking form, all kinds of knowledge surged out from the depths of his demigod spirit body, embroiling his mind. However, with some level of godhood and his rich experience, he could view this in a detached manner and rather easily pass through this stage. The transparent maggots on his face, hands and neck returned into his body, turning back into the black-haired, brown-eyed Klein Moretti. Looking at Daly Simone, who was still in his embrace and slowly turning cold, he lifted her up and walked to Leonard Mitchell, bending down to place her on the ground. Daly no longer had pitch-black scales or white feathers. She had been restored to normal, her eyes closed, the corners of her mouth curled up like she was having the deepest and sweetest dream. Klein stood up and looked at Leonard, who had opened his eyes again, and said heavily,
She has returned to the goddess's kingdom, just like Captain.
He had turned her into a marionette to reverse her mutation, allowing her to die as a human before releasing his control. Leonard tried to force a smile as he whimpered a sound of acknowledgement, tears streaming down his face. Klein gently nodded.
To her, this might not be the worst outcome. She returned as a human to the embrace of a deity she believes in, and that's where Captain and the others are.
As he spoke, he subconsciously and sincerely raised his right hand and tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion. Leonard instinctively drew the sign of the crimson moon, his expression turning odd. Klein surveyed the area.
Take Mam Daly back with you to East Balaam. Make it known that she died due to Insangwil's attack, and had made exceptional contributions in causing his death. Don't worry. No one will investigate you. Of course, you can take this opportunity to leave the red gloves.
I'm used to the church,
Leonard said heavily. Klein took off his hat and bade farewell with a bow. He turned to walk to Insangwil's body and took a card that had a chariot and a red priest on it. The red priest wore the face of Roselle Gustave. Leonard's lips quivered as he suddenly asked,
Aren't you returning to the church?
Klein didn't turn around. He wore his silk top hat and headed for another exit of the square. After a few steps, he paused and replied with his back facing him,
I can't return anymore.
Can't return anymore.
Leonard stared in a daze as the familiar figure gradually distanced himself and vanished. After a while, a few Beyonders flew to Revival Square. One of them was wearing the clergyman robes of the Church of Evernight. She had a head of beautiful raven-black hair and an exquisite face. This lady was floating in mid-air as she looked at the square. All she saw was Insangwil's sorry corpse that could hardly be recognized. Covering his cracked head was a commonly seen tarot card. It was the star. Above the grey fog, Klein placed the red priest card by his left hand and closed his eyes to rest. He had a basic grasp of the powers of a Bizarro sorcerer. On the one hand, he could transform into animals that weren't too disparate in size. In a spirit body state, he could completely ignore this point. He could transfer wounds onto a paper figurine. His flaming jump ability now spanned nearly 1,000 meters, and the might of air bullet reached that of a cannon. On the other hand, he could now obtain initial control of one's spirit body threads in 3 seconds and turn a target into his marionette within 15. His control range was 150 meters. At the same time, he could switch spirit body threads, allowing his marionette to obtain all his Beyonder powers. Within 1,000 meters, he could switch locations with his marionette as he wished. Due to this point, and the maggots he separated, as well as the disguise from the spirit body threads, Klein obtained a higher level of body doubles. This also meant that, as long as any one of his marionettes were alive, a Bizarro sorcerer would never die. After confirming his state and resting, Klein immediately walked deep into the mysterious space, heading for the staircase of light. As he expected, there was another step, one formed of light. This time, Klein believed that he could use this sixth step to step onto the condensed grey cloud. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He came to the end and with a leap stepped onto the cloud formed by the grey fog. Reflecting in his eyes was a door of light tainted with a bluish-black luster. It was formed from countless layers of spherical light, and each spherical light enveloped squirming maggots. Above the door, there were thin black threads that hung down, hanging up what seemed like completely transparent cocoons. These cocoons were gently swaying, wrapping different souls. They looked to be of all descents, some wearing jeans, others holding cell phones. All of them had the aura as though they were living, but their eyes were tightly closed. Klein's gaze froze as though he had returned to Earth. Then he noticed that 3 cocoons had opened. They were empty and were swaying with the wind. Raising his head, Klein took in this sight as he observed in silence. End of the 4th volume.